Okay, good morning, everyone. We have a full house today and some really fun proclamations. So thank you for being here. Today we're going to start with our invocation, as always, given by Chaplain and Detective Mike Ilse from, the Corpus Christi Police Department. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father God, we thank you and we praise you for your goodness and your love. We trust you to faithfully preserve us through good times and the bad. You make all things new. You bring hope alive in our hearts and cause our spirits to be born again. Thank you for this day and for all the potential it holds. We come together this afternoon, gathered one with another, seeking your blessing on the leaders of our city council, our city staff, and all those employees who serve our city. We pray you grant safety and goodwill among all citizens of Corpus Christi. And as we look across the happenings in our nation, Father, we thank you for the great relationship of our law enforcement and the citizens in our community. We pray, Father, that our city leaders lean on you for strength and divine wisdom to conduct the business affairs of our city, and that you would graciously grant our mayor, city manager, and our council members discernment to sense the welfare and true needs of the citizens. Give them insight to lead with integrity so that their decisions will reflect what is right and what is good for the citizens of Corpus Christi. And all this we pray for grace, mercy, and peace upon the city of Corpus Christi. These things we pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Chaplain. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas flag will be led by Juan Pablo de Leon. He is a junior at Richard King High School.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you so much. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter. Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pusley. Here. Greg Smith. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Okay, so today I don't think this team needs introduction. Our Moody baseball team and Coach Joe Guriel, and then we have who? Angie Beck. Oh, and she's with what part does she play? No,
Angie?
supporting. Oh, right, of course. I was trying to associate you to the team. So today it's a dual recognition. And I'm sorry, my mind is just on baseball right now, which I love. So today is about these young men, this wonderful baseball team, what they've done for our community in partnership with Catholic Charities here in Corpus Christi. And I think it's so impressive. I reached out to them to say, we would love to recognize this because this is leading by example. So with that, I'm going to read the commendation awarded to Moody High School baseball team. On behalf of the city of Corpus Christi, we would like to honor the Moody High School baseball team for their partnership and volunteer service with with Catholic Charities of Corpus Christi and Mother Teresa Shelter. For 44 years, this baseball team, and the boys come and go, so we commend our coaches and leadership at Moody. For 44 years, the baseball teams have volunteered their time to help with Catholic Charities of Corpus Christi's annual Christmas food baskets and Toys for Tots program. And in 2019, they were awarded the Legacy Medal of Honor for charitable works in caring for the poor and underserved in the Corpus Christi community. The annual Christmas food basket program provides 2,500 families in the city and rural areas with a Christmas meal. So the student athletes dedicate their spare time always on an early Saturday morning, and that's important to this age group, by assembling and filling food boxes every year for this worthwhile endeavor. They do this while showing great sportsmanship and leadership to their younger teammates. So we commend the Moody High School baseball team for helping to make a difference this year and for the past 4 decades. So thank you for your outstanding leadership and example in what it is to give back to your community.
On behalf of Moody Baseball and the community, we want to award you a Moody baseball hat for this year. Brand new baseball hat we have for our season this year. It's okay. You don't have to worry.
But I will say, my son was what are they called?
Bad boy?
Bad boy, yeah.
Bad boy. Yes, he was.
little,
When he was
very-
little. Yes, he
yeah,
was.
yeah.
Well, thanks again. Once again, thanks you for the guys that come and go, like I said, but for our community that supports Moody Baseball. Thank y'all very much. Appreciate y'all.
Seniors. Okay.
Thank you. You guys.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. We do for the city. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Appreciate that.
Councilman Molina, some of those gentlemen have a greater capacity to grow a beard than you do.
That's true. I'm envious.
That was friendly fire. Friendly fire.
Still have a whole long meeting to go.
Throw him back, Ben.
Hey, at least I'm not the victim of it this time.
Like, wait till item number 40. Okay, now where is our guest of honor? Mr. Portis, come on down. How are you, sir? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is my friend Maurice Porter. And A lot of you probably know him. I'm a previous small business owner myself, and I think it's very important to recognize small business owners, especially one. Oh, we're waiting on people. I'm so sorry. Come on down. And who is this? Scoot on down, Portis. Come on in. Okay. Down, Portis. Right here. Come on in. Okay. So I was saying, especially one as this that you're going to hear about today, because of how long he has given back to this community and been an all-time favorite of many of us right here in Corpus, of many all-time favorite restaurants. He's one of the ones that he has stood a very long time, right, in business. So let me go ahead and read this and let you hear about it in detail here. So Portis Country Kitchen was established on love, community, and the flavors of down-home cooking. After retiring as administrators, Dr. Maurice from West Oso Independent School District and Dr. Verna from Corpus Christi Independent School District wanted to create their What Next together. What's next together? Miss Clarice Allen, a longtime friend, band parent, and former soul food restaurant owner, reached out to Dr. Portis, and Portis Country Kitchen was born. Taking the idea of fashion, food, family, and excellent services, Portis Country Kitchen opened its door in October of 2002 at 605 North Staples. In November of 2003, Portis Country Kitchen number 2 was opened at 615 North Upper Broadway in the basement of the Wells Fargo Tower. Its menu featured the same award-winning fried chicken, cornbread, mustard greens, and many other delicious choices. All delicious menu items were originally created by Miss Clarice Allen, who passed away several years ago. All chefs working for Portis Country Kitchen are trained and expected to follow the original recipes and legacies of Miss Clarice. Dr. Portis has been asked to open restaurants in other cities under his name, but he has remained local. Portis Country Kitchen has maintained to keep a 5-star rating with Google, Yelp, and others, while attracting customers from many countries, states, and multiple cities. They have provided food, jobs, opportunities, services, catering, and a place where friends and families meet to eat. Dr. Portis, like his dad, loves to see people enjoy food. No one has ever been denied or been left with hunger or thirst. So congratulations on your hard work and success as an independent businessman for almost 20 years. Yes, sir. So congratulations. Thank you.
All righty. I want to thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, council members, for the recognition, and the people who came to support and stand with me. Would you stand also? Yeah, we appreciate you. Appreciate you. And I'll just start. This is Mrs. Chenault. She and I taught school together at West Oso. She sponsored the Black History Club. And next, Dr. Hutchison Bell, one of my ex-students, and who was my boss while I was band director as principal. And I'll let everybody just introduce themselves. Yeah.
Dr. Victor Frazier.
K.D. Logan.
Dinah Taylor. Gloria Scott.
Curtis Clark.
Frank Batista. Dr. Ron? Yeah. Okay. Dr. Ron Benavides.
Okay, well, add him to the picture. Thank you so very much. We're just so proud. We're very proud of you.
Thank y'all very much. Y'all heard about all the business achievements and applications that my brother from another mother has done. But the one thing that I'm so proud is his love for students, his educational achievements, his musical directorship. This man, everyone knows me, even those behind me, I would say, never send a duck to Eagle School. Not gonna work. This is a true mentor for Eagles. We even have an Eagle room at his restaurant, adjacent to his restaurant. And I can only say that the loyalty he shows Corpus Christi and students and athletes and the people that we call Corpus Christians is a true reflection of what we stand for, the body of Christ, Corpus Christi. So thank you all for showing up. Definitely for the mayor, a powerful person with passion for the city as much as everybody behind me. And I wanted to say a few words because everyone talks about his passion for business. I think it's second to his passion for the good Lord, for students and athletes, and mentorship. God bless everybody. Merry Christmas.
I want to scoot in, maybe bring it in a little bit. Here, hold that.
We had turkey the other day. Back here, I said that had to come from Portis. Thank you.
Always good to see you, sir. Take care of those rocks. Hey, thanks for the email today. I don't know. It ain't gonna happen overnight.
Well, I'm going to see if they'll...
I looked on Facebook, I said, what the heck? Give it a break.
Well, we gotta say something. But we need to congratulate them. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. You know.
Okay. No, but okay. So one last, or not last, this is really the beginning. I want to make note, I want to let everyone know we couldn't move on without mentioning the big win from Friday night's game between Veterans Memorial High School and Flower Bluff High School, which is why my voice is so scratchy. I went to Flower Bluff, as did, Greg, put the hat on. As did, my colleague here. And then my son goes to Veterans Memorial, and those were just, they're two amazing high schools, super impressed with them both. But it's like I tell my son in baseball, someone's got to win and someone's got to lose. And so Flower Bluff took it. We'd invited them over. I'd invited both teams to say, whoever wins, I would love to have you here before we send them off this coming week, to state. Unfortunately, several of the students, the players are testing, so we wanted to make sure, they wanted to make sure, and so did we, that they're all included, so we postponed that. But we want to say congratulations to our Eagles, to our Hornets. It's a big win for Corpus Christi, and the city of Corpus Christi is so proud of them to have gotten to that level. And we'll see them here in council here probably in January. So go Hornets, and you want to shout out?
Yeah. Go Bluff. It's been a long time, but just a great, since 2005, 4 times at the regional finals, and this time the 2021 persevered. And I want to give a big shout out to the Veterans Eagles. That game went down to the final play.
Yeah.
A close game, 13-6, two great teams. The one thing, Corpus Christi was going to be represented at state no matter what. So congratulations, Bluff, and what a great game, Eagles.
Yeah, good job. My numbers guy. Okay, so with that, it is noon, and so we will move to item F, which is public comment. Last City Attorney Miles Risley, please review the council meeting rules of decorum, and they will also be visible on the screen to the chambers for our television audience.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you. And due to technical difficulties, the paper public comment sign-up sheet will be used for today's meeting instead of the electronic sign-up sheet. I'll be calling you up in order in which you signed up. And I remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your full name and address prior to speaking. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. But when the council is considering the actual item, you will not be allowed to speak. So really, it's choosing one or the other. Citizen comments is limited to 3 minutes. However, we might have some special a different form today, which I'll announce here in a second. On the podium, you'll see a timer underneath the base of the microphone, which will let you know exactly how much time you have left. You'll hear a buzzer at the time of which it's the 3 minutes, and we would just appreciate you to conclude your comments at that time. If you have a petition or any other information pertaining to your subject matter, please present it to our city secretary here to my right before speaking. What I'd like to do, though, to be mindful of everyone's time, if we have multiple people here to speak on the same subject matter, I'd like to ask if you would like to speak as a group and take a 5-minute time frame, And you can have different speakers speak within that 5 minutes as opposed to your 2 minutes. That is an individual person time allotment. So if there are more than 3 people here to speak on whatever issue, you are able to come, instead of, again, the 2 minutes, you can speak 5 and come up to the front as a group, or you can, or not. Right now, we do individual public comment, but I'd like to offer that to any group that is here, just in lieu of, and just to be mindful of our time. So is there any group here that would like to speak for 5 full minutes as a group? Okay, no? Okay. Then what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and go to, let's see here. We have multiple our people on our registration sheet, and we will start with Ronald Baker.
I need to wear my mask, Mayor, up there.
You do not.
Mayor, can I get a point of clarification?
Yes, sir.
Your sign-up sheet said 3 minutes. Is it 2 minutes now?
Well, in lieu of time, I was going to ask if you are all okay with 2 minutes, because we have quite a number of people, which is why I was offering the group.
Well, I understand, but there's a lot of people, and a lot of us drove from a long distance, and so I'll keep it very brief.
Absolutely.
Because I've spoken before. My name's Ronnie Baker. I'm sales manager for Roy Bingo Supply. Thank you for hearing us today. It's a special day. It's December 7th. For those of you in the military, I thank you for being here in your service. I thank you all for your service. Real quick, somebody told me about Judge Canales being very concerned over a small fruit stand where a road had been changed, and it was a shame that this historic business was going to be going out of business. It reminds me of what my grandmother, who was my mentor and a government teacher, told me. Government's here to serve and protect. And I laud her for her concerns over the fact that she is here and concerned about this business. I too am concerned about a business that we have approached City Council, Chief of Police, and Sheriff. In your possession are a set of news articles that I worked on this weekend. The first article is dated 2019, and it's Nueces County considering rules and regulations governing illegal gaming rooms, and it quotes Sheriff Hooper saying that these game rooms are basically hotbeds for illegal gambling. I'm going to fast forward till about 3 or 4 weeks ago when a group of charities showed up, made a presentation telling you the amount of damage because they are highly regulated by the state, and what they're faced with is a proliferation of game rooms that are not regulated by the state. That being said, what's happening is that we've had one commercial hall close. Within the next 6 to 12 months, when I talk to the bingo halls, probably more than half of them are going to be closing. I was really interested in the recognition of these young men here that represent Catholic charities, because charitable bingo has a long history in the Catholic Church, and several of the halls actually have Catholic charities that play. That being said, I would ask you all to keep in mind that when these charities are gone, you recognize these people for their charitable work. You promised to do something. You said there'd be something done about regulating game rooms. It hasn't been done. I'll leave you on this one note. We average over $225,000 every single year to the city of Corpus Christi and Nueces County. Right now, we have taxation without representation, and I told the charities, if you're going away, no more money for the city. I'd like to know how much money you get from the game rooms as far as supporting charitable concerns. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Margaret Baldwin?
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Baldwin. I live in Three Rivers, Texas. I am a bookkeeper for the Golden Bingo family. We have 5 bingo halls here in Corpus Christi. We had one other one, but due to the circumstances of everything had to close. These charities use their funds to help people in Nueces County and surrounding counties. There is a rough estimate of 50 charities using their bingo distribution to help, such as animal shelters, churches, children's programs, single mothers, veterans. I could keep going on, and all the charities that are there represented using the money to help. These charities have been struggling due to the reduction of funds to use for their charitable purposes due to the invasion of game rooms in the city of Corpus and Nueces County. This invasion has no end unless the city of Corpus Christi and Nueces County take a stand against them or regulate them. As you have read in the packets delivered yesterday and today, game rooms also bring other elements with them to the areas where they operate. The elements are not good for those around them, whether it's in a business district or neighborhood where they start operating. When a game room operates for profit. It does not benefit anyone but the business and the owner, with a negative benefit for those surrounding the establishment, with no accountability to the city, the county, or state agencies. They do not pay any type of taxes to anyone. They are able to operate on their own discretion. On the other hand, bingo halls open after they've been licensed by the city, county, and state approval. They cannot open without a license. They also pay taxes. Y'all get a 1.25% tax rate. In the papers, this statement is also in your packet. What you're receiving, you've actually lost between 2016 and last year $125,900 in revenue due to game rooms being there allowed to operate. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Kathleen White.
Hello, my name's Kathleen White. I live at 201 Bay Ridge Drive here in Corpus Christi. I'm here representing Weber Bingo. It's another small business in Corpus Christi that has existed since the 1980s. It's owned by 3 women, myself, and 2 others. We provide a safe environment for social activities for many citizens. We employ many people. We've generated over $8 million in charitable distributions during our existence. We pay significant taxes to the state, city, and county. For the last 2 years, since the Texas legislature recognized the problem with game rooms and gave the authority to the counties, we have been meeting and asking for some regulations to regulate these game rooms and make sure that they are operated legally. As you've already heard, dating all the way back to 2019, we were told something was going to be done. Nothing is being done to date. Our charities generated the biggest loss ever in the history of our operation last month, and it won't. We as the landlords will help make up that loss, but we can only do this for a couple more months. Unless some immediate action is taken, the game rooms will eliminate this small business from your community, and they will not replace the taxes, the charitable giving. They will not provide a safe and environment for social activities as we have been doing for the last 30-plus years. I'm proud of the work that my partners and I have done in this business and to help the charities that operate with us. I am disappointed and sad that this county is not taking any action, the city and county are not taking any action to help protect us. Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. White. Will Martin.
I'm Will Martin. I'm the American Legion District 9 and District 19 legislative rep for the state of Texas. I wanted to, I can't gripe at anybody in 2 minutes. It takes me a lot longer than that. So I'm going to congratulate y'all on a lot of stuff here. First of all, since 2015 to the present time, y'all have lost $112,228, and that's money y'all don't have to sit around and count, so congratulations on that. If you'll look at that pamphlet you were just handled about unsafe in America on page 28, it will tell you why Texas is #1 in sex trafficking, and it points right to these illegal game rooms. They are hotbeds for drugs, theft, and all kind of criminal activities that go on. And from what I understand, I was talking to some people the other day, and Corpus Christi is now #4 in the state. Keep on going. Y'all are getting up there. Also, while we're congratulating you on crime, I don't know how you can tie this to the sparkling city by the sea for your tourism trade, but property crime here is 67% above the national average. Violent crime is 117% above the national average, and rape is 84% above the national average. So again, congratulations on that. Y'all are going right on up there. But the good news is I see that next door in San Patricio County, the sheriff over there knows how to handle game rooms and get rid of them. And so maybe y'all can give Mr. Oscar Rivera, the sheriff there, a call, and he could train somebody with the police department or the sheriff's department on how to go about closing these game rooms down. Until then, I'm sure y'all will just keep going. And again, we want to thank each and every one of y'all for making sure that a lot of veterans and their families don't have any money for Christmas from charitable bingo. So again, congratulations on all the great work y'all have done.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, and thank you for your service. Mr. Musselwhite.
Here, Councilman, I understand that if I speak now, that I cannot speak.
Can you raise that microphone up a little bit, Mr. Musselwhite? There you go.
How about that? I understand that if I speak now, that I can't speak whenever the item comes up. May I speak when the item comes
Yes, sir.
up and not speak now?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. What item?
It's
I'm
a
sorry.
briefing, Mayor, so there's no public comment on briefings.
Mr. Musselwhite, I'm sorry, it's a briefing. Our item is a briefing, so there is no public comment. So now would be your opportunity. On any other item, you would be able to, but because it's a briefing.
I'd like to talk about the change of zoning over on 14th Street.
Okay.
There's a lot of confusion.
I thought it was on gaming, so if he's speaking on a zoning case, then yes, he can wait till when the item comes up.
I'm sorry. My goodness. Okay. If it's a briefing, you would have to speak here. I'm told it's not a briefing now, so it is an item. So you can wait until the item comes
I
forward.
can wait. I've got more time
Thank
than
you.
money.
Okay. Well, you'll be the first one up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Veronica Wilson.
Good morning. The Historic Preservation Plan, that's not a briefing, is it? I
Pardon?
can wait until comment?
Which
Historic
one?
Preservation Plan, that's what I was wishing to speak on today, but I'll wait if that's possible for that item.
Rebecca?
Yeah, that's an action item.
So,
It's a
okay,
public
you
hearing
can wait.
also.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Veronica, thank you. Arthur Haas.
Mayor and council, thank you very much for your time. I come here today as a representative of National Little League here in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I know a couple of folks around here. I see some folks that have been involved with Little League Baseball. National Little League is a member, has been a member of Weber Bingo for over 30 years as a charitable bingo partner. In that time, charitable bingo operations have generated in excess of $800,000, which have helped us run one of the best, we're proud of our league at National Little League, with those charitable dollars. I will say a couple of people have spoken to the dollars that have been lost from these new gaming operations. What I would like to tell you is the city of Corpus Christi has generated in excess of $2 million in tax revenue since 2016 from the charitable bingo operations. And the Nueces County number is right around $2 million as well. So in a couple of entities, just so you know, the number is around 50 nonprofits that benefit from charitable bingo in our community, such as Alameen Shrine Temple, Big Brothers Big Sisters of South Texas, the Corpus Christi Chamber Music Society, Corpus Christi Council Navy League, multiple Kiwanis clubs, multiple Rotary clubs, Pee Wee's Pet Adoption, and again, I can go on and on with other nonprofits that benefit from charitable bingo. So we appreciate you recognizing the benefit of charitable bingo. I know this is an item later today. One last thing, the Victoria County and their city came together 2 years ago in December of 19 to create game room regulations, and we hope that that's a plan moving forward with Nueces County and the city of Corpus Christi. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. Samuel Fryer. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and call the next three names so that maybe you can come up front here and be ready to come up to the podium. Betty Sheets would be after that. Eddie Heinemeyer, Jim Klein, and Michael Middleton. If you can go ahead and make your way up to this front row. This way, yeah. Thank you. Mr. Fryer.
Is it 2 minutes or 3?
2.
Okay. Samuel Andre Fryer, 2222 Carnales Lane. Mayor Guajardo, City Council. On the 80th day anniversary of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, a day that will live in infamy, we have a unique opportunity to pass an ordinance forward from a citizens' initiative. I've been here a few times representing it and talking about it, and it's really about promoting and informing and educating the public on COVID-19 early treatment protocols, and to read and to promote and relate risk reduction of SARS-CoV-2 through prophylactic measures, and to inform and educate the public on ways to improve their immune systems. Given that, we're asking that within the next 2 council meetings that you actually pass this ordinance and allow it to be adopted. Now, why the urgency? Well, early treatment protocols that are developed by medical professionals who experienced in treating tens of thousands of COVID-19 patients and related prophylactic means have been proven to be the most effective measures to move beyond this pandemic. Now, given the continued COVID-19 variances that continue to pop up, we have realized that the current direction we've been going have not really changed the trajectory. By adopting these COVID treatment protocols and actually informing the public, we can partner with the public in order to move past this pandemic. I know that none of you want any loved ones, family members, or any other citizens to die as a result of COVID-19, nor do we want to give up our life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, which our founders fought hard to preserve, and many service members have continued to fight to preserve. So we thank you for that, for adopting it. We look forward to it being adopted. May God bless you and your families as you continue to do His work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Okay, Betty Sheets.
Hi, I'm Betty Sheets, and I'm from Corpus Christi, and I represent Corpus Christi Voice for Life, a charity that is in a bingo hall. Our concept for Voice for Life is concept, thoughts, and views, which represent the importance of life and the right to live it. We've helped many, many mothers and babies with food, clothing, and their needs to be able to keep their babies. We also provide quilts for the terminally ill. They're not healing quilts, they're prayer quilts. We recently presented, we got to make a quilt for your policeman that was shot. He'll never know where it came from, but it was a very special gift from us. I also would like to tell you that these quilts are very special. They've gone to Africa, Peru, Mexico City, and all over the world. But without your help to keep these bingo halls going and to provide us with funds, all of these charities will have to close down eventually. I ask that, and we charge nothing for our quilts. My prayer and thought to every one of you is that you will choose the right to life and not death of the game rooms. Please, please help us. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheets. Eddie Heinmeyer.
Mayor and City Council, appreciate listening to us. Eddie Heinemeyer from San Antonio, Texas. I represent over, 90 charities across the state at bingo halls. This is all types of charities for their charitable purpose to help their community. Here in the Corpus area, we have over 60 charities at bingo halls, and they will be shut down if the game rooms are not closed, because it's taking away the money that they're doing, that they put into the community. The money that goes into the game rooms goes into illegal activities, because that's what they are. So they need to be shut down immediately, and we need your help in getting that done. There's lots of people here you're hearing from. They all have their different focus that they're trying to do to help this to continue. So we're pleading with you to please make this possible. It's going to be to the point, the money that you are receiving, and you've heard different numbers from that, from bingo, for the county and the city, if this happens, that money will go away, because we can't continue to pay those if the money's being taken into the game rooms. So anything you can do to help us, we would appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Heinemeyer. Jim Klein.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for listening to me today. My name is Jim Klein. I live at 3501 Monterey Street here in Corpus Christi. I'd like to speak to the future consideration this council is going to take in appointing a member to the Port of Corpus Christi Commission. I believe that the Port of Corpus Christi Commissioner needs a larger community interest in mind. There are several candidates that fit this description, and I ask that you give them consideration. Armin Alex, Dr. Isabel Ariza, Sylvia Campos, Eddie Canales, Eli McKay, Love Sanchez, and Lamont Taylor. Any one of them, I think, would help to improve the commission right now. I think it's too focused on oil and gas, too focused on the fossil fuels. The Port of Corpus Christi has an effect on the entire community here. And I don't feel as if the entire community is really having a voice on that commission. I think we need to diversify the local economy in the area here as well, independent of environmental considerations. I think we've gone too much into fossil fuel industry. We need to think about what this community is going to look like in another 20 to 30 years. The world is moving away from fossil fuels, and it's moving away from plastics. Port industries also have a terrible safety record in the area here. I think the Port Commission needs to do a better job of vetting industries that are coming into the area. There have been a number of deadly accidents just in the last 18 months here in the port industries area. Public health needs to be given greater consideration, and Port Commission should be elected, I think, perhaps, rather than appointed, because the current commission seems to be very unresponsive to the public needs in the area. And lastly, I would just applaud the individual who went to the city attorney to report some improprieties regarding the appointment process. And I look forward to your council making a decision on that appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Michael Middleton.
Mayor, Council, I'm Mike Middleton, 2589 Pacific View, here representing Lyondell-Basell in the discussion of the industrial water flow backflow prevention ordinance. I'd like to reserve my options for later when that comes up on the agenda, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see, ordinance. Okay, is that an item, the backflow? Okay, thank you, sir. Let's see, if Madeline Fontenot, Heidi Hovda, Andres, I can't read the last name, it's very small writing. Is there an Andres here with us today? I'm so sorry, a Norris. No. Pedro de Chapa? No. Suzanne Taylor?
Okay.
Yes,
Good afternoon. My name is Madeline Fontenot. I live at 305 Camellia here in Corpus Christi. I am here today to voice my support for the Historic Preservation Plan and to encourage City Council to approve said plan. As a landmark commissioner and a local who loves their city, it is vital that we continue in earnest the work of preservation in this city. Historic preservation plays a key role in fostering a connection between a city's history and culture and the citizens who live in that city. A city can only flourish and grow if the people who live there and visit there feel that connection. Historic preservation shows us where we came from, how we got to where we are, and lays out how to keep moving and growing in a way that benefits all. These plans will serve to educate and help people truly understand and love where they live. The benefits are also economically advantageous. We do not want to miss out and fall behind because of the lack of active support, drive, and direction for preservation in this city. I am wholeheartedly in support of this plan and know that its approval is a long overdue and necessary first step to move the city forward in the right direction in regard to historic preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fontenot. Heidi Havda.
Good afternoon. My name is Heidi Havda, and I live in District 2. I'm here today to express support of the Historic Preservation Plan. The Historic Preservation Plan is a much-needed document to help establish guidelines and principles as our community works to protect historic structures in the city. I'm a history fan, and I love the unique and complicated history of our city. When you get your history nerd on and start delving into it, you discover the rich and important role minorities and persons of color have played in our city in making it the city that it is. Strategy 9 on that plan is a key tactic to ensure that these communities and the structures that signify their role in our city's history are fully represented and protected. For example, Dr. Portis's commendation today came at a great time. During the proclamation, this is one way that our community recognizes important trailblazers in our city. It's equally important to protect structures and areas of our community that leaders like Dr. Portis spent a lifetime protecting. Additionally, I volunteer for an organization that needs this plan to pass to enable our agenda to move forward and help make a positive impact in the downtown area. Please show your support and commitment to our city's history and historic preservation and adopt this plan today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Havda. Suzanne Taylor?
Hi, Suzanne Taylor, 5413 Pressler, here today to talk about game rooms and bingo, which I've already talked to several of you about at different times. I work with several organizations. I work with Big Brothers Big Sisters, Dobie Haven, Lost Pet Hotline, Pee Wee Pet Adoption, and National Little League, and I am treasurer for 3 of those organizations, but very involved with the other ones. We all of these organizations use bingo proceeds. And maybe what you don't understand that we really haven't explained to you is the legislature approved bingo for only the charities to make the money off of them. When you hear the commercial lessors, that's because there's a lot of small organizations that cannot open their own facility to be able to bring in 100 people or 200 people to play bingo. So the legislature also agreed to let commercial lessors rent to the charities. But the bottom line is the money goes to the organizations. They may pay a rent for the halls, and you've heard from some commercial lessors, but these charities are the ones that are receiving the bottom line. And with the game rooms unregulated, the charities can't compete against them. So I'm asking, if you're not going to shut down the game rooms, give an equal playing ground. Let us know the charities can all go get the 8-liners and stick them in the bingo halls. All that we need is an honest, a fair chance to compete. We've competed against the lottery. We can compete against the game rooms if we had equal footing. But at this point, they're unregulated, and we are. So that's what we're asking you. We went to the commission 2 years ago and asked for them to please adopt the Victoria rules. And, 2 years later, here's where we are, and we've got more and more organizations. You've heard from them. They're going out of business. I know Dobie Haven told me that they're going to have to go ahead and close down because there's not enough money. They're a Doberman Pinscher rescue facility, but there's not enough money because that's where they receive their money, which is the only bad thing about bingo. The organizations end up using that money, and they forget to try and beg money from every other source. Thank you very much, and I know you all are going to do the right thing, or you'll hear from me again.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Okay. No applause, please. I'm sorry. Kaylee Kelly, and if Melissa Zamora, Brandon Marks, Jessica Holt, and Susie Luna Saldana would please make their way down and sit in the front row here to my left, that would be appreciated. Oh, Kaylee, you can come up. Yes, you're up. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Kaylee Kelly, and I live and go to school in the Bluff as a freshman in high school. I am organizing a fundraiser for the Children's Advocacy Center of the Coastal Bend. My goal is to collect 1,000 teddy bears starting January 5th to February 15th. When children are abused, they go to what is called a forensic interview. In these forensic interviews, the child talks about what happened to them. It can be a traumatic experience, and to alleviate that anxiety, they are given a teddy bear. Personally, I know the teddy bear isn't just a pile of stuffing. It symbolizes feeling comfortable and safe telling your story. And I want other kids in our community to feel that comfort as well. And I was wondering if you and the community can help me help other kids feel comfortable at home and at school by spreading the word and donating. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you. Okay. Melissa Zamora.
Oh, somebody left their glasses up here. I don't know. Okay. All right. So, wow, we're going down to 2 minutes. My name is Melissa Zamora. I live at 3917 Bronner Parkway. I'd like to mention that the cancellation of the phone-ins, is that a technical issue, or are you eliminating that? I know I'm not supposed to ask questions, but and no more online sign-in. So this is just making it difficult for the working people of Corpus Christi to make it, if not in person, then at least a phone call. I don't know if there is actual technical difficulties preventing that from happening, but we hope to see it up and running again next week and the following. It was nice to hear from the youth today. One of the bullet points I have is, I hear a lot of folks talking about what the youth wants, about how we need industrial growth, more oil and gas industries are needed to keep young kids here. But I've been talking to a lot of young people in the high schools, and I attend the university and the college, and I would really encourage you to have someone in the city create a survey for the youth of Corpus Christi to really hear what they have to say as far as what they would like to see the future of the city go to, in many different means, leaving it open for them to express themselves. I would also like to mention that desalination is still on my agenda and on many others within the community to stop. If you were able, I hope you were able to make it to the TCEQ meeting where there was 99% opposition to desalination. Many people on there are concerned for various reasons, whether it be environmental or economical. So go and have a listen to that. I would like to support also the bike paths, that there is a woman that has been making public comment, and I really support her in trying to ensure that we have a safe bike path community and segue within our area for people's safety. Lastly, I'd like for the vote for the People's Port, consider getting someone from the community to be on the Port Commission, and stop trying to silence us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Brandon Marks.
Hi, my name is Brandon Marks. I live at 319 Rosebud Avenue.
I'm here today to call on you, Mayor Guajardo and the City Council members, to appoint a People's Port Commissioner. The People's Port is a group of 7 incredible community activists who have all applied for your consideration to be appointed for the Port Commission spot. If you haven't had a chance already, any of you sitting up there, anyone in the audience, please go to peoplesport.org to learn about these 7 incredible community members who have put themselves out there for consideration. And I urge all of you to appoint a port commissioner from this list of incredible community members because they will push for the greater good, not for personal profit. We don't need another port commissioner with professional, personal, or financial ties to the port or port industries, especially seeing what people are willing to do and the lengths they're willing to go to get that spot and the benefits that it pays for them personally. We need an independent, community-minded commissioner who will defend public health and safety, protect the environment, create green jobs, diversify the economy, and be accountable to the public. The People's Port applicants are Armin Alex, Isabella Risa, Sylvia Campos, Eddie Canales, Eli McKay, Love Sanchez, and Lamont Taylor. They include lifelong residents and homeowners, an urban planner, a sociologist, a youth climate advocate, a human rights advocate, and a co-founder of the Indigenous Peoples of the Coastal Bend. They have served our community on city boards and commissions, including 2 members of the Mayor's Environmental Task Force, the League of Women Voters, the Sierra Club, the Black Chamber of Commerce, For the Greater Good, and many other groups and boards. This is an incredibly highly qualified list of candidates and community members that would bring a new voice and perspective to the port, and I urge you to appoint one of them to bring back the public trust and confidence that the port is acting in the public good, not in the private interest of a few industries and port commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Jessica Holt?
Good afternoon, council member. Let me take this off. This is for the Historic Preservation Plan. My name is Jessica Holt. I live at 3225 Lawn View. I'm a passionate preservationist dedicated to educating the community of the benefits of preservation and reversing some common misconceptions of preservation. I have an MFA in Historic Preservation from Savannah College of Art and Design and started the Instagram account Preserve CCTX to spread resources and information, which has almost 2,000 followers now from the community. I am fluent in the many cultural, social, economic, and environmental benefits that come along with an investment in preservation. I also understand that a city's support of preservation is crucial to its success. It's important to note that preservation is ultimately a mindset, but the plan lays out clear steps that are action-oriented, feasible, and backed by valid research. And I've read the whole thing, all 130-something pages of it. It's really great. Implementing this plan will generate money for local businesses, attractions, hotels, the wedding industry, the city, and much more. A city that invests in its culture and history not only grows, it thrives. I've seen this firsthand where I grew up in New England and also in Savannah, Georgia, in areas that were once abandoned and now are hubs of cultural activity. One of the most important strategies in this plan to me is to hire a full-time preservation officer who can focus strictly on pushing the goals forward. Many of the other strategies would be handled by this position alone, so that's one of the most important pieces to me. Council members, I ask that you consider the plan's goals, strategies, and case studies and stand behind it like so many other successful cities have with their own plans. If you're interested in learning more about preservation, I'd be happy to answer questions and provide resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. Susie Luna Saldana?
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. You know, I come before you, and haven't been here for a while, but let me tell you, I am truly embarrassed about this council. This council doesn't seem to be a council anymore. It's a one-person show, okay? You had a port commissioner that there was problems with that, and one of you 9 that knew about it had a friend that leaked it to the press. If you're doing it for transparency, you're a coward. If you get your friends to do the talking to the media, you should have had the guts to come out and do it yourself, because only 9 of you knew. I doubt the city manager gets involved in things like that. But what you have done is you created a distrust. You change rules at the drop of a hat. You go from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. You change the formula. You don't have a council. You have a one-person show. And until you guys decide that you are a council and you run this city as a council, this kind of things are going to keep happening. I don't care who you appoint as a port commissioner, as long as they're willing, they're being able to do the work, and they know how to do the work. That's what I care about. What I care about is the distrust, the audacity to be able to say that you are a city council when you're not. It's very clear that you're not. You got one person running the show. All you have to do is walk into the city hall and you know who's running it. When and why did you get elected? You got elected to be council people. You got elected to have a voice, and you do not have it. That's why I'm ashamed of you. That's why I'm ashamed that you're not speaking up. If something happens, you speak up. You represent us. And this changing from 2 minutes to 3 minutes at the last minute, also an executive decision. Also being run about by a dictatorship that you are a part of. Shame on you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Sylvia Campos? And if Mr. Paul Bain and Kimberly Pettis would come down.
All right, here we go, 2 minutes. Sylvia Campos, 4410 Fur, District 2. I come here with a few issues. One, I want to thank the city officials that reported the allegations regarding the impropriety concerning the Port Commission. Thank you, Susie Luna. Therefore, can you please choose a person to the Port Commission that has no special interest in the port? There is a website called peoplesport.org for your consideration of qualified candidates. We also invite the public to check out the website. I realize the port operates as if their decisions don't affect the whole entire community, but it does. It can't be treated as if people are disposable. We, the people, make up the community. We live, shop, work, go to school, bank here. It's not just heavy industry that decides what is best for everyone, which, by the way, includes our fish and birds. Can we count on your support to elect someone or appoint someone that is not directly tied to port business, preferably someone from the peoplesport.org website? Second, I understand telephone effective December the 1st, public comments, input, participation by telephone call will no longer be accepted. Why? Number 3, what is the process to add amenities to our park? For example, trash cans, benches, water fountains that work, shading, a basketball court. As an example, why does North Pope Park, which I love, have these amenities and more, and others barely have trees and swing set? What is the process? 4, animal control. I have called at least 4 times, to complain about loose dogs and have given my name and phone number for a call back to the status of my complaint. I try to follow protocol. Why doesn't anyone return calls? So, thank you for listening. I hope that some of these issues can be addressed today.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Mr. Paul Bain.
Mayor, council members, Paul Bain, P.O. Box 1495, 78403. It's that time of year again. I realize that you all have a long day, so I'll just go ahead and start the process.
Oh. Yeah, exactly. Or EDC. Thank you so much. Golly, this is good. Okay. So, yeah, exactly. Kimberly Pettis.
Hi, Mayor, City Council. I am here on behalf of Big Brothers Big Sisters. We are an organization that benefits from the Bingo Trust. And so I'm here to let you know just the issue that we've been having since the game rooms have come into our area. We have not received the funds that we were getting monthly from the bingo halls because of this issue. So that is money that we are not receiving to help our kids in the community. Each match for us costs us a minimum of $1,000. So the money that we get monthly is integral to us actually being able to fulfill our mission. And so it's very important for us to be able to get these funds back into our budget and to be able to work with the bingo halls. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pettis. Okay, that concludes this list, but what I'd like to ask, is there anyone here who had signed up electronically? Right, but we're talking about electronically. So,
Signed up electronically had to leave early. That's why they signed up electronically, so they go first.
right, so what happened was there was a technical issue with the electronics, so that's why I was trying to give them that opportunity. If no one is here waiting on their turn electronically, then that will conclude our public comment period. So at this time, we are going to move on to section G, which is our Police Training Academy Design Update.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council, we are going to have a presentation by Philip Ramirez of Turner Architects, but I want to do a quick introduction. This item is a briefing for the City Council and the community on a very exciting and much-needed project, which is our new Police Training Academy. The community approved the design of the academy as part of the Bond 22 initiative, and in this year's budget, this City Council fully funded the construction of the facility. Also this year in March, City Council awarded the design contract to Turner Ramirez Architects, which is a local design firm. We, myself, the chief, and a bigger team have enjoyed working with Philip and his team on the design of the police academy, and we've been very pleased with their ability to receive feedback and include it into the design. We are excited of the presentation that Philip will present to you today as we move closer to construction of the new police academy. Before I turn it over to Philip, I did want to add a few more, emphasize a few more things about this project, because what it does is it demonstrates a new business model that we have at City Hall. Within 1 year of voter approval, the $21 million project is nearly 100% designed. And if we look back a couple of years, that wouldn't be the case. It probably wouldn't even have got to the design contract award at this point. The Police Academy also demonstrates a new willingness to work with our partners in the community to have better community outcomes. The project will be built at the new Del Mar College South Campus, saving taxpayer money with a nominal land lease that we have with the college district and the co-use of planning, design, and infrastructure investments made by the college. We owe a big thank you to Mark Escamilla, the president and CEO of the Del Mar College, as well as the Del Mar Board of Regents. The modern facility will offer, as you'll see here momentarily, a college campus amenities, along with a great educational environment for the police cadets. And most importantly, the academy replaces the current I think, 30-year-old dysfunctional and inadequate facility that's used to train our cadets today. The investment in the facility demonstrates the mayor and this city's council's commitment to public safety, and it will bolster our recruiting efforts, our morale of our police officers and civilian personnel, and the shared pride that we share and have with our police department and community. This is the first training facility that was built specifically for police training. What they're using today was an adaptive use building that's much too small. So with that, let me turn it over to Philip, who's going to give us more detail and some pretty exciting visuals on this project.
Thank you, Peter. I need to pull up the presentation. I don't know if we have it. Is it already pulled up here? I don't see it pulled up here. I think it was supposed to be on the Y drive. I'm not sure if we've got it pulled up. We sent it to staff yesterday. they'll pull it up? Okay, got it. All right. It's been a while since I've presented in front. First of all, Madam Mayor, Council, while they're getting that pulled up, I really appreciate the opportunity to come before you all. Certainly, I have with me today Brian Bienick, who's a project manager with our firm. I want to thank our team of architects and engineers that have been working pretty tirelessly with the staff and with Chief Markle. Glad to see him back and getting a chance to work with them to try to make sure that we accommodate as best we can the needs of the facility. We certainly have it in our heart to support our law enforcement and first responders. We've had a lot of experience in working with on the Nueces County Fallen Heroes Memorial, which also is representative of the police department and our fire department with Chief Rocha here. So it's in our hearts to make sure that as a firm, as a company, and certainly as a community, we get a chance to do something significant to help our community and those that are willing to serve in that capacity. So we certainly are honored with the opportunity to be able to come before y'all and the trust that y'all put in our firm to deliver a facility like this. Real quick, we're just going to start with an animation real quick just to kind of show y'all the overall concept of the project, and then we will move into some more specifics if you'll indulge me. Oh, I'm not sure. That's an animation. Oops. Not sure if the animation is loaded here, Peter. Maybe it got broken out. That's okay. We'll go ahead and move forward. I'm not sure what happened there. There's an animation, and we'll get that pulled up for you all. First of all, just to show you all, to start out with, here we have an aerial image. This image is a drone shot that's been taken of the existing, you can see Del Mar Southside Campus, Phase 1, that is currently under construction. The main entrance that you can see right here, the boulevard that's been created, will be the main entrance to the campus. The site that was chosen by the city in conjunction, as Peter mentioned, with Del Mar College and the land lease is actually a very prominent position within the campus itself. The way that we chose to site the building is really wanting to make sure that it was integrated within the campus, but also had its identity of its own. With it being a city-owned facility, we wanted to make sure that it was a good neighbor with the surrounding buildings that will be there in the future, some of which are already under construction, but it wanted to have an identity of its own, showing that it had a unique programmatic requirement and that it is representative of the city and the function that it will perform. This is a view here from Yorktown Boulevard of the front of the facility. I'd like to cue you all in on a few of the design features that you see here. The building as it's laid out is transitions from a one-story building up to a two-story building, which is tied in architecturally with the materiality that we are using over at the Southside campus. But I will call your attention to one feature that we feel is some symbolism that we really, in talking through the training staff at the academy, really represents what we feel is some symbolism in the transition that is made from an ordinary citizen that enters into the academy into creating something that when they come out and graduate is something greater, a true servant of the public within our community. And that is actually embodied in, if you follow the roof line, that transition that you start somewhere, and then as you move through the police academy itself, and as you graduate on the other end, the hope and feeling is that you come out as something that is truly a public servant, is greater than what you entered into. And at the very corner, you'll see three, it's maybe a little hard to see, but we have three pillars that hold up that canopy. And those are the three core values of the training of the police academy, and that's honor, integrity, and leadership. And so it's held up by that and propped up by that because those are the three pillars that they want to instill in the cadets as they go through that journey and they enter into the world of service. We really wanted this facility to be something that was modern and attractive to new recruits into the academy. So we really wanted to make sure that it looked to be something that projected itself into the future, that it was a modern facility that attracted young men and women into and sometimes older, but people to say, look, this is a very nice facility. We've had the opportunity to tour the existing facilities and really want to commend the community in supporting the bond and moving forward with it, because it is sorely needed. Unfortunately, I know that it hasn't always been the case where money and funds were available, but this is a facility that we feel will be really emblematic of the journey that these cadets will embody. Again, just a few more images of this, again, tying in. There's a canopy portion that is tied in architecturally to the main building over at the Southside campus for Del Mar. So again, some architectural cues that bring forth and evoke some of the ties between the buildings. The entrance, we envision that being as a lighthouse or a lantern effect that you can see all the way through into the deeper into the campus, but it is open and transparent and inviting. Obviously, there will be other functions training-wise from a regional perspective that we assume that the police department will be using this for training, not just for the academy, but for also current police officers as they go through continuing education and things of that nature, and maybe a resource that could be offered to our regional law enforcement officers as well. Here's some views of the interior. We envision that lobby to be a nice, large two-story space with a modern look to it, but it is something that's inviting and it encourages people to gather and build bonds through that meeting place as they become one as part of the same academy and as they graduate and move forward through their journey. And so that lobby is a two-story lobby, so there is an overlook that looks down as you move forward. So there is, again, a transparency between space that you can see here. This is a classroom space. There are 3 classrooms within the building, and we'll show you that in the floor plan. But just a couple of notes, really, it's kind of hard to see because it's a little dark here on the screen, but little architectural touches that we want to put in. Installed the back wall is actually some words, honesty, integrity, things of that nature, valor, the things that we feel like invoke that, and that's a art project that we would look to engage with the police department and the training to make sure that those words are things that they really invoke within their cadets as they move forward. We have modern physical fitness, about 3,400 square feet of a modern physical fitness area that really will allow them to come out of the academy in a tip-top shape. And so this is a modern facility with modern equipment. And now I just take y'all just into a little bit of a juxtaposition of where this building sits. I know it's a little maybe hard to read on the screen, but as you can see, the building sits up pretty close to Yorktown. We've done some things that actually play with the overall footprint, so it engages the corner. One of the reasons we also put portion of the building that is 2 stories, there's some efficiency that we feel is built into that, but there's also a component of creating some street presence. We considered doing just a 1-story building, but that second story we feel really anchors the corner as you come into that boulevard and creates that end piece that also holds its own against the main building that is there as part of the Del Mar College campus that's under construction. The building itself has its own dedicated parking lot. There is some secure parking. Police requirements is that if you have a vehicle that has a storage of a service weapon or their actual computers, things that are sensitive in that nature, they have to be secured if they're left overnight. So there is a secured parking component of there, so that way those vehicles can be secured and safe per police regulations. But there's also adequate parking that is dedicated to the actual academy itself for the cadets and the staff. We also have a running track that's envisioned as well for them to be able to time as part of their physical regimen that they have to pass and with regards to the requirements itself. And then we have a nice drop-off to where there's an entryway if you need to be able to come in and drop off an individual that may have a disability or just to get dropped off from a ride. We have a nice kind of curved drop-off area that we've also added as well as handicap parking in the front of the building itself. The floor plan is arranged. This is the first floor into kind of 2 segments. You have the lobby that kind of bifurcates the building itself, which is that nice 2-story space with the stairwell that you saw in the renderings before. The right-hand component in the lower right-hand corner is the administrative offices, which has got obviously the staff. There's some dedicated restrooms and showers for them to be able to suit up into their uniform and things of that nature. The upper right-hand corner is the specialized training areas that we're providing. Some of these rooms include an armory for their weapons. This is going to be a military spec Class 5 arms vault, so it's nice and secure. Don't have to worry about any of those weapons walking off. We have a future driving simulator and a crime scene investigation staging room, so they can train the cadets how to properly secure a crime scene. And then we also have a weapons simulator, which is a digital. There's no firing range here. This is a digital system. We have quite a bit of experience in doing this for military design. The police has their own proprietary system that they use, and this is helping them be able to have real-world scenarios that they can project on a screen and teach them how to de-escalate. I'm hoping I'm all right there, Chief, with that. And so it's a great piece of equipment, but right now in their current facility, just to show you the need, it's tucked away into a corner and they're having to share space to use it. But in this facility has its own dedicated space where they have an office and a control room where they can run these scenarios, and it's much more well suited for that particular piece of equipment, which is pretty expensive. And so this is just another testament to how important and needed this facility was. As we move to the left-hand side of the facility, this is really more dedicated to the physical fitness components of it. We have a defensive tactics mat room, which is going to provide over 3,000 square feet of mat space for them to have their physical training with regards to just personal safety and being able to fend off an attacker. We have a weight and exercise room, which you saw the rendering of, which is about 3,200 square feet, so it's a large space. We can provide all of the adequate equipment that they have. Right now, they're kind of trying to piecemeal and have to do things outside in the parking lot. This space provides them enough room to have all of their equipment and be able to provide most of their training in the indoor arena. There is really, as we try to look to the city tries to diversify their force, we have provided 50-50 women's and men's shower and locker facilities, so that way we're providing adequate growth within the women's ranks within the facility and within the force as well. We do have a unisex restroom is provided that it's just kind of a no questions asked. Anybody can use that facility as well, so we have accommodated for that as well, should there ever be a need that arises there, to be flexible and give the city the ability to do that. We have a large break room right now. Currently, the break room for 70 cadets fits about 10 people in there, and so they are having to eat in the hallways and eat outside and be very creative, but this facility would allow them to almost be able to sit at least half. The one benefit of y'all co-locating with Del Mar College is also there's a dining facility right there on campus that's under construction right now, so they literally don't have to get into a car. They can walk down the campus way and go hopefully take advantage of the dining facility that's there on campus as well. So that kind of wraps up the first floor. The second floor, real quick, is really dedicated to the classroom space. We have one large tiered auditorium space, which has lots of room in the front for demonstrations and things of that nature, but really a traditional kind of auditorium space for teaching, so you have good sight lines. And then we have one large multi-purpose room that can actually, has a divider in it that can be broken up into two smaller classrooms or used as one larger classroom depending on the need. So there's some built-in flexibility that we have there, and then obviously the restroom facilities that serve that upper portion as well. And really just going through a couple of other items, this is a very efficient building to modern construction standards, obviously using things like LED lighting, low heat gain roofing materials, all things to drop down the operating costs that the city would have, that we would use in order to try to make it as efficient as possible for the overall city and their expenditures through the operational life of the building, which we expect to be, certainly in the, 60 to 70 year range at least, because of the construction typology that we're planning to use in the commercial use. The facility is roughly 36,700 square feet, just a couple by the numbers. The current estimated construction cost is about $16.6 million, and as Peter mentioned, you have the full number that's authorized. It includes all the fixtures, furniture, and equipment, and the soft costs built into that as well. We are currently on track to, we're working through a few little details, but we are currently on track to deliver our design in February of this year, early part of February, for the city to go ahead and put the project out for bids. And that we, once the city issues a notice to proceed to the selected contractor, we're expecting about 14 months from the notice to proceed of construction time to get to substantial completion. So with that, Peter, we have the animation. I don't know if we have that or have the ability to pull that up, and if not, no worries. But that concludes my presentation, and we stand by to answer any questions that y'all may have.
Thank you, Philip. Councilman Pusley.
Hey, Philip, good job. It looks really great. You said there were 3 training rooms, is that right? Or is
There's one large auditorium classroom that has a capacity to sit 80 students, Mike, and then Councilman Pusley, and then we have 2 smaller rooms with a divider in between them that can each hold 40 students each, and then when the divider is open, then we can have up to 80.
Can we go back to the floor plans?
Yes, sir.
So we can understand exactly where?
Oh.
So those are all on the ground floor, I'm assuming?
No, they're all on the second floor, yes, sir.
They're all on the second floor?
Yes, sir. So those are the traditional classroom spaces, which is one component, obviously, of what they have.
Right.
Each, academy, we understand to have a current capacity of about 75 students. So in theory, you could be running continuing education in one of the classrooms and also be running the academy at the same time.
Okay.
So we got double kind of the capacity of the actual academy itself.
Yeah, today, Councilman Pusley, so Philip talked about 80 seats in the big auditorium-style classroom. Today, the classroom's so small, they have to almost break the class into 3 different groups of people and teach at 3 different times. So
I think this is great. Right. Is there an elevator in this building?
Yes,
There
sir.
is?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
there is. Yes, sir.
Okay. Could we go back to the first floor again then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are the shower facilities are downstairs. And then it seems like we have a lot of office space in this facility. Was that something that PD asked for, or they've?
Yes, sir. This is based on the programmatic needs of the current training
what they
officers
feel
that
like
we
they
have.
need.
And
Yeah, the chief can speak to that. It does take a number of assigned personnel, police personnel, to train all the cadets and manage. Go ahead, Chief.
Yes, sir. Mike Markle, Police Department. Yeah, so you have a myriad of different management assignments within the police department. You have a commander over that unit, you have a captain, there's a lieutenant, so there's supervisory. You have an armorer, have to have an office. You have a coordinator with the state. Everything we do is state licensed, has to be on the up and up. You have a active countermeasures or a grappling coach. You have all kinds of things that go into a police academy.
Okay.
And they're all there now. They're just kind of shoved into
one room.
Yeah, working out of cubicles in one room.
Okay. And my final question is, Philip, did we pay for you guys to do on-site supervision of the construction process?
yes, sir. We currently have construction administration services built into our contract. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we will be out there, on at least a weekly basis, and we're already out there as the south side is continuing, so there's a lot of synergy there already. But yes, sir, we will be out there representing the city with regards to the construction administration phase and helping the city staff through that process from draw requests, answering RFIs, anything like that, submittal review, coordination meetings, all that stuff we will be present for. Yes, sir.
Okay. Great, awesome. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good job.
I think that's all the questions. Thank you very much. This is very exciting. It's enough said. So please keep us informed though,
Yes.
on
I said
the
the video's ready to go if you want
Oh,
to.
yeah, yeah. If you'll indulge, we have a quick
just-
60-second animation if
Absolutely.
time will allow. Here we go. Well, thank you all again for the opportunity. We look forward to coming back with you all with a completed design and get it out for bid and get it under construction. So thank you all very much.
Will
again for your
there
time.
be any signage on the building outside, Philip, like a police emblem sign or
Yes, sir,
something?
there is. There's a large sign that has the City of Corpus Christi emblem and then the City of Corpus Christi Police Academy in large letters facing Yorktown. Yes, sir, Councilman Pusley.
Good.
So,
Thank you very much.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. Okay, wonderful. Oh, and you know what, Chief Markle, being that we're on this topic, I meant to mention this earlier, and I think it's worth mentioning. Our chaplain, who was here giving the invocation, Mike, right?
Mike
Isley?
Ilsey, yes.
He's retiring
He
on
is,
January 14th.
unfortunately, yes.
With 31 years, though. So I'm so sorry that I didn't do it while he was here, but I'd like to give him a round of applause and well wishes for his retirement and service.
Thank you.
Hope he's watching.
Well deserved. I don't know if you know, but Mike Ilsey was recognized several times, but he's been recognized by the federal government for our human trafficking task force.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if there's a website called Backpage, there used to be, where most of that occurred. It was our unit with Mike Ilsey, part of that investigation that got that shut down. That's huge.
Yeah.
Big thing. But Mike's loved. He's going to be sorely missed.
Well, I wanted to.
Thank you for doing that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, so with that, that takes us over to section H, city manager's comments. Mr. Zanoni?
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I did want to acknowledge Scott Leeton is here as well. Yes, from our Police Officers Association, and I know he's going to be excited about that new training academy as well. And so we have a number of things on our city manager's report, but we want to balance out our public safety conversation, and so we're going to begin with our fire department. We know they're equally critical in protecting our community, and so last Sunday, on the 28th of November, the Corpus Christi Fire Department celebrated its 150th anniversary of protecting life, property, and the assets of Corpus Christi. And before coming, just a little bit of background for you, before becoming the Corpus Christi Fire Department, the fire department began as a volunteer firemen's association. It was named Pioneer Fire Company No. 1, and they were organized on November 28th, 1871, 150 years ago. In 1873, the city's second fire company, named the Lone Star Hook and Ladder Company, was also organized. Those two companies later merged and became the Corpus Christi Fire Department on July 11th, 1874. For over 150 years, the fire department has significantly advanced its operations since its early days of horse-drawn fire apparatus. Last year, the fire department responded to over 53,000 calls for service in our community. And the department, a key note to highlight, our department is one of only a few in the state of Texas that trains its firefighters to also be paramedic EMTs when they come out of the academy. That's not the typical model. So we have a highly qualified, highly talented team of professionals protecting us. Over the past decade, under the leadership of Chief Robert Rocha, the fire department has included hazardous material incident and technical rescue response to their list of things they do. They do natural disaster preparedness, and they have even partnered with our health district this last couple of years in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, doing the vital response of going into homes and saving our seniors with vaccinations. This year marks the first time in recent history, I think the chief said at least over a decade, that the firefighting department is fully staffed. It ran a large vacancy rate and used overtime to backfill those slots for many years. We have 422 uniformed personnel in the department and 16 civilians that provide our service. Now, this is important here. This city council, the folks we see here with us today, as well as myself and our whole team, care about the fire department, and they care about the services. And that's evidenced if we look back at the last 3 budgets. There's been significant investment made by this city council. It includes a 4-year collective bargaining agreement for the firefighters that provides wage and other benefit adjustments for them, but it's also a contract that's fair to the taxpayer. This city council has increased the city's financial contribution to the firefighter retirement system in the past 3 years to make sure that stays well funded. There's been 8 additional sworn firefighters added in this budget to add additional EMS services. The City Council has approved 2 additional medic units, 2 brand-new devices to provide that increased medic response. The City Council has also replaced 6 medic units. We've replaced 2 fire engine trucks, 1 aerial ladder, and 1 fire pumper truck as well, just in the past 3 years. Tremendous investment. We've also added to the fleet a portable water tanker truck. We realized we need one of those from that extreme weather event we had this year, and we wanted to move some water around. We didn't have one in our inventory. And we also replaced a very expensive hazmat material response unit, a very expensive and highly technical device that's in the system. City Council has also replaced all self-contained breathing apparatus devices that the firefighters wear, keeps them safe if they go into an incident. And also, very importantly, the City Council and the community has approved the design and the construction of a brand new fire station to replace Fire Station number 3, which is found on Morgan. So in addition to these, some other things too, the fire department was awarded a new ambulance in May of this year from the Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Committee. The ambulance is $1 million ambulance vehicle, much bigger than the traditional ambulance that can carry 21 patients at a time. And then due to the COVID pandemic, finally, before the chief comes up, the celebration or the anniversary of the birthday that took place, we didn't have too much fanfare, being mindful of COVID protocol. I know several of the council members and the mayor did post some social media, but we asked our communications team to put together a video to document and highlight the birthday. And we're going to show that video now, and then we're going to have Chief Rocha say a few comments.
As we celebrate 150 years of service to the city of Corpus Christi, we look forward to the next 150 years.
When I came in, there were 12 stations. They started out with 5 ambulances. Now we have 18 stations. We have 14 medic units.
So we're the 8th largest city in the state of Texas, and having a modern, equipped fire department, fully staffed and fully trained, is highly critical to provide those key services to our community.
Well, for 150 years now, the Corpus Christi Fire Department has bravely answered the call when lives and property were in danger. And I believe that the dependability and excellence of our fire department is one of, if not the best, in the area and the state.
When you talk about the mission of the fire department, it's about treating people with dignity and respect, with being honorable, doing the right thing.
Who's a bigger helper than a firefighter as far as a public servant? And I think that's one of the shining lights that kind of brought me to it.
As a fireman and a paramedic, that's what you look for in the career. So you look forward to more responsibilities and just more opportunities to serve the citizens of Corpus.
I think Corpus Christi Fire Department is one of the best in Texas. I'm okay to get my crew and go head to head with damn near anybody.
Remember that you are a firefighter 24/7 and serve as role models to all of our residents. As the city grows and as each year passes, try to come up with ways that we can do things better. It involves training, it involves the purchase of newer fire trucks, it involves capital equipment, capital projects such as new fire station construction.
Not just only EMS calls and fire calls, there's other things like we're also hazmat technicians. We have boats here for water rescue. We have an ambulance, we have an aerial apparatus. Corpus Christi firefighters are very versatile.
You never know what the day is going to bring. It's always something different. They're always happy to see us when we show up. Sometimes it's their worst day, and we get there and we try to do the best we can to help.
Station 10 is one of the busiest houses in the city, and at that, even in the state. Both us and Station 3, which is located on Morgan, usually rank amongst the top 10 in the state and in the nation.
So one key thing that the community may not know is our firefighters, when they graduate from the academy, they're full trained emergency medical technicians, EMTs. That's not the typical model in the state or the country.
That thing is running all day long. You might get 1 or 2 calls that are very serious on the fire engine, but if you're on the medic unit, it's going to be pretty much a continuous run over here in Station 10.
You know, that's what we do. Most of our call volume is ambulance calls. We've only have 4 stations that don't have medic units. So I see that coming in the future.
We have an amazing team of firefighters and paramedics who are highly skilled in what they do. And of course, with the proper funding and resources, I expect them to continue short response times and spot-on execution when dealing with emergencies.
Firefighters are the type of people that are giving people. They put themselves second when compared to the needs of others.
We're a great fire department here in Corpus Christi. We love our firefighters. We feel safe because they're at work around the clock, and they really keep our community going forward.
I was raised in this community, and I've kind of seen how kind of serious situations are medically, and just to be a part of it and want to help that out, help it grow, definitely I feel like a calling for me.
Serving means it doesn't matter what time that call drops, you're going to give 100%, and you expect your crew and everybody to follow suit and make sure to give everything they got to make sure that we can do the best we can for the patients that call 911.
But I think our diversity in the department is what makes us such a great department. I guess if I was to say what's the best thing about the job, it's the people. It's the people that I work with.
The incredible amount of sacrifice that they make each day, day in and day out, with each call that they make. Every resident deserves to be treated with dignity and respect, and we strive to do that.
Just because we're firefighters, it doesn't stop here, is what I'm getting to. Like, we are that and then some. The shirt is just a shirt. It's like it's what we are and what we do.
Thank you, Peter. I don't think there's much I can add to Peter's comments and to the video that you all saw. But it's amazing when you have municipal government, elected officials, professional fire administrators, and a fire department that work together. You can accomplish a lot of great things, and it begins with having a plan. And Peter makes it abundantly clear to me that in order to be able to access some of the resources that you all provide us, that I have to provide a business model and a plan to get that done. So let me just say thank you to you all for what you do, but it's amazing what happens when you get groups of people to work together for the common good of our city, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Rocha.
Great, thank you, Chief. I did want to add that video, we showed it to some folks, and some of the comments were things like inspirational, a great recruiting tool. This is going to be good to use for recruiting. And then one of the better comments was, what firm did you all use to produce that? And I like that last one because I like that last question because I was able to tell them it was actually all city staff. We did that. Yeah, we have a great team led by Cameron and others there in our communication department. So they did a great job. That was 100% done in-house. So thank you. Happy birthday, Chief. Thank you to you and your team, and we'll see you all soon. Our second item deals with animal care, and our animal care program manager, Joel Skidmore, is here. He's going to talk to us a little bit about the new program called Home to Home. It'll be launched later today on our animal care website. Home to Home helps pets stay out of shelters. It's a unique direct-to-adopt tool for pet guardians looking to rehome their animals. In just a few simple steps, pets can find a loving new home without ever seeing the inside of a shelter. And it's an online tool. It's free for us, both for the guardian and the adopter. And it gives pets needing a new home the best of both worlds. Their current guardian can find the best fit, and then the adopter can learn all about their personality and the preferences firsthand of the pet before they adopt them. Informational brochures, in addition to today's briefing, will be available at our Animal Care Services building on the front lobby. That's at 2626 Holly Road. And step-by-step instructions for pet owners on how to use the system are there in that brochure, as well as on the Animal Care Services website. And the Home to Home will be promoted to the city's social media channels, and it will include program information that consists of the home-to-home. So that's a quick introduction. With that, Joel's going to talk a little bit more about it. It's new to our city. Some cities are using it already, but as I mentioned, it's a great new tool, and we're all about trying new things to better our services. So Joel, with that, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you, City Manager.
Yes, sir.
City Council Mayor, Joel Skidmore, Program Manager, Animal Care Services. Excited to be here today to present a new and innovative program that ACS is ready to roll out and provide to the citizens. This program is dedicated specifically to help us manage intake and provide another service to the citizens when it comes to helping rehome your animal. If I could go to the next slide. There we go. Excuse me. So what is Home to Home? Home to Home is a rehoming program, exactly what it is. It's designed specifically for animal shelters in mind. It was developed by an animal shelter who realized that there was a need for this. So why did the animal shelters choose it? Well, one of the biggest things and one of the biggest intakes that we have at Animal Care Services is owner surrenders. A lot of people, due to unknown circumstances, need to owner surrender their animal to us. So when it comes to that, providing space to make sure that we have available for those animals is paramount. And sometimes we don't have the space available to take that animal in. For example, if we have an officer who has a critical animal coming in that needs that space instead of that owner surrender. That can be a frustrating process for the citizens. To alleviate that, this is why we've researched Home to Home. It was brought to our attention by our chief veterinarian, Dr. Draper, who is a Fellows veterinarian for multiple shelters throughout the nation, and this is the direction that multiple shelters are going. So what it does is it provides, again, a resource for the citizens to rehome their animal, keeping their animal in their home while also promoting it for a proper home and keeping it out of the shelter. As you can see, the dashboard is already built. It already has our custom logo with Animal Care Services signature on there, and that way it looks exactly how it does on the screen for the citizens. They register, they fill out a short bio with their information about the animal. They're able to upload a picture of their animal, and that way the animal is posted onto the Home to Home website, advertising it for rehoming. So the benefits to Home, I've already spoke about, but there's a no enrollment fee to begin. It's free for the first year for Animal Care Services. After that, it's at no cost obligation for the first year. If we wish to continue the program, it's a $35 monthly fee, $420 a year, and that's just for Home to provide maintenance for the dashboard that's already been built for us. We will be able to provide, again, a better service for rehoming animals, specifically the owner surrenders, which we've identified as a service that we need to provide more adequate process for. It'll free up kennel space, just like I was talking about. We always play the delicate game of providing proper space for the animals that need to come in for the day and having space available for people who do need to owner surrender their animal. Current practices require pet owners to make an appointment with us. And again, that's a very frustrating part that the citizens have to deal with, and we've identified that that is not sufficient, and that's why we've researched this program and we're excited to roll it out. The owners, unfortunately, when they call in, they go on a waiting list, and sadly, it can be up to a month before we're able to free up a space. We always try to reserve space for the owner surrenders, but again, if we have a critical animal in need, if we have an aggressive animal that needs to come in that's a public safety risk, or we have a cruelty animal that we have to bring in, that space is taken by that animal. So just some of the other shelters here on the screen that are already moving towards or have already implemented Home to Home. So with that short presentation, I stand by for questions.
Wow, that's great. How many would you say, I guess on a monthly basis maybe, or quarterly, are animal surrender, owner surrender?
That's a good question, Mayor. I actually have my numbers here. I was hoping somebody would ask me. So we did have, keeping in mind, I'll give you the FY20 numbers compared to the FY21 numbers very shortly. We were under COVID restrictions, restricting the intake. Owner surrenders for FY20, we did 128 for dogs, 37 for cats, and 6 for others. To keep in mind, the total intake of all animals for Animal Care Services in FY20 was 3,986. For FY21, specifically owner surrenders, we did 130 dogs, 34 cats, and 2 others. Usually it was like guinea pigs, rabbits. Total impounds for all animals for FY21 for animal care services was 3,608. If I can touch briefly on that and expand, Mayor, one of the reasons why we've identified that this program is a need is because you always want to shorten the length of stay that animals stay in our shelter. We always want to have a proactive release for the animal. We want them to get out. We are not supposed to be a long-term housing situation for the animal. We want them to get out through live release. To give you an idea of how long owner surrenders can sit in our shelter before we can find a positive placement for them, our average length of stay in FY21 for an owner surrender dog was 20 days, 17 days for a cat, and 98 days for other. To explain the 98 days, a lot of times it's like pigs, which we can adopt out and which are hard to place and we have to place with the rescue. So the pigs kind of sit and livestock sit, and we had like the lemurs too last year. So, but the total average length of stay for FY21, just for all animals, for animal care services, was 12 days. So keep in mind, cutting down the length of stay that any animals in animal care services provides additional space for the animals in need that need to come in.
Repeat that, what's 12 days?
Our average length of stay for the total department for FY21 for all animals was 12 days.
And what is our capacity?
Capacity, it ranges about 200 kennels, Mayor. We're
200?
always doing the best we can to,
Sure.
create space
Right.
to ensure that we're properly housing.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez has a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that, this is for the city manager. I know this is your presentation, but, if you're going to have presentations, could you include them in the agenda so we can review them ahead of time so we can ask, better questions or do some research? There's no agenda memos or anything on your report, so just any kind of, if you're going to have a presentation like this one, just include it in the agenda so we can, at least review it beforehand. I don't want to sit here and kind of think of questions off the fly.
Right.
So
Yeah, we don't want you to
that
do
would
that.
make it a lot more.
Yeah, we
helpful.
can do that.
Okay, thank you.
I would also offer, Councilman, if you do think of questions later, please email me and I'll do my best to answer them.
Okay, that's fine. I think, 12 days is pretty good. And
Councilman Pusley.
Real quick, so on a week-in, week-out basis, how many people do you have calling saying, hey, I'm looking for an animal, and is there a long list for that, or?
Looking specifically to adopt or owner surrender,
Yeah,
Councilman?
to adopt, yeah.
So it really ranges. We have a lot of people who just come to look. We're open back to the public. So we, for example, we did like 6 adoptions last week. Yesterday, not last week, yesterday. And that number can vary. It can go down to 2, it can go up.
So the people who are going to want to surrender an animal, you're going to try to fill those requests? Is that what you're doing with this?
So I think I know where you're going. What this will be able to do, Councilman, is we'll be able to also market our home-to-home program to the people who are looking for animals. They can go on to any citizen can go on to home-to-home and see the animals that are in the program.
I got
And
you.
within that program, they're able to communicate, safely and securely through the program, ask questions of the owner who has the animals, and then, if they choose to do so, we ask, obviously they meet at a safe, secure public place and do the exchange of the animal.
They're caught up on their vaccinations, all that kind of stuff.
Yes, hopefully we always ask, the owners be forthright with their animal information, and we just hope people are, proper and provide the information that the people are asking if they're interested in rehoming the animal.
Okay, well, that still provides you the opportunity to make sure that these animals are going to go to someone who's going to give them the proper care.
So every animal that goes into the home-to-home is first reviewed by Animal Care Services. So again, we ask that the owners be forthcoming with information about the animal. We understand some animals do have behavioral issues. Just because the animal has a behavioral issue doesn't mean it's going to be not allowed to go into home-to-home. We want
I'm not so
positive
concerned
placement.
about them as I am with the people who are going to be receiving the animals. So, I think heretofore y'all sort of did a little background check on each person to make sure they're qualified to take an animal.
So a lot of that interaction happens specifically with the potential adopter and specifically with the owner. So that way the owner can kind of do their own clearance on the potential owner who wants to take their animal. It's kind of how we do it.
So you're trying to stay out of the process completely?
They communicate securely, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
And if you would, Joel, maybe you can leave us some pamphlet, or you said it was a flyer, what was it, a pamphlet?
It's
A
going to be
brochure?
like a trifold brochure. I don't have any on me, I apologize,
Yeah,
and
maybe
I will
for
bring
next
some.
week, though. If you could
Yes.
put them in the mailboxes, that'd be great, so we have them in hand.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Great, Mayor, just a few more things. So another important thing going on in our community, especially in the island, Councilman Smith knows and others, is the JFK Causeway project has begun. And Mayor, you asked and several council members asked, can we put together an enhanced communication plan for the island residents and really the larger community that may use the bridge to go to the island? Mm-hmm. And we've done that. And so Sarah is going to go over what this means, what is this enhanced communication plan. The project began last Thursday with the initial barricading of the inner lanes, the 2 inner lanes. But this project could go as long as 2 years potentially, depending on schedule. The contractor has that 2-year period. We are mindful, we know that all lanes will be open for major holidays and other major events like spring break. Next Tuesday at our City Council meeting, TxDOT will be here to talk about the project. They're going to give you feedback directly from them, from the project managers, and give you feedback on things that you raised when they were here the last time, to include spring break accommodations. So Sarah's going to talk to us right now about that enhanced communication plan.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, City Manager. As the City Manager just mentioned, this communication plan is augmenting the existing communication provided by TxDOT, and that includes news releases, social media posts, and message boards. I just wanted to quickly mention in the audience with me today is Mackenzie Oubre, and she is our Public Information Officer in Public Works, and she's been instrumental in coordinating this plan and putting it together. I'd also like to add, as the City Manager mentioned, TxDOT is planning on attending a City Council meeting, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, they're now having to plan it in January, so you will be getting that construction update. Some key points I would like to point out, as the City Manager mentioned, barriers began last week. And again, the real purpose of this project is to do structural repairs and bridge preservation by repairing the concrete spalls and replacing bridge joints and doing a bridge deck overlay. Like TxDOT mentioned when they were here last, closures are going to be restricted to certain dates due to major events and hurricane season. We met with TxDOT and our emergency personnel recently to coordinate these closures and ensure emergency personnel would have access. TxDOT has also informed us that they're still looking into the spring break closures, and they should have an update for us very soon. So we've identified groups directly impacted and connecting the community on the island, and we've put them together and identified them as stakeholders. The main purpose of this group is to be the conduit to the people of the island and provide any information that may affect the community. We are tentatively planning a virtual meeting with this group in early January, and we'll open that up to the public as well. During that meeting, we'll work with TxDOT to also provide a construction update to the groups. This is our list of our internal work group that will meet as needed. As you can see, we've identified major departments that provide services to the island, including emergency personnel, engineering, public works, solid waste, utilities, and our public information office. So what have we done so far? Well, so far, we've issued 3 news releases for this project. We've worked in a work group with TxDOT, as I mentioned, the emergency personnel, and we've launched 2 very exciting items. Our electronic newsletter, which has to date 200 emails signed up, and we've launched our promotional webpage, which I'll show on the next slide. So on this slide, you can see our website was launched on December 1st, and it has a lot of helpful links, including project facts, traffic cameras, and a place where you can sign up for the newsletter. And the newsletter was issued last Friday on December 3rd. So the promo page, as I mentioned, one of the most helpful items on that page is a link to TxDOT cameras on Humboldt Channel. and a link to the city's camera at Aquarius. So we really urge residents to take a look at these cameras as they're planning their routes, and you can get a good idea of what the traffic looks like on the bridge. So part of this communication plan, we've identified a few meetings from our stakeholders and when they're being held. And our goal is to provide an update to these through these meetings. And during the project, we will provide information to these groups, and we plan on attending a lot of these meetings. So as stated before, we have worked to provide a very extensive communication plan through the city manager's leadership to ensure that the community is well informed about this project. So during construction, we plan to continue to send news releases, hold stakeholder and business meetings, attend island leadership meetings, update the community through our city manager's comments, request text.council presentations, update and send the newsletter weekly, and continue to hold work group meetings with TxDOT and our other partners. So I understand that was a short presentation, but I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you very much, Sarah and staff for putting this together. That a couple of groups you possibly could consider would be the City of Port Aransas and the Port Aransas CVB, because about 2/3 of their traffic comes over the bridge with it. So them knowing that and being aware of that, I think, is just being a good neighbor. So,
Yes, sir, we'll definitely include them.
Okay, and again, thank you for putting this together. It doesn't get it built any quicker, but it sure does alleviate some communication. And I know the ferry cams there in Port Aransas, they're well used to see when they're backups. And now that we have this congestion, that having those cameras easily available on the website, I think that's just a big message. So yeah. Thanks again for putting together what looks like a great website.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that, and we'll definitely make note of those ferry cams on the website as well.
Yeah, communication's key.
Good, okay, great, thank you, Sarah. And again, next week, TxDOT will be here, so if you have any questions specific to the project.
Thank you, Sarah.
Just two more quick items, Mayor and Council, on health-related matters. So I'm going to give you a quick update on the health department transition to the city. And then Annette Rodriguez, the director of the health district, is here, and she, with Dr. Ramachandruni, are going to provide a quick update on the COVID-19 variant pandemic to include the Omicron new variant that's here. So just a quick update on the continued work that we have to transition to a health department in the city. We have 3 goals that we talked about from day one, and we continue to emphasize those every step of the way. That is to have better health outcomes for the community, better use of our taxpayer money when it comes to public health, and better work environment for our health employees. Those 3 goals are something that we need to do for the community and for our own employees. We are working under the promise still that there will be no interruption in service as we accomplish these 3 goals. So even the Omicron variant, we're still continuing to address that. The staff in the public health district are. And we're multitasking, which we all know how to do, and we're looking at how do you create the separate department as well. So as you may recall, we're using a 10-point plan that includes those 10 steps. We're evaluating the programs that we currently have today. We coincidentally have 10 programs in the district. And we told the employees that they are going to be part of the solution. So we're sitting down with them in work groups and getting to better know what they do. But it's not just so we can take what we have and copy and paste it, but rather how can we innovate? How can we do something different if we need to? How can we bring in those best practices into the new department? And so we're doing that. We also have some focus groups where employees were able to sign up for 8 different focus groups to help give us even more input. Things like the building and asset management. How can we better improve those? So those employee focus groups had a lot of attendance. A lot of employees signed up. They're excited about it. We actually had to tell them that they're signing up for too many. So that's good, right? A lot of them want to be engaged. And they feel much more at ease in the conversations I have with them before the meetings we have every week with them. The sidebar comments. The word is that the employees feel much more relaxed. They feel confident that the new direction is going to be good for them and good for the community. So that's good to hear. We're looking at positions that we have in the department or district, and what are the other comparable cities that we compare ourselves to? What do they have? What are the position titles? How many? We're doing comparative analysis. We're also looking at pay ranges. One negative effect of the district is that neither side have adjusted pay ranges because we couldn't agree on what the range could be. So these employees are really below market pay, and every one of them will probably have a pay range adjustment because of that phenomenon that exists in this dated model. We're beginning to post positions for the director. We're using our recruiter that we've used for various executive positions. He's creating the job specification now, and soon we'll be advertising locally, state, and nationally for that position. We posted the five managerial positions for about a 2-week period. They closed last Friday. So some of these major program heads will be selected soon. The postings were all for internal personnel only. So the employees that are working today were the only ones that were eligible to apply for those managerial positions. Once those are filled, then in those 5 program areas, we'll advertise the positions for the persons within the program. We want the managers to be involved in the hiring process. We're looking at asset management to include the building, supplies, and commodities, things like even syringes and needles, all that. The employee said, hey, there's a lot of stuff. Let's look at not just the building and big things, but a lot of the inventory as well. Grants review is going to take a little bit of time. We have 10 grants with 24 grant-funded positions, and that is going to take a little bit more time and a little more sophistication, but we're working on that already. Negotiating with the county is ongoing. The team meets with the employees every week, Friday morning at 9. Also every week, we're meeting with the county-appointed negotiator, who's the county attorney, Jenny Dorsey. And so we meet about 1:30 on Fridays and work through the transition with her, representing Nueces County Commissioners Court in the county. They did send a letter, just for your knowledge, Jenny did, to seek that the transition happen not on January 18, but rather on July 1. And we said that's a little bit far out there, but we agreed to continue to look at it. What we think is going to happen, or what we know is going to happen, is we're going to transition a little at a time. It's not going to be everything transitions on the 18th of January. Some programs will transition sooner, but we're, again, being mindful of those 3 principles. We know that it's not the best work environment, not the best use of taxpayer dollars, and the health outcomes aren't that great. So we don't want to say, let's wait till July. So some things may take about the May, June timeframe, we'll see. But the key thing is that we're professionally negotiating with Jenny Dorsey on behalf of the county. Our minds are very open. We listen, we communicate back. We have a very professional, positive work relationship with Jenny. And so we'll continue to do that moving forward as we meet with her. We're communicating with the employees, as I mentioned, as well as with the community through forums like this and the council. Those are in our 10-point plan. And then finally, we are going to engage public health professionals. I know some of you referred already healthcare professionals, persons, for instance, that work at Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, professionals from Christi, the medical center, Doctors Regional, and others. And so we have that list. Soon we're going to meet with them because the community, the healthcare community, has said, hey, we have some ideas we want you to think about when you create this new department. We want to hear from them. And so our work groups with them will will start soon. And so that's a quick update. We have a few more meetings in December with the county negotiator, and we'll be meeting with the employees the remaining weeks here in December, short of the Christmas, New Year break, and then we'll resume back in January. So with that, unless there's any questions, the last item on the city manager report is going to be a quick update on the COVID pandemic. And Annette's here. And
I think we have a few comments.
Okay,
Do you
great.
want to comment? Yeah,
Okay.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I know the county asked for that 6-month extension. What do you think is going to? What do you think is the main challenge there? What do they state as their concerns for the extension?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilman. So they're worried that they may not have enough time to transition some of the services to the county, but we told them that we're not going to leave them in a lurch, and so if we have to help them providing services on an interim basis via contract, we'd be willing to do that. Another note, though, one of their concepts that they've talked to us about, Jenny Dorsey has, the county negotiator, is can the city consider providing what exists today in the district? Can the city do all of that, take it all over, and then contract with the county for certain services? And so we're looking at that model as well. They have 2 or 3 things they wanted us to consider. That was one of the models. Obviously, the other one is the city department and the health district stays the same. And then I think there's one where the county could assume some responsibilities, the health district stays, and the city department stays. So the concern was that they may not have enough time. There could be some budgetary issues, but one of our pledges and promises is no interruption in services. That means to all of Nueces County. So if we need to contract with them on an interim basis, we're willing to do that.
Okay, the other question you'd mentioned, the grant-funded positions would take a little more finesse, I guess is a good way to put it.
Right.
What do you estimate that's going to take in time frame to get situated?
Yeah, I don't have that here with me this morning. One of the things we're working on that we'll have by the end of this month is that time frame for all these things. And so as we talk more to the employees, talk to the granting agencies, look at the time frame of the grants, we'll have a better understanding of that. I don't have that in front of me today, but we'll have that by the end of December.
Okay, because I know that has some financial considerations in terms of our budgeting. Since we budgeted for more positions, not taking into consideration the grant-funded positions.
Right.
Okay. So if you can get on your next update, that would be kind of something we'd like to hear so we can, at least understand where that's going to come from.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Councilman Presley.
Peter, would it be possible for you to share with the council at some point the prerequisites that you've listed for the new director of the city health department?
Yeah, the job description.
Job description, yeah.
Yes, we can. I can share that with you.
Can you share that with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I
Yes, sir.
appreciate
No
that.
problem.
Thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, my concern with the January date is the concern with the funding and the grants. Are we going to have by January an understanding of where the grant money is going for each project? Are we going to know that by then?
No, Councilman, we're not. So we have, in addition to those grants that we have 10 program areas in the health district. And so let me just, give me a second here. So an example of these services include vital statistics or vital records, where you get your birth certificate and death certificate. That program has a small number of employees, and the statewide model that is used is the city secretary's office actually provides that service. So that's one where we'll probably transition that one sooner, and it may actually get transferred to the city secretary's office. And so that it's easily defined. There's a best practice out there. Now, when you take some of the more complex grants that have grant requirements, that's going to take a little bit more time. So that won't happen January 18, some of the grants. And so it's going to be, as we told Jenny Dorsey from the county, it's going to be a transition, and the employees, there'll be a transition little by little. It's not everything's going to transition on the 18th of January.
And that's my concern is I don't want anything that costs us money to get put on the taxpayer because we lose a grant or we don't handle the grant correctly or it goes somewhere we weren't expecting. I don't want to rush into this and not do that correctly, because if it's being funded by a grant, I don't want the taxpayer to be burdened with that because we didn't do something correctly.
Yeah, we agree. Yeah, we agree. That's something we're not going to let happen. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Those are all the questions.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. The last item then is Annette and Dr. Ramachandruni, our public health official, are here to talk about COVID update and then the new variant, Omicron. Thanks, Annette.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Annette Rodriguez, Health Director for the city and the county, and we're going to give an update on the COVID-19 and Omicron. Next slide, please. So I think you are all familiar with this slide. It shows the summer peak, both for 2020 and 2021, but it also shows the winter peak. And so that's the one that we're kind of focusing on right now. But if you look at last winter peak, we're looking at to see if it's going to follow kind of the same pattern or trend. If you look at the last few months, and I'm talking about August, September, October, November, December kind of throws your eyes off to make you think that we're on a decreasing trend here. So we've had a total of 68,573 COVID positives in Nueces County. So on the next slide, I want to focus on August, September, October, November, and December. And if you'll look at those numbers, yes, it looks like we definitely had a decrease, which is really great. But if you look at the last little bump there, the graph there, the bar graph, from November 29th to December the 5th, you can kind of see that upward turn. And that's where we're kind of worried about, and we're kind of keeping an eye on it for the possibility of the winter fourth wave and the possibility of Omicron coming. Next slide. These are actually the vaccines that we've administered by the health district or our volunteers or our staff, our temps. We have a lot of individuals that are helping us, but this doesn't encompass everybody in Nueces County. There's a lot of providers that are providing vaccines, pediatricians, physicians' offices, et cetera. But for the health district, we've given a total of almost 183,000 COVID vaccines at this time. And that's the breakdown between Johnson & Johnson. The majority of the vaccines we give are Moderna, but we also have given Pfizer both adult doses, which includes 12 years and older, and then the pediatric doses, which includes the 5 to 11-year-olds. Next slide. These are the boosters that we've administered here in Nueces County, 14,471 boosters given so far, and we are now vaccinating. Around 900 vaccines are given daily here, when before, about a month ago, we were at around 100, 150 vaccines per day. So the number has definitely risen, and rightfully so with the new variant that's coming our direction. Next slide. What is the actual vaccination rates in Nueces County? There's so many numbers out there. People are saying all of these different rates. So the actual rate for Nueces County for the total population, and that's really how you should do rates, is 53.1% fully vaccinated. If you look at for just those that are eligible, those 5 years and older, that's almost 57%. If you look at for just the 12-year-olds and older, that's 63% fully vaccinated. And if you look at for 65 years and older, that's almost 80% fully vaccinated. Remembering that we started with this age group and we continue to vaccinate 65 years and older because they are our more vulnerable population. If you look below, there's a little chart down there, and it basically shows you that in October, for the whole month of October, we gave 5,665 COVID vaccines. And then what happened in November, getting ready for the winter, we jumped up to 13,892 vaccines that we administered, and they also opened up some categories as well. And then if you look at December for 5 days, we've already given 4,094 vaccine in the first 5 days in December. Next slide. So Omicron, the B11529, the variant of concern. So here's the timeline. So the timeline, November 11th was the first confirmed infection, was discovered from a specimen collected in Botswana. November the 26th, just a few weeks later, the Biden administration was restricting travel from 8 South African countries. That was effective last Monday. And then December 1st, the first Omicron case was identified in the United States. And it was identified in California. What's really interesting is from December 1st to December 6th, 5 days later, we've also confirmed our first case of Omicron in Texas. That's really kind of unheard of, to be honest with you, for that period to be only 5 days in between. And so that's where our concern is, the transmissibility of this variant. If you look on December 6th, yesterday as well, 16 additional states have reported Omicron cases, and those include all of those there: Colorado, Connecticut, Hawaii, Louisiana, Maryland, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think we've all seen them, but it's traveling very quickly. And so it's what seems to be highly transmissible. Next slide. The variants of concern. So the WHO, the World Health Organization, has named now 5 variants of concerns. So the Alpha, the Beta, the Delta, the Gamma, and now the Omicron. So a variant of concern for the WHO scientists basically says that it has some potential to cause problems globally. So it could be an increased surge, and so they name it as a variant of concern. So they look at how contagious is the variant, the ability for it to escape immunity, but also the pathogenicity of the variant. So how virulent is it? How severe is it going to be? So we have sent off 6 of our positive cases for genome sequencing. 6 have come back as still the Delta, which is a good sign because we had been at 100%, everything was Delta. We've also sent off an additional 3 for genome sequencing that have not come back, but we're expecting them to come back this week or next week. And then we're going to send an additional 2 for genome sequencing today. Next slide. What are some of the characteristics of a variant of concern? The variant, especially this Omicron, has a large number of mutations in the spike protein, and Dr. Ramachandruni will speak more about this. Some of these mutations are very similar to the previous variants of concern, like the Delta variant. Some of the computer modeling suggests that the variant may also escape immunity, whether that's natural immunity because you've had COVID-19 before, or if that's immunity because you've been fully vaccinated. These mutations also may increase the risk of reinfections with this new variant as compared to other variants of concerns. And then the relatively small number of cases that we have documented thus far makes it very difficult to estimate the severity of this variant. Next slide. So vaccine breakthrough cases in Nueces County, people ask me every day, how many vaccine breakthrough cases have we had? That means people fully vaccinated and now they've gotten COVID-19. So we know that we've had 1,740 people that have been fully vaccinated and then still got COVID-19. The majority of them were not hospitalized. They were not severe cases. It was more like kind of the common cold that we think of. The number that were hospitalized from those 1,740 was 196, and the number of deaths that we've had from those with vaccine breakthrough has been 69. The percentages are below for how many of those were Moderna. 6% were those Moderna vaccines, 1.8% were Pfizer, and 2.8% of those were J&J doses. Next slide. So the message today is really don't panic, but do prepare. Same thing for a hurricane. We tell everybody don't panic, but be prepared. The same thing for Omicron. If you're not vaccinated, but you've been thinking about it, should I, shouldn't I? This is really a good time to get vaccinated now. If you're fully vaccinated, if you've had your 2 mRNAs or if you've had your 1 J&J, it's really a good time for you to get your booster. But you have to be an adult. You have to be 18 years or older to get your booster. But it's a really good time to get that booster so that way it can boost your immunity back up to where we want it to be right before Omicron gets here. And if you have children that are ages 5 years and older and you're thinking about should I, shouldn't I, you should get them vaccinated. Let's get them protected from the Omicron before it gets here as well. Remember, it takes at least 2 weeks after you've been vaccinated before you build up that immunity. So that's why we're really pushing right now before all the gatherings start around Christmas time. So use all your public health measures even after you've gotten vaccinated, continue to use your public health measures, which are wearing your mask in congregate settings, keeping your home or workspace well ventilated, especially if you have coworkers visiting with you or if you're having some kind of party. Stay home if sick is going to be really important because a lot of times we go to work and we say, oh no, it's just allergies. I always get allergies around this time of the year. This is not the time to do that with Omicron. If you're sick and you're an employer, make sure that you're telling your employees to stay home if they're sick. Better yet, let them get tested by PCR to make sure they do not have COVID-19 or Omicron. And wash your hands often. The way we depict this, next slide, is what we call the multi-layer of protection success, and it's the Swiss cheese pandemic defense. And Swiss cheese, as we all know, has holes in it, but if you stack it up real one on top of the other and you look straight down at it, you're not going to see through it because all those holes will be covered. And so we want you to do the same thing with your public health strategies. Stack them up and protect yourself. Don't just wear a mask, wear it properly. Cover that nose and mouth. Wash your hands often. Don't touch your eyes and nose with dirty dirty, contaminated hands. Don't be in congregate settings or minimize your time in congregate settings and make sure you have a mask on. Of course, get vaccinated. If you're sick, get tested. Isolate yourself for the correct period of time and notify your contacts so they can all stay in quarantine as well. Next slide. What's in the future for us? Well, what we're seeing is the FDA just authorized monoclonal antibodies for the younger population. So before we were, they were being allowed for 12 years and older, and so now it's for the younger pediatric population, including newborns. So if you have a newborn that comes out COVID positive and they seem like they might have a bad case in the future because they have other comorbidities, then you can go ahead and give them those monoclonals as quickly as possible, and that should help to diminish the severity of the infection. The FDA also recommended, the advisory panel recommended Merck's COVID pill. It's the first oral pill for emergency use against COVID-19. That's really exciting for us for a treatment as an oral pill. The problem with it is that you have to do it quickly. So you need to take it within the first 5 days, which means you have symptoms, you have to get tested, you have to get those results back, and you've got to get that prescription. So that's going to be the problem there, unless it's in a family setting. So if I have it and then my kids all starting getting sick, we already know they need to get the Merck pill, and we don't even have to do a lot of testing for them. So, and also in the future, Pfizer is still studying the younger population and how they do with vaccines. And so we have two groups now, the 6 months to the 1-year-olds, and then the 2-year-olds to the 4-year-olds. And so Pfizer hopes to have initial data for the age group 2 to 4 by the end of this year. So we're hoping by January, February at the latest, we can start vaccinating those younger groups. And finally, where do we have these vaccination clinics? Well, this is the health department clinics. There's other clinics out there, but this is just ours. We're still at La Palmera Mall, at the Old Charming Charlie's, at the Greenwood Senior Center, at the Robstown Outlet Mall, where the Nike store used to be located, at Physicians West, at the Nueces County Courthouse on the first floor, as well as here in City Hall. And like the mayor mentioned, it's a matter of where you put them. You might get more vaccines if you move them to the rotunda versus hide them in a certain section of the city hall. So we are seeing a lot more people vaccinated. Thank you, Mayor, for that. Also, we have off-site clinics, which they're off-site, but they're also not every day. We have our Monday clinic that's at the QSR Legacy Event Center. We also have our Tuesday and Thursday clinic at the Greenwood Clearance Store on Ayers. And then on Wednesdays, we're at the FIAS parking lot, and we are looking for a structure to be in with the colder temperatures coming up, but we're at the FIAS parking lot in Flower Bluff. We've also are working with CCISD, Flower Bluff ISD, West Oso ISD, and we have 17 vaccination events planned for the elementary schools. And with that, I would like to say that public health wants to make sure that we all spread goodwill and we don't spread anything else this Christmas season. So I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Ramachandruni, who's going to give us a quick update on the Omicron, and then we'll open it up for questions.
All right, good afternoon, City Council and Mayor. I'm Srikanth Ramachandruni. I'm an infectious disease specialist and city and county health authority right now. So the Omicron, next slide, I have a slide on. Okay, so the Omicron has become a variant of interest recently and then became variant of concern, and then now it has become variant of mass panic. And there is a good reason for that. We have several different mutations in the Omicron compared to the previous Delta and Alpha variants. And we can see here on the Omicron, we have more than 30 to 40 mutations compared to the Delta. And in the spike protein alone, there were more than close to 20 to 30 mutations compared to the Delta variant. And in the binding domain, where the virus attaches to the cell and gains entry into the cell, it has more than 10 mutations compared to the Delta. So in the real world scenario, We can see in South Africa, for example, where it was first detected, there were only 300 cases about 2-3 weeks ago, and then now it went up to 16,000 in a matter of 2 weeks. And you can see the rapid rise in the spike in the cases in the last week alone. So that tells us it is spreading rapidly, and from person to person, it can replicate fast, and so that it can go from one host to the other host, and in a matter of time in several different countries around the world. And we can also see the next slide. We can also see the hospitalizations going up in South Africa. Even though the numbers are small, you can see these are weekly data, and you can see the 500 or so cases per week about a month or so ago, and then now they went up to almost 3,000 about a week or so ago. So you can see the hospitalizations going up, especially in the younger adults and also in the kids. Next slide. And this is a snapshot of what's going on in South Africa. There are several cases being detected, and out of which one of the province, Gauteng province, which is marked in red in color on the top right column. And you can see there were 4,488 cases. And what they found was about 75% turning. Next slide. So what do we know about Omicron? We know that there are several mutations. Is it good or bad? Mutations sometimes can make any virus stronger or weaker. And so we don't know yet where we are, but the Omicron is spreading fast, so we know that it is replicating fast enough to spread. And there is no clarity yet on the severity of the disease. How lethal it is, we don't know yet. But the encouraging news is it could be less severe, per Dr. Fauci, who is a top infectious disease expert in our country. So the other side of the coin is, even though it is a milder variant, if it can infect a large number of people, it can cause more deaths. So that's another problem, even with milder variants, because COVID is not like flu. COVID can affect all the blood vessels, lungs, all over the body. So COVID is somewhat different from flu. And who is at risk? So unvaccinated adults and kids, it's going to be especially bad news. It was bad news with the Delta variant, and it's going to be even worse if the Omicron turns out to be a lethal one, and especially in the coming winter. And the vaccines, remember, vaccines were invented before all the variants emerged, Alpha, Beta, Delta. So the vaccines were invented last year, but they were proven to be more effective in preventing deaths and severe hospitalizations. So that tells us that there is some mechanism by the vaccines which can offer broader immunity against the new variants. So we didn't have to come up with vaccine-specific boosters, which is also a good news with regards to vaccines. Next slide. So what can we do now? So we have to be vigilant and listen to reliable sources and avoid misinformation. And better to get vaccinated rather than infected. And get boosted if you're eligible. Usually it's 6 months after the second dose for Pfizer and Moderna, and 2 months after the J&J. Protect kids with vaccination before the holidays. And masks, according to CDC guidance, are recommended in large gatherings and travel. And the good news is the rapid tests, the rapid antigen tests and PCR tests also can detect the Omicron. So more testing, as soon as you get symptoms, will help in treating them early. In the sense that we have new antivirals coming up, and also we have monoclonal antibody we can treat. And although there is a concern that monoclonal antibodies might not work well with Omicron because lots of mutations were in the spike protein. And I think we just have to wait for 3 to 4 more weeks to see the clear picture from this Omicron variant, whether it is causing more hospitalizations or deaths. So right now, we're in the very early stages of Omicron. And that's all I have to say. Any questions, please?
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you.
Oh, no, we have one, Dr. Rim. Sorry, Councilman Hernandez has a question. Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
You had mentioned on the vaccine that obviously it was created before a lot of the variants. With the flu vaccine, we get a new one every year to accommodate variations in the virus. Obviously, the virus mutates. The flu virus is similar to the coronavirus in that aspect. Or have there been any updates to the virus to accommodate for these changes in the virus?
So there's so far no need for variant-specific vaccine boosters. In the sense, for every variant, we didn't have to come up with a specific vaccine. And that's a good news. And that's what happened in the alpha, beta, delta variants. The vaccine was still able to prevent the deaths and hospitalization. And the mechanism they thought was, the spike protein is huge protein, and it has about 1,500 amino acids. And you're talking about 50 mutations, 30 mutations, 10 mutations here and there in the spike protein, probably might not affect the vaccine immunity. It can evade some of it, but the vaccine should be able to protect overall against any variants. And the booster part, if I understand your question, Mr. Constable?
Well, the question is, my expectation at some point is that this will be an annual thing similar to the flu shot, right? To where you get a shot every year. I wouldn't call it a vaccine, but I mean a shot every year to address the upcoming coronavirus or flu shot, or for that season. Is that not going to be the case with this particular type of vaccine or shot, mRNA? Is it going to be modified on an annual basis to address variants as they come in the future?
I understand. But so far, we're not there yet. There are not that many studies involving the vaccines with regards to the variant-specific boosters. And the reason being, so far it's holding up good. And the boosters, why we do boosters?
We were just told of all the breakthrough cases and deaths of people that were fully vaccinated, that were vaccinated against, I guess, the alpha version and then died with the delta version. Yes. So if there's not going to be any changes to the vaccine, or shot, is there any plans for that? Is there any literature going forward with that?
So far, what I've read through the literature, there are no plans, and it is going, the vaccines are behaving exactly what they're supposed to do, as it was demonstrated in the trials. And it is able to prevent, you cannot prevent 100% of the cases, you cannot prevent 100% of the deaths, unfortunately. But it's able to do the job quite well, in other words, so far, what we know.
Does the vaccine or shot work? Does it work better or worse than the flu shot?
The vaccine is much better than the flu shot, and so far, whatever we discovered, vaccines-wise, this is the best vaccine so far we ever discovered. 95% efficacy in terms of preventing death and hospitalization. So.
Okay. You had listed something about misinformation. What is misinformation?
Well, we in this this Omicron variant, we always worry about, whether it's going to affect everybody, kids or adults, or, is it going to, kill a lot of people or they cause more deaths. So probably it should not cause panic, in other words. We should be looking at
if you're going in that direction, so in like the South African information, what demographic did it target the most? Is it again like the current variations of the virus, of the coronavirus, that's targeting people that have compromised immune systems or comorbidities, or is it affecting other groups?
Well, it's too early to say, as Mr. Constable. The reason
there's no data from South Africa.
There is no data yet, but the sheer numbers will speak itself. From 300 to 16,000 in a couple of weeks will just tell you that it is very
the reason
highly
I say that
contagious.
is that you have variations of that virus that will affect different groups, right? The Spanish flu affected people that were younger, not older. So that's what I'm asking is, do we have some idea of who this is going to affect so you can warn those individuals?
Well, right now we don't have that.
Can you get that information?
Well, I will try. Yeah, definitely I can try. Yeah, but it's not there yet. We're just gathering information from all the resources, but there's a very limited information available. We just have to go by what the experts come up with, whatever they can find, and then go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In fact, if I can add to that, we are seeing, it's not peer review, these are just, individual reports that are coming out. We've seen children that it seem to be more affected in South Africa, but again, they're saying like they had universities that got this Omicron variant. And so what they're saying is don't start trying to decipher and figure out the severity, because the population that we've actually seen in South Africa may not be that most vulnerable population yet. The numbers are still too early. And also with the Delta variant, they were saying that early on, it looked to be mild. Early on, the Alpha and the Delta, and then as you saw the high transmissibility, it became more severe. And so again, it's too early to kind of say 100% confidence that it's going to be much milder and it's going to be high transmissibility. Right now we're still looking to see what everybody is reporting and to see what the scientists are saying before we can make those acknowledgments.
And lastly, is there any indication of, sometimes when we had the spike last year is due to gatherings during the Thanksgiving holidays. Are we too early for that?
Yes, we're still too early for that, and we still don't have an Omicron case yet, but for the cases that we have had, we're still seeing that they're family members, and so they're giving it to each other. And again, we want to remind the community, you don't have to give this to your family member. You really need to isolate, and that will keep them from getting it, because you don't know how they're going to react to it or how other people that they come into contact will react if they get the COVID-19 as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the items for the city manager's report.
Okay, great. So, it is 2:30 almost, and council members are starving. However, we have some nominees here for appointments, and I'd like to get those through. Yes, if you would, Norma. So we're going to go through the board and committee appointments, and then we're going to break for lunch and return.
Okay. Council members, we do have boards for your consideration today. Just upon review of Robert's Rules of Order, we would like to, today's process will run the following way, which is once I announce the vacancies that are available, then the mayor will open the floor for nominations. Nominations will be accepted. It's anyone on your list. And once nominations cease, the mayor will close nominations, and then the council will proceed to voting at that time.
Okay.
So beginning with that, the first board for your consideration is the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, and there are 2 vacancies for your consideration.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open the floor for nominations.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Bart Brazelton.
Sorry, Bart Brazelton? Okay.
I would like to nominate William Golston.
And Mayor, Dr. Reddy.
Okay, any other nominations?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Councilman Hernandez. Who did he say?
He nominated
Bart Brazelton.
Bart, okay. Yeah.
Dr. Reddy?
William Goldston, I thought was mayor's appointment.
Yes, but he's a nominee. And
He's been nominated.
He's been nominated, so.
And he is the chairman of the EDC.
Okay, so
Yeah.
So we'll vote for 2. The council member, each council member will vote their
everyone
top 2.
keep in mind that one could be your vote for the reappointment, and then the other would be the vacancy. Since we're
2
not
votes.
we're doing them together. So I'm just letting you know, reminding you that you're voting for or not reappointment and or
Or just a nominee, yes, right. So 2.
Okay. So
Yes, for
Are you
reappointment.
gonna
Mr. Golston is seeking reappointment. That's correct, Mayor.
okay.
So
we've
do you want to
got-
start with the voting? Who did you want to start with?
I'm sorry.
So are nominations closed, Mayor? I'm sorry, I didn't
I'm
ask
sorry.
that.
Yes, that's all the nominations. So we'll close nominations.
Okay. So we can proceed with voting. Each council member, since there's 2 vacancies, can select 2 people
Okay.
from the list of nominees.
We'll start on the right.
Dr. Reddy and Goldston.
Reddy Brazelton.
Golston and Brazelton.
Reddy and Goldston.
Reddy and Goldston.
Brazelton and Reading.
Brazelton and Goldston.
Brazelton.
Okay, can we see the vote?
Well, it's not
Can the
showing.
control room show the tally, please? No, the tally on the,
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the Jumbotron and the sports screen. Kiss cam.
Yes, Cam.
okay.
You're up, Mark.
Can you announce the? Okay, Goldston and Ready, thank you.
Goldston and Reddy. I'm sorry, what is the vote? Can you announce the vote, Rebecca, for the record?
It's 6, it was 6 for Ready, so that meets the majority, and then 6 for Goldston.
Okay, okay. Congratulations.
Okay, so next.
Yeah, the Marina.
We have the Marina Advisory Committee. So there are 5 vacancies on that committee. So Mayor, if you can open nominations, please.
Yes, I'll go ahead and open nominations for our Marina Advisory Committee.
I would nominate Dr. Wood.
Dr. Wood, okay.
I nominate Marcus Veazey.
Veazey,
And I'd like to nominate Kurt Broomfield.
Broomfield,
Charles Giffen Jr.
Giffen, okay.
And I would also like to, have we not nominated Charles Vinishak?
No, not yet. So.
Okay, he's the vice chair seeking reappointment. I'd like to nominate him also.
Can we, okay, we're going to need this to function.
I know.
So that, I mean, we have to keep in mind who's reappointment and who's new. So it's very confusing. Yeah, we are. It's just there's a malfunction, so.
Yeah, they need to show the wolf vision.
Is there a possibility of doing it the old-fashioned way and getting a whiteboard?
Yeah, we're gonna.
I second the motion.
Okay. Let's see if we can get an easel. The control room is saying it's not working. So at this point, that's a good suggestion, Councilmember Barrera. We're gonna get a.
Yeah, do we have an easel and literally an easel?
That's what we're gonna get, yes.
Oh,
ma'am.
we are?
Yes, ma'am. Hey, can you bring in an easel with yeah, right away, thanks, and a marker.
You know, while we're taking this break, Peter, I'd like to suggest as a point of information for staff, whenever we were having quarterly reviews at the company I worked for, the IT staff was required to come into the conference room and check out every piece of equipment and make sure it was working before the meeting started. We probably need to start doing that.
We may be, but I'll find out, Councilman, and let you know.
And Peter, can you let us know when, I mean, all this is going to get renovated? I mean, this.
Right, yeah, that'll be early next year.
Early next year, like March?
Probably, yeah, March, April timeframe.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's a dated chamber. I mean, these things haven't been updated since 1980, so. But it's in the works. Once the 6th floor conference room's complete, which will be later in December, we're going to relocate up there for the time, and we'll use another room up there for overflow. Like today, there's a lot of citizens in there. They all won't fit in there, but we'll have an overflow room with connected TV monitoring.
Okay, good.
You know, the ETA on the, oh, here we go. All right, Ally.
Rebecca, the North Padre Island, isn't that all of us? So
Can
why don't we
nominate
just-
yourselves, yeah.
Why don't we do that?
Oh,
Let's do that one.
that's a good idea.
We're gonna do the North Shore, North Padre, because that's all of us. Go ahead. Let's do it.
No. We're seeking nominations, Councilmember Barrera.
Here, I nominate Ben Molina, Michael Hunter, Greg Smith, John Martinez, and Billy Lerma.
Okay.
Second.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We're just nominating, we're gonna go ahead and do the North Padre Island Development Corporation.
Yes.
Because it's all of us.
And he nominated
So I'll go ahead and
Councilmember
close.
Molina.
Councilmember Molina, Councilmember Hunter, Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Martinez, and Councilmember Lerma.
I'll close nominations.
Okay. So is there a motion to appoint those
Yeah, is there-
individuals?
Motion to,
I move to appoint, not reappoint, to appoint.
Yes,
Is there
sir.
a
Motion
second?
to appoint.
There's a second. Mr. Smith? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay.
So we'll go back to Marina and then Water Shore. Okay.
Okay, so Norma, are you ready with Marina?
Okay. Now, just make note, hang on, let's make note of which one is a reappointment. Is it?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, can I nominate John Murray seeking reappointment?
Yes.
Also.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, are there any more nominations, Councilman? Okay, I'm closing nominations. And, okay, so we have 2 reappointments.
Well, actually, we're going to vote for 5.
What, right, but we have 2 reappointments
ma'am,
and
that's right,
3 new positions.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you? So, do you want us to list all 5, right?
Yeah, we closed the nominations. You
No,
want to
I'm saying
reopen them,
as
you
a
can.
vote.
but-
Each person's gonna.
Everybody will choose 5.
Right, you get 5
5
votes. Everybody gets 5.
Okay, this is very.
Yeah, you get 5 votes.
Okay. Okay, I'll start with Mr. Hernandez.
I abstain.
Okay.
Mr. Molina.
Penley, Shock, Murray,
Murray?
VZ.
I think you said Pendishok, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, he said Penley
Penley,
Shock,
Shock
too.
was the
He's-
first one.
yeah.
And then Broomfield and Giffen.
Councilman Lerma?
Same.
Wood, VZ, Broomfield. Mm-hmm. Murray and Pendishok.
Wood, VZ, Giffen, Pendishok, and Murray.
Seven
So
votes.
that was 5? That was 5? You're confusing me. 1, 2, 4, 5? At the bottom 5.
I'm sorry, can you repeat those into the record, Rebecca?
I'm sorry, it's Murray,
Hang on.
Pendleshook,
Hang on.
Basie, and Wood, right?
Wood and Broomfield.
Wood and Broomfield, okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to jump to Water Shore.
Yes, ma'am. So last we have Water Shore, there's 5 vacancies representing the following preferred but not required categories. We have 1 CVB representative, 1 engineer, 1 environmentalist, and 2 at large. So at this one, if we can do the nominations, we'll deal with the categories once we figure out who's been appointed. So if we can just open nominations at this point in general.
I'll go ahead and open nominations for the Water Shore and Beach Advisory Committee.
I would like to nominate Meredith Darden, Harrison McNeil, and Dr. Philippe Tussaud, who is got the longest resume I've ever seen. He's got a table of contents in it, and an extremely accomplished citizen and department chairman at A&M. Yeah. So
I'd like to
Darden,
nominate
McNeil, Tussaud.
Robert Hyatt.
Hyatt.
Any other nominations? Who has a question? Staff 1? Any of you? No? Somebody's light's on that says staff 1. I didn't know who's.
No, ma'am, it's not
Okay,
mine.
that's fine.
Okay, so that's 4, and we have 5 slots, right? 1 more.
Okay, nominate Ruben Macias.
Macias. No, so there's 5 open.
Okay.
There's 1, 2, 3 people are seeking reappointment, but there's 5 slots.
Okay, so we have 5 people?
So you have 5 nominations right now, unless there's more nominations. Yes, sir. The 3 reappointees are Darden, McNeil, and Tissot. They were nominated by Mr. Smith.
Okay. I'm going to, is that all the nominations, gentlemen? I'll close nominations.
Okay, so since you have exactly 5,
Right.
I move to approve those
move to
5.
appoint.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Appoint.
There's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Michael? Any opposed, say no. The
Okay.
motion carries.
So let's just dealing with the categories. Dr. Tissot, we're recommending to realign him. He's currently serving as an at-large member, but there is an engineer category that he would be eligible for. So is there a motion to realign Dr. Tissot to that engineer category?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so all in favor?
All in favor, I'm sorry.
Aye.
All in
Aye.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Okay, and then the
The
other.
motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor. The other category would be Mr. McNeil. We're recommending to realign him to the environmentalist category.
Okay, is there a motion to realign?
Second.
Mr. McNeil. Okay, Councilman Hunter and Councilman Lerma, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Okay, so.
The motion carries.
Thank you. So Darden will remain the CVB. She'll fill that category. And Hyatt and Macias will be the at-large members. So, thank
Okay.
you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. All right, we will now recess for lunch and we'll return shortly. Okay, we will reconvene the meeting back from lunch, and we had no executive session, no action coming back from lunch. So with that, we are going to pick up where we left off, which is Section K, consent agenda items number 4 through 21. Council members, do we have any request to pull an item? Item numbers 4 through 21.
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item 16.
Item 16, any other items? Number 11. Okay,
Actually, I would like to pull number 8.
I'm sorry, number
Number 8.
8, okay. So we have a motion, I'm sorry, I'll entertain a motion, which we have to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 8, 11, and 16. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 8 is a zoning case, Richard Jurack, Jerry Jurack, Patricia Hunt, and Paula Carter. An ordinance rezoning property at or near 3942 Cimarron Boulevard. Mr. Hernandez, did you have a question?
No, I have no questions. I pulled it because I'm going to be voting no against it.
Okay. You're voting against it?
I'm voting against it. I
Okay.
voted against it in the last meeting, so I'm going to be voting against it.
This one. Okay. Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 8.
So move.
Do we have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
The motion carries. Item number 11 is an ordinance amending Chapter 55 of the Corpus Christi Code to require industrial facilities to have either a reduced pressure backflow device or air gap at each city meter servicing potable water. Mr. Councilman Pesley. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. As you all remember, we had a lot of discussion about this over the course of a couple of meetings, and staff went back and accommodated this and changed some wording in the ordinance. I have since had the opportunity to meet with one of our industrial customers here in Corpus Christi, and they have shared some of their concerns and issues related to implementing this ordinance. And so, one of the things that we have to be cognizant of is the cost of what it will take for some of our industrial customers here to implement this, the time frame. So if you say, okay, you're going to do this, and in fact, our ordinance originally had left out some of the time frames and still lack some of that. So I think we need to update our ordinance to include references to how long they have, how long it takes before we start an enforcement process, those kinds of things. But mainly, they wanted to share some of their concerns, and we have a representative here from Lindale-Basell today, and I'd like to give them an opportunity, Mayor, if I could, for them to address the council and share some of their concerns, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And who is here? Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead and come on up.
Mayor, Council, my name is Mike Middleton, 2589 Pacific View. In addition to being a citizen of the city, I am the site manager for our Lindale-Basell Corpus Christi facility. It's a chemical facility and an industrial water user. And to this point, I wanted to make a few comments around this proposed ordinance around industrial backflow prevention. First, we understand and support the city's desire, and fully support the city's desire to protect this water system. We have installed and operate an effective internal cross-connection control program to do just that, prevent unwanted flows from entering the city's system. This program has been in place for more than a decade and provides effective protection of the city's water supply. The city, through this proposed ordinance, is requiring companies like ours to go beyond the effective cross-connection control program, a program that we believe is in compliance with all applicable state and local rules. This ordinance mandates redundant controls and requires all users to implement a backflow system, even when an existing system that is effective is in place. So there's two significant practical challenges that we want to talk about today. First, the ordinance limits the backflow prevention methodologies to two options and does not provide for approval of any technical, superior, or equivalent systems. New technologies are likely and to be developed and existing technologies have demonstrated to be able to provide equivalent or better protection when compared to the reduced back pressure regulators or air gaps as proposed in the ordinance. Those are the two options in the ordinance. We believe the ordinance should be amended to allow users to propose and the city to accept through approval equivalent technologies. We have the sophistication to provide those things other than an air gap, which is just a physical drop of water, or a backflow preventer, which is just a mechanical device. So, secondly, the proposed ordinance does not provide a time frame within which these systems have to be installed, but does provide significant penalties if these systems are not in place. Excuse me. The evaluation, design, engineering, procurement, installation, commissioning of systems, typically it will take a required significant amount of time. This is not off-the-shelf type components at these kind of volumes that we're talking about. Possibly months at least, possibly years. We will be working to improve that, but that depends on the complexity of the design, availability of materials, and so forth. Further, to ensure that the systems can be installed safely, the facility's operations likely need to be shut down to disconnect the water supply or make these tie-ins and undergo a comprehensive management of change process to ensure, as you know, our facilities are designed to run for a significant amount of time. Facilities like ours, 7 years at a time between large maintenance events. We have one upcoming in a couple of years. To ensure the safety of the water supply system and to facilitate personnel and assets, completing the work mandated by this ordinance should occur, we think, during a planned shutdown, which in some cases might be a few years away from the effective date of the ordinance, so something to consider. And finally, we think the ordinance should provide exceptions and enforcement discretion when a facility already has an effective backflow prevention. Secondly, a plan has been and is being developed to comply with the ordinance as we're doing today. And during that interim period of installation, additional backflow prevention technologies, whichever those are, the facility has implemented adequate measures to protect the city's water system as we have. Finally, we want to work collaboratively with the city and the staff to amend the ordinance in a way that meets both, mutually benefits us both to ensure the city's water supply is protected in the way the city would like to see that, and also gives us adequate time to install technologies that we think will work as well or better. So those are my comments. I appreciate the time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay.
So, Mayor, when I met with the staff at Lyondale, they brought up several things that I had not thought of, and possibly staff had not. And I did want to ask a question of staff. Have we visited with any of the other industrial customers here on the industrial zone? And well, basically, this would impact all of those industries that are located in the industrial zone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. We have 62 customers in the industrial district there. We had a water quality meeting that we have quarterly, and we had that in November, and let them know that this was upcoming. And there were no other concerns from other customers. In fact, some of the industrial customers actually want clear language so that they could follow it. Because the language that exists today is a little ambiguous, and that it's not as clear as it needs to be.
Yeah. No, and I applaud you guys for that. I think it is much better than it was before. Lyondale has a unique situation because of the fact that when the city brought water to them, the city's meter is actually the closest backflow prevention for the system they have in place now is about 1,000 feet roughly. And so if they move that backflow prevention next to the meter, then the pressure drop that they will notice is going to require them to put in a pump system to keep the line pressure up, because the city, because of our water issues with our water towers and whatnot in that area, can't maintain enough water pressure for their system.
Well, we have
to
enough
operate.
water pressure per the regulation. We're required 35 PSI, and we provide about 42 PSI in that area.
Okay. Well, it was my understanding from them that because of when they install the backflow prevention, that the pressure differential between the two will be such that they would have to install pumps to keep the pressure to the amount that they need for their systems.
Right, and that's up to them if they want to do that or not. It's the water system's job to provide at least 35 PSI up to the meter,
Right.
which we meet that requirement.
Yeah. Well,
and the reason for the backflow preventer being at the meter is because even though there's an internal cross-connection program at the facility, that protects the facility and all the inhabitants there, which was also in place at the industrial customer during the water ban. However, within 30 feet past the meter is where a cross-connection occurred, and there was no backflow at the meter. So then that gave us that 30 feet was enough to cause an issue and a water ban for 4 days, December 2016.
okay, and I understand that. And I explained that to the Lyondale people. I said, that is our problem, is that 1,000 feet presents a problem, whereas a cross connection could take place within that 1,000 feet that would not have any backflow prevention. And I understand that. So what would it simplify the process if we move the city meters closer to their existing backflow prevention?
That is an option that could be on the table.
Mr. Risley, do you have a comment?
But there was some changes made to the ordinance, and I'll turn it over to Miles.
Sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
I just,
Uh-oh, now we got the lawyer
I know
involved.
when the lawyer's light goes on.
Yeah, we made a couple of changes.
I go
so
straight for the lawyer.
we made a couple of changes.
I know I've always screwed up when I get the lawyer involved.
Well, in response
I'm
to...
sorry, I'm just making a joke, Miles.
In response to Lyondale's concerns that they expressed to us, they proposed a system that we need to have some time to evaluate.
Okay.
But they reasonably stated, we need to be able to accommodate this kind of evaluation. And there's some language that's shown by the underlined language that I just handed out that would accommodate some of their concerns. It would allow us additional time to evaluate their proposed system from an engineering perspective.
Okay.
And I want to give you all a chance to review that language and ask me some or ask, more importantly, ask our technical representatives questions about that. The first, on 55-96, the first section that would get added to that would state that if an industrial facility is in compliance with TCEQ regs related to backflow prevention, the COO may, at his discretion and in writing, approve their use of a backflow prevention method that's an alternative to a reduced pressure backflow preventer, that's the RPZ that they were talking about, or an air gap, in addition to a fully effective cross-connection control in accordance with TCEQ requirements, which is what they have cross-connection control internal to their facility right now. It's simply not verifiable by us at the boundary line. And is fully verifiable by the city at or adjacent to each city meter. Approval of the system requires the COO determination that such system provides better protection of the city's water system than a reduced pressure backflow preventer assembly or an air gap. The second proposed change, which would add an H, would allow the COO to give Lyondell an additional 180 days to comply so that we have an opportunity to evaluate their proposed method. I say up to 180 days. He wouldn't have to give them a full 180, but he.
Yeah, up to 180 days.
Well, the 90 was just.
So existing, it's 90 days, and this would be an additional 180 days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, 180 to come into compliance.
They would turn a corrective action plan in within 90 days, and then 180 to fix or remedy the situation.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to make sure that we're taking, and I appreciate these, Miles. Those are, I think, really good suggestions and additions to the language. But we have to be cognizant of the cost associated with what the industrial customers have to do. And I suspect that many of the other industrial clients, the reason it's probably not an issue for them is their backflow prevention. In fact, I've checked into this, and it's true for several of them. Their backflow prevention is already up against our meters. And so the ability for them to put that in is not a big, huge issue. But Lyondell has a little unique situation with where the city brought the water into. So I originally was going to ask that we table this until such time as we had an opportunity, but I'm willing to go ahead and support passage of this as long as we, as staff assures the council that we can work with our industrial customers. This is important. This is in Councilman Lerma's district, and I know it's important for him as well that we, make sure that we're doing everything we can to help our customers. At the same time, we have expectations of them, and protecting our water supply here in Corpus Christi is very important. So.
Yes, sir, and we're going to meet with each individual customer. If they require a meeting, we'll do it that way. That's the best way, actually.
Okay.
Letter, phone call, email, so.
Yeah, okay, all right. So, did you have any other further comments or questions? Okay, is that okay, Mayor?
What's that?
Is it okay if the?
Would you like to make another comment? Okay. Let's make it snappy. It's 10 till 4.
I'll keep it short. And I appreciate the change to the language. Thank you. I do think, the issue now is really around, we think the ordinance needs some time for implementation, full implementation, 180 days. These are complicated systems. The purchasing alone and design is not complete. That's going to be a very challenging goal to meet. So, I'd like the ordinance to consider language around, some enforcement discretion until we get the time to design, buy, install, commission these systems. This is not a 6-month project where we can go to a local plumbing house and have this done. These are large volumes, multiple devices. And then to the other issue I'd like to mention is we have our own internal regulations with the TCEQ for public water supply for distribution. So we're accountable to the TCEQ for public water supply. So we need 35 pounds of pressure internally. If you provide 42 pounds at the meter, we put in RPZs. That's about a 10 to 15 PSI pressure drop. That drops the pressure on our side of the meter below 35 pounds. That's why we're considering how do we meet the compliance of the TCEQ for our requirements, repressurizing the water flow. That's the concern. That's a complicated and timely implementation of a solution there. So that's why we were talking through those issues. Those are some of the considerations I'd like to put on the table for the ordinance.
Mr. Zanoni, can you address that? We're going to be dealing with, I imagine, as you just mentioned, Mr. Middleton, there could be very specific circumstances, right, for
Right.
different companies. So,
Yeah, so I think the short answer is I would approve the ordinance as is, and if there's an issue with them not being able to meet the half-a-year implementation
We're gonna
timeframe,
work
we
with
can come back to council with an exception.
Right.
We can give them more
Right.
time as an entity.
Right.
As Gabriel said, the 45 industrial customers that we have,
Yeah.
we don't have this issue but for Lyondell, and we appreciate Mr. Middleton. I personally met with him Monday, I guess yesterday, and for over an hour, and every one of his issues, but for the time, have been addressed in the amended ordinance that's in front of the council today. One other thing that we said, I don't know if it was mentioned here, but we just received $1.2 million settlement dollars from that water ban that we had. You may recall that. And we offered some financial consideration also to Mr. Middleton as well. So that's on the table as well. So I think what I would do is we have to remember our water supply every minute matters. So 6 months versus anything that could happen right now and shut down the entire water system for 500,000 residents. We don't want that to happen. So we're in open communication. I made myself available. The whole team has. I would say let's continue to work with him. If the half a year isn't enough time to remedy the situation, we'll come back even before then to say, okay, this company needs a little bit more time to the full council. And I told Mr. Middleton we work as a team, so the team includes the city council, our team on the staff. We're here to work with him. We appreciate his business, his employment, and that thing. So we've offered financial consideration. We've made all the adjustments he has suggested today. And then if we need more time, I think we can come back to council if the half a year doesn't work for them.
Right.
And like I said, maybe we could investigate the possibility of moving the
Yeah.
city's connection point closer to them.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Well, Gabriel's got that noted.
Okay.
Well, and I think that was my point is as long as you know, and Mr. Middleton, we're here as a council on record, we're here to work with you, not to slap fines on people right and left. We just have to get this right and moving for the overall good, right, of this mission, if you will, of the goal of this item. But you heard loud and clear that we will work with you should there be issues, you know, to get to get everything going the way it should be on your end. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. So this is the first reading. It'll be a 2-reading order?
This is a second reading today,
Second. Oh,
Councilman.
second
Yes, sir.
reading,
We
okay.
made adjustments from the first to the second, and then even more today.
Okay. One thing I think is probably a little unique that you mentioned there's 42 customers out there, but the fact that it's going into a public water system, how many of those 42 customers are into a public water system that's TCEQ regulated?
Right, so it's the 62 industrial customers, and there's actually at least 2 there
so
that
there's
are
2.
public water systems, Flint Hills and Lyondale.
And why I'm saying that is we're writing the ordinance, that's something that's a little bit different, that we could say for customers, they have more time, because obviously if you're a public water system, you have a more complex issue than you do. And I guess Flint's probably sitting there, they're on that same low pressure, right? They've got elevation. I know they've had pressure problems in the past. The reason we built that Thimble Tower was to help their pressure out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I agree with the mayor's comments and Councilman Pusley with it. They're important to us. We need to work with them, and it sounds like city manager, you're charging down that path.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 11.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yeah, wait, if, this is second reading. If you want to put in the amendment, you'll have to do a motion to amend.
Yes, but they're doing the motion to approve first, and then we'll amend it after the main motion is passed.
So we have a
So
motion and a second.
And a second to approve.
All in favor to approve?
Well, not to vote. We're just doing the motion in the second. Now, motion to amend.
I make a motion to amend to add the new language that was submitted to council today.
Second.
Okay. All in
Okay, so-
favor? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Okay, so now we pass it as
I make a
amended.
motion to approve as amended.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. Okay, so then our last item is item number
Do you have a copy of this?
16.
Okay.
Item number 16 is a motion authorizing the purchase of 108 battery backup systems, or BBS, for city traffic signals from Paradigm Traffic System, Inc. of Houston, Texas. And who pulled this one?
I did.
Oh, Greg, go ahead.
And the reason I pulled this, so, Roland, how many traffic signals do we have across the city?
252.
Okay. And, you know, driving, being an old guy and stuff, in this city, we have areas that don't have the traffic they used to have. Downtown is a great example. So you think it's always Christmas time downtown because all you see are red lights and green lights. You don't see any cars or anything. But this is an example, $500,000 here to support. This is just one small cost in supporting signals. And I'm pulling this not so much, for the battery backup standpoint, but do we need to step back a little bit and analyze, there's areas we need signals on there, and there's areas that we probably don't need as many signals in the old traditional areas of town. So I just wanted to bring it in front of the 9 of us there. Are we satisfied with our signalization right now, or should we, rather than this tactical issue, be looking at a strategic side too? Do we just need to keep on going down the road, stopping at every red light downtown every time we want to go, or and other areas in the older sections of town?
Yeah, there was a 2017 study that was done for the downtown area, and there was some conversions of one-ways to two-ways. Some of those have been implemented by the engineering services when they were doing CIPs or when we were doing the mill and overlays. Some of those were taken care of during that time. Now, every signalization intersection gets reviewed if and so there is a CIP going through there. The consultant will take a look at it and determine whether or not, if it's warranted or not.
Okay.
So I guess the question, do you wait for the CIPs, or should we be looking at it in a more holistic way than waiting for a CIP?
We can certainly take a look at that and see whether or not if maybe some of the older neighborhoods, if they don't have the traffic that it used to have, maybe we can look at that and then try to see if maybe just removing it, making a straight right away, straight through, and maybe that would help out the neighborhood and go that route.
And look, I'm just 1 out of 9 here, so don't
I
go be doing it on my
100% agree.
account.
100% agree with Councilman Smith.
Councilman Hunter.
I would just like to ask, you said there was only 252 stoplights in this city?
Intersections with signalizations.
Okay. I was about to say, because I feel like I hit that many every time I drive to City Hall, so. It's in between the hospitals and City Hall, so if there's any way to help the flow right there, that would be great, especially when everyone else is having to get out of work at 5 o'clock and the hospitals get all the priority on the stoplight system.
And one of the things that we're trying to do as part of our TMC is trying to put fiber to each of the lights. Once we do that, then we can certainly look at the timing. And if you get to one light, you'll have free access to go all the way through. So that would be an ideal thing, but right now we don't have the fiber at each intersection. We're trying to get to that point. One of the initiatives that we have this year is to put some of the cabling, some of the, to signalize some of that fiber into the signalization. So we are working toward that.
And if you get one of those buttons that you can click to change the lights.
On your vehicle.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, thank you. On your funding for this, the $540,000, you have street bond 2018 fund. What projects were these funded from? I'm sorry, and why choose this as opposed to additional streets to fix, like residential streets?
The bond, when the 2018 bond was approved, it had for a TxDOT participation for signalizations. So this hits right in line with that bond
Okay,
selection.
so this is not additional funding, this is
not additional
specifically
funding.
for the lights?
Yes, sir.
And we're working and we're getting funding from TxDOT. How much are we getting from them?
No, it's not from TxDOT. It was a participation of, I think, 1.2 million in the 2018 bond. It was a line item for.
And we're only using 500 and.
Yes, sir. We have
40,000.
other initiatives that we're going to be using, that we're going to be coming back. We just talked about putting fiber through some of the signalizations over at the Flower Bluff area. So we're trying to run strands of fiber through these intersections.
And what does that accomplish?
It will cover the 1.2 million.
No. What does the fiber accomplish on the lights? for
As I
everybody?
mentioned again, if we put fiber, then we can use the timing signalizations. We can also monitor what's going on. Right now, it's all radio communication, so sometimes you get good signals, sometimes you don't. And we're trying to adjust your timing. That affects your timing.
When he says timing, Gil, he means, you know.
Better connect-
first,
The
second,
frequency of
third,
timing.
fourth.
I don't think any
It's
of
a
them
good
work.
thing.
I don't think
Okay.
any of those things
Just
work.
making sure. Okay, it's 4 o'clock. Thank you very much, Councilman. I will entertain.
And I was asking the question for everybody to know what it is.
Oh, you were. I know you were. Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Did you approve? Motion approved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, that takes care of our consent agenda. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to skip over to Section O, which is first reading ordinances. I'd like to pass these items number 27 through 33 as a group, all of which are accepting grants. So I'd like to ask if there are any questions from council.
So move.
Second.
Well, before we do
You gotta
that,
open it to public.
hold on. No questions from council?
Actually, I have a question
Hernandez, yes.
on item number 30.
30.
We almost
Okay.
got through.
Almost made it.
Item number 30 is an ordinance authorizing a software development and support agreement with Raftilis Financial Consultants in the amount of $200,000 for a parcel data management software application for the city's storm water drainage utility system. Okay, Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to ask this question, is there no other thing that could be used besides this? It seems like it's just a standalone program specifically for this. There's nothing that attached to any of our other programs that could utilize this, do this?
The Info right now does only our invoicing and things to that effect. This is all data management when we're looking at data partials. We have over 90,000 partials that we're going to be applying fees to it. The management of those parcels is what we need the software for. So
Okay,
it
so
is
this-
not something
This has
on
to
the
do with the billing for going with the new
stormwater
new
fee.
stormwater fee. So the reason I bring this up is that if this is an additional cost, are we recovering it through this, through the
Yes.
additional fees?
Yes, sir.
And if we didn't
are.
have it, we wouldn't necessarily have this that way.
Yes, sir. Because we still have 90,000 plus partials, and then we still have another 7,000 only accounts.
And this couldn't be done through GIS?
The GIS doesn't work with all of the components bringing it back in. We have UBO, we have NatCat, GIS, and then we still have the Public Works, and then we still have development going on, development services. Every time that a partial changes, or if it's subdivided, then that's something that we're going to be looking at. It basically alerts us, it tells us that there's something going on with this partial. We need to see what's going on. If it gets developed and it parts in 6 ways, then we need to invoice for 6 ways. If it's an acre, 2 acres, whatever the case may be.
Okay, so just for my understanding here, this program takes into consideration several programs and does the data crunching from those several programs in order to get what you need done.
This is the data collection or the data management. We still feed into the Infor. This is all the calculations being done on the backside.
From
partial.
From GIS, from NCAD, from all those other ones.
From
So-
all of those.
So this is kind of like a go-between.
This is a
So you
go-between.
can bill people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any public comment on item number 30? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 30.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
We haven't,
I'm not item number 30, yes, I'm sorry. Items number 27 through 33.
Right.
Rescind my motion.
And you made a motion.
I make a motion to approve all the first reading items.
second.
Okay, thank you.
Any, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So now we'll go back to public hearings, section M, items number 22 through 24. Item number 22, zoning case number 1021-02, BHHN LLC, located in District 3, ordinance rezoning property at or near 8902 State Highway 44 from the RS6 Single Family 6 District to the IC Industrial Compatible District. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of the change of zoning from the RS6 Single Family 6 District to the IC Industrial Compatible District, in lieu thereof approval of the CCSP Commercial Compatible District with a special permit. Three-quarter vote is required to approve less restrictive use or density than the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Mr. Raymond.
That's the entire presentation.
Yeah, okay. Entertain a motion.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond with Development Services. The case before you is to rezone a property located at 8902 State Highway 44 from RS6 Single Family 6 District to IC Industrial Compatible District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a warehouse. The applicant is BHHN LLC, represented by Harish Shah. The property is located along the north side of State Highway 44, east of South Clarkwood Road and west of Boakholt Drive. The property has approximately 740 feet of street frontage along State Highway 44, which is designated as F1 Freeway Expressway. The property is 3.31 acres in size, and it is not platted. To the north are vacant properties and a few residential homes zoned RS6 Single Family 6 District. To the south, across State Highway 44, are vacant industrial properties zoned IL Light Industrial District and CI Industrial Compatible District. To the east are vacant properties zoned RS6 Single Family 6 District, FR Farm Rural District, and IL Light Industrial District. To the west are vacant and industrial properties zoned RS6 Single Family 6 District and IL Light Industrial District. The proposed rezoning is generally consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. However, it warrants an amendment to the future land use map because the property is currently designated as agricultural and rural enterprise. 23 notices were mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. One was returned in opposition, represented by one owner, and 0 were returned in favor. The one in opposition also indicates that 4.42% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. Additionally, the one opposition concern was about the development runoff and the area drainage. Planning Commission and staff did recommend denial of IC Industrial Compatible District in lieu of CCSP Commercial Compatible District with a special permit, which the applicant has agreed to. Uses, the only use authorized by the special permit, other than those uses permitted by right by the base zoning, will be warehouse and freight movement. Additionally, no outside storage will be allowed. Setbacks, a minimum of 20 feet shall be maintained from any residential property, which means no buildings, no dumpsters, no compactors of any such will be allowed within the setback area. Buffer yards, when adjacent to RS6, buffer yards required shall be 15 feet in space and 15 points, which basically means a 6-foot masonry fence or a 6-foot combination masonry and wood screening fence. Lighting, all lighting must be shielded and directed away from abutting residences. Cutoff shields shall be required for all lighting. Noise shall comply with the requirements of the municipal code, which means that we will not allow outdoor paging, speakers, telephone bells, or similar devices with this development. Hours of operation of this development are 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Other requirements are, obviously, all developments must comply with the applicable UDC and building and fire codes, and the timeline is the standard. A complete building permit application must be submitted within 24 months of this approved special permit or the permit expires. I stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Councilman Pasley.
Well, I normally get a little nervous about abutting industrial zoning up to residential, but I can't imagine anybody ever wanting to build residential homes on Highway 44 with the amount of traffic. But this probably represents the highest and best use for this piece of property at this point in time, so.
Which is why we converted the industrial to commercial
Yeah.
compatible, because it's adjacent to residential.
Right, and so they'll get a 20-foot setback from the residential property line plus a 6-foot screening fence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other question? Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Or is the applicant here? No? Okay. So I'll close public hearing and entertain a motion to
I move for
approve.
approval.
Mayor, just one real quick question. I apologize. I
Oh,
identified.
there you go.
There's some buildings that are just like across Highway 2292. What are those? It says Cameron and Wiley Spray Center.
Give me 1 second.
It says light industrial, but I mean, are they warehouses as well?
I'm not sure.
It seems if you have something similar that's across 2292, that it would be, with a similar situation
Similar.
behind them with RS6 SP. I'm not sure what's back there.
Small industrial businesses, Andrew says.
That are behind that light industrial.
Yes.
The SP is for a special permit for small businesses? Is that what that special permit's for?
In 1994, I'm sure it's to protect the RS6, therefore, so that nothing other than nothing gross would come in the area, yes. But that's interesting, considering that below it is light industrial and above it is general commercial, so.
So I'm just thinking, and I agree with Councilman Pusley that, I mean, what's the better use of property that affronts highway frontage? I mean, you're recommending the special permit, right?
Correct. And the only reason it's because we wanted to protect the residences to the north and west. So we went to the commercial compatible, which works with the ACUs as well. So the population of the function and population of this use is perfectly compatible with CCIA. So this should be a perfect fit.
Okay.
Councilman Hernandez, are you talking about the property directly to the west of the subject property?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that one building there that fronts 44, that's another commercial type business. Both of those are. The building just behind that, that's the old Toloso Midway school buildings that it was the original, well, at one time it was the only school district Clarkwood had, and it merged with Toloso Midway. But Toloso Midway sold that years ago, and now it's used for whatever. I'm not sure. Yeah.
That the property where it says RS6 SP 1994?
Yeah.
That used to be a school?
It used to be a school. It used to be Clarkwood School, and it was Toloso Elementary School. But it's now being used as an industrial site. The old classrooms in the back for a while were rented out as apartments, but I don't think that's happening anymore.
Wow.
It's the only decision I would like to have back as a school board member is selling that property.
Okay.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Okay, yes. So I'll entertain a motion to approve.
There was a motion, a second to approve
There
Planning
was?
Commission and staff's recommendation.
Okay, great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 23 is zoning case number 1021-03, SRPC Properties LLC in District 2. It's an ordinance rezoning property at or near 1645 14th Street from the RSTF 2 Family District and CG2 General Commercial District to the RM2 Multifamily District. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Mr. Raymond.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 1645 14th Street from RSTF 2 Family District and CG2 General Commercial District to RM2 Multifamily District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of 8 multifamily units. The applicant is SRPC Properties, LLC. The property is located along the west side of 14th Street, west of South Brownlee Boulevard, and north of Ayers Street. The property has approximately 150 feet of street frontage along 14th Street, which is designated as a local residential street. The properties total 0.65 acres in size, and they are platted. To the north and west is a single-family subdivision zoned RSTF 2 Family District. To the south is a commercial multi-tenant strip center zoned CG2 General Commercial District. And to the east is a multifamily apartment complex across 14th Street, which is zoned RM3 Multifamily District. There are no CIP or bond projects currently proposed for 14th Street at this time. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the neighborhood, and doesn't have a negative impact on the surrounding area. 28 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 4 were returned in opposition, represented by 1 owner. 0 were returned in favor. The 4 in opposition also indicate that 12.85% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. The 1 lone opposition, which is here in council to speak at public hearing, cites issues of noise, devaluation of property value, and additional traffic. This is a floor plan. It says site plan, but this is a floor plan of the proposed units on that site. The larger area represents 4 two-bedroom units. The smaller diagram represents 4 one-bedroom units. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of RM2 multifamily district, and I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Molina.
Thank you. Do you have a site plan of the property available?
No, I do
With
not.
the layout?
No, only what's on the presentation.
And are these units, are they single-story or two-story?
2-story. Both are 2 stories, and I'm sorry I should have said that. So the bigger unit right here is a 2-story. There'll be 4 two-bedroom apartments. The smaller unit will also stack. There'll be 4 one-bedroom apartments, 2 on each floor.
Okay, it's just such a unique
Design and layout without the site. I understand that. Obviously, at the rezoning, which is just setting land use, he didn't have to submit this, and I probably shouldn't have included it, but.
Okay, that's the only question I had right now.
Councilman Pusley.
So here I'm going to go the opposite direction I did a while ago. I think this would be okay zoning, but this 12-sided dodecagon sort of makes it a weird deal for, that is the scientific term for a 12-sided figure. That makes it a little different for that community, so I'm not sure how that's going to blend in, because across the street, they've already done that. They've put in multifamily living.
And that's an RM3, right, which is 36 units per acre, which is, of course, not 36 units. This is RM2, which is supposedly gets 30 units per acre, which that won't happen either. But You can't criticize the architecture. We haven't seen it yet.
Well, I'm not criticizing it at all.
It's
I
undoable.
have an octagon-shaped building at my lake house, so I'm not doing that at all. I'm just saying, when you build this into a neighborhood that does not have that,
Understood.
it becomes a different-looking animal. So, I don't know. I'm going to defer to the council member from this area.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Public hearing, I'm sorry. Is the applicant here as well? Oh, you are the applicant.
That's me. My name's Rick Musselwhite, and this thing is making noise. I own the property right next to this new unit. I was born in this neighborhood. I was raised in this neighborhood. The comment that the other side of the fence behind this over towards Ayers, that has 5 units in it now, authorized. It's not 2 units, it's 5. It's zoned for 5. The other land across that fence on 15th Street I'm talking about, those are duplexes. So you have 9 families on the other side of the fence on 15th Street. On 14th Street, you have 3 lots that you normally have 2 units on, duplexes. You're going from 6 to 7, and now you have 9 on the other side of the fence. You're overloading the ground space. And talking about ground space, the apartments that is part of this complex that is to be built, that is all concrete from one end to the other, side to side. You required them to put in greenery. They tore the greenery out and put in a fence. So there is no greenery. The way that they are getting 100% occupancy is by renting to people that have animals. The animals don't have any place to go except out on the street. I own the property right next to it. This property that we're talking about building on is 150 feet. I own the next 150 feet. If they build like they did across the street, I am going to have cars going in and out of that complex day and night, past 3 bedrooms in the front and 3 bedrooms in the back. That's 6 bedrooms that is going to be bothered by traffic going in and out. I was the block captain for the 1600 block of 15th Street for over 10 years. I go by and I talk to the people. I listen to them. They are opposed to this, but they realize that you guys and the zoning people will not listen to us. The Miracle Apartments are named the Miracle Apartments because everybody voted against it, and the city council voted for it. So they no longer submit these papers. I trust the government. I spent 22 years defending it. So I trust them. And God, I need you guys to realize that you're overcrowding the area. And I would like to see you oppose this. I'd spend every day over there improving the properties. I listen to the Dipsy dumpster being rattled. I see the trucks and cars going by the houses that are up against the fence. And it is not pleasant for anybody. I see the people that are living there. I see what the animals that they have to do, they have to take care of, have to go through to just use the bathroom on the private or on the right-of-way. there is no green space. It's all concrete. The drainage is going out into the street. That green space that we're talking about, the public right-of-way, they cut the grass and they blow the grass out into the street. When they blow it into the street, it goes down the drain and stops up our wastewater, our stormwater. I see so many things, and I realize that you guys would like to have more tax, but I would say cut it down to 6, not 8. If they want to build, they have 6 units there now. Take them down, put in new ones. It's an ideal location. It's close to the water. You have good access to go every place in town. But 8 is too much. 6 would be much better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Is the applicant here? No? Okay, he's not here. Mr. Molina, did you have a comment?
Yeah, you know, this project, the struggle I'm having with it is just this odd shape. It just doesn't fit the character of that neighborhood.
So let me say, and I apologize, gosh, I should have followed my first mind and pulled this out, because at these meetings, it's just setting land use. This could be square, it could be triangle, it could be whatever, right? The gentleman made a point that says, hey, at this meeting, we're already counting units, when this is not the place to count units. We're just saying, on this property, you can do this. Later on, when they plat, that whole design, when the rubber meets the road, that's where we talk about drainage, parking, landscape. And he's probably right. I looked at the picture. Yeah, that apartment that we approved in 2008, the rezoning that was approved in 2008, it's all concrete. They pulled out landscaping. You know, my department is supposed to go every year and inspect properties when they do landscaping. We don't do that, right? We don't do that yet, but we will, right? So this is just setting land use. So don't let the octagonal shape get you all bent out of shape. It's just a design schematic,
Okay.
but this is just setting the land use.
Mr. Raymond, I'm going to interrupt you really quickly. I'm going to close public comment.
Sorry.
Public hearing. No, I'm sorry. I should have done that after Mr. Musselwhite spoke. So I'm closing public hearing. So you're saying his concerns would be addressed in the platting stages?
Yes, because
And at that point, we can, pull back to 6, for example. Is that correct?
Right, because the development, this development, which is very small, it requires a type B buffer, right, which is 10 feet on all sides and 10 points. In addition to that, the developer has to do landscaping. In addition to that, he's got to park everyone. In theory, he probably can't get the full acres, and he probably can't, the full units, and he probably can't do this very good design. He'll probably have to modify it, right? But ultimately, that modification will be realized during the planning stage, not this stage.
At that point, let me go back. At what point then, if any, does the city have any type of input as far as the architecture or the design of the building?
That's great. No, we don't. We don't have design standards just yet.
So as long as he meets all the other
requirements,
requirements,
right? He can
build this shape or
yes,
any
exactly.
other shape.
But what I was explaining to you is that because of the other controls, it probably will not ultimately look like this, right? So.
Well, who said that?
Point of order.
Hearing.
Oh, yeah, you
Well,
said.
there is no
make a
public
motion.
hearing, but what about the dog issue? He mentioned the animals allowed, and
I've
I know
developed
that's-
services.
he got me a dog.
I was gonna say.
Well, but no, it's a part of.
I know, it's a city issue, right? And code or someone has to go back and look at that apartment complex across the street, because the pets and whatever just can't defecate in the street. There's got to be a place for them to go. So, that requires some
But he
redoing of
said there wouldn't be here. if we were to.
But what I was explaining to you is because of, we're setting land use, when the developer comes and wants to put a building on this site, he or she, they will have to comply with all of the requirements of land use, which is buffers, landscaping,
Okay.
parking, et cetera. Yeah.
So that's a part of that discussion.
Yes. Which ultimately get to the gentleman's requirement of less units, because it probably is not big enough to put 8 units on this site. Because, let me say this in closing. Had I not brought this sketch, and not said, oh, it's 8 units, 6 units, we wouldn't even be talking about this, right? And next time I'll follow my first mind. I should have done it.
Mayor,
It's your fault, Raymond. Yes, I know.
I do like the redevelopment of the area. I'm just really having a hard time with this design. I would like to make a motion to table and give city staff an opportunity to go back and get some clarification from the developer.
I rescind my
Second.
motion.
Okay.
Second.
Michael rescinded.
I second.
Mr. Lerma seconded.
The
Hey,
table.
may I make one comment,
Yes, sir.
please? Please. With all due respect, right?
Of course.
With all due
Say
respect.
anything you
Of
want.
course.
You start with all due
In
respect.
any other given day, when we bring a zoning application, I would have never, you've never seen a layout, right? Every now and then you see a sketch or something, but you would have never seen this, right? And you just said, I have a problem with the design. This is not the place to dictate that, right? That would be in the planning stage with people like Andrew and other smart people, right? This is not the place to do that. That's all I want to say. So even if you table it,
Well,
right?
it was included in the presentation package in
I know,
the
and that's
agenda.
why-
And so we've had over a full week I had a full week to just sit there and look at this.
Understood.
And so, of course, it's going to play a factor in my decision here,
Understood.
with all due respect.
Understood.
We have a motion
Bless
on the
your
floor,
heart.
ma'am.
It must be Christmas time.
Okay.
It's
All
my
right.
fault, yes.
So, all right, Mr. Molino.
I have a
Yes,
question.
sir. Yes, sir.
Just, Al, I appreciate you saying that this shouldn't have been in there, but anytime it's not in there, we ask for it, right?
True.
We
Right,
ask
but
for it.
but when
know.
you would ask me in times before, I would say it hasn't been designed yet, because this process just sets the land use. That's all it does. This could be square, round, it could be triangular, it could be anything else, but that's determined at the planning
Well-
stage, and we're bringing these two worlds together, and that
Well, I
really
mean,
shouldn't happen.
in the previous one, which we just voted on, that I voted no against, you brought that information to us because it was because of the concerns of the neighbors next to it and the design, so you wouldn't have people on the third floor looking into somebody else's backyard. So you included that in there. So it's an important part of this to have some aspect of the design included in this. So, I mean, I understand you're beating yourself up for this, but it's not a bad thing.
Hard on yourself.
So, don't take this as just because this is a weird design and it looks,
Well, architecturally, it's not weird, it looks great
well,
to me, but.
I don't know.
No.
I can't see, there's no, it's just kind of like the
It's
top
in
view.
space, right, there's
Right.
it's not no
It's-
site, I understand that, right.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
Aside from their comments, the peanut gallery over there, don't be too hard on yourself for including this information. This is good information for us to look at on a regular basis. I don't have a problem with you adding it in there. So don't feel bad about it.
Thank you very much,
We have
sir.
another question. Councilman Pusley.
No, and I would say this too, to go along with our discussion here, Al. When you're invading residential neighborhoods with commercial type development, I think it's important for the council to understand what's going to happen there, regardless of what the shape of the structure is. We're going into an area that has traditionally been a family residential type area. And although this residential area is on the downswing, no doubt, if you go look at the houses in there, they're older homes and many of them are not in great shape. So, and this block is located on a very large arterial street. So it's probably the highest and best use for that. I don't see anybody coming in there and building a new home unless we get the Thanksgiving home guys involved. But the fact of the matter is, I think it's important for us to know exactly what we're going to do.
Okay.
And I think it's inherently important for you to bring that information to us. And then at that point, then the planning commission can do whatever the planning commission wants to do. They can ignore our suggestions or not.
Agreed.
Okay. All righty. I think we're, Mr. Molina.
My motion is to table it, and I think we need to set a date or a time for when to bring it back.
You don't have to. I was just curious, yeah, if you had a date.
I don't have one in mind, but I would like to see it come back, as soon as possible.
Next week.
Is a week
That's
sufficient
possible.
time, Mr. Raymond?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay. So let's go with the 14th. So we have a motion and a second, right? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 24, an ordinance adopting a new City of Corpus Christi Historic Preservation Plan, an element of the Plan CC Comprehensive Plan, and rescinding the former Corpus Christi Preservation Plan, which was adopted September the 8th of 1976. Good Lord.
Good afternoon. Nina Nixon Mendez, Assistant Director. It's an ordinance adopting a new City of Corpus Christi Historic Preservation Plan. Our goal with this project was to prepare an action-oriented, community-wide historic preservation plan designed to improve the preservation of historical and cultural resources. The first plan was adopted in 1976 and was amended in the 1990s and 2004, and just like many of our area development plans, an update was overdue. We received a matching grant from the Texas Historical Commission to pay for 50% of the work, and our consultant on the project was MacDo Preservation Incorporated from Houston. The development of the preservation plan included significant community engagement opportunities during the year-long planning process. There were 3 public workshops which were held using internet technology due to COVID-19 protocols via Zoom, which were broadcast on Facebook, CCTV, and YouTube on October 25th, April 8th, and June 24th. Stakeholder interviews were also conducted via telephone and Zoom. And also, a community opinion survey was available online and at the public libraries and the Development Services Department, which measured issues and concerns representing the larger community. There were 752 respondents and over 12,000 unique comments that resulted from the community opinion survey. And 350 individuals that participated said that they would like to become more involved in historic preservation. In June, the preservation plan draft was posted on the website for public review. And there was additional community engagement. On October 6th, the plan was presented to representatives of the Downtown Management District, the Associated General Contractors, South Texas, the American Institute of Architects, Corpus Christi, Texas. And on October 15th, it was presented to the Development Services Task Force. And the plan was favorably received by the development community. So what's in the plan? This shows an outline, the introduction, methodology, the summary of the community input, the vision plus 3 broad goals, 16 strategies, action items that could implement the strategies, and case studies of communities that illustrate how items could be implemented. The plan's vision statement is, by 2030, historic preservation in Corpus Christi will support a vibrant, multicultural community enjoyed by residents and visitors alike, with a thriving downtown, diversified economy, updated infrastructure, and equitable investment in new and legacy neighborhoods. The plan has 3 overarching goals: to build city capacity for historic preservation, to enable community-driven historic preservation, and to support historic preservation as an economic development tool. The next couple of slides outline the plan's goals and strategies. Goal 1 is to build capacity for historic preservation. To realize this goal, the city should have sufficiently trained personnel, a strengthened, up-to-date ordinance, landmark commission training, a disaster response plan and recovery process, and an educational awareness program through walking tours. Strategy 1 is to hire a full-time historic preservation officer. We would like to convert an existing vacant position to that position. Most cities with preservation programs have a full-time dedicated staff person with a background in history, architectural history, or archaeology. And ideally, the candidate would have experience in historic ordinances, historic surveys, National Register nominations, tax incentive programs, landmark commissions, and also working with the Texas Historic Commission. This person would be responsible for spearheading the implementation of this plan. Strategy 2 is to update the Historic Preservation Ordinance to add protected landmarks and protected historic districts, where the Landmarks Commission's decision is binding, although appealable. Currently, our ordinance is more advisory or consultative in nature. For example, today, if a property owner of a designated landmark wants to change the exterior of a building beyond normal repair and maintenance, the Landmark Commission reviews it. And if the project is denied by the Landmark Commission, there's a 90-day waiting period, and then the owner can proceed with what he or she had proposed. So adding a protected landmark district category would give the ordinance more teeth and allow the Landmark Commission decisions to be binding. This would benefit historic neighborhoods that would want more regulation to keep the character of their properties. For example, we currently have interest from members of the Morningside neighborhood in becoming a district, and in this case, preserving the character of the neighborhood would be the outcome of the district designation. Strategy 3 is to update the Landmark Commission bylaws and training requirements. Landmark Commission members need to be informed about historic building styles, local history, and on local, state, and federal regulations pertaining to historic properties. Corpus Christi is also a certified local government, which requires annual training to maintain our ability to compete for preservation grant funding. Strategy 4 is to plan for disasters, including preparation, response, and recovery. Designated landmarks would benefit from a detailed disaster assessment. For example, local, state, and designated landmarks could apply for recovery programs and windstorm exemptions offered through the Texas Historic Commission. So these steps could be incorporated into our hazard mitigation action plan. Strategy 5 is to develop walking tours of historic areas, which are important in informing the community and visitors alike about the history of the city. Tourists are more likely to stay an extra day to visit historic sites and buildings. Docent-led or self-guided walking tours could be developed by partners such as the Convention and Visitors Bureau or the Museum of Science and History, and could also be implemented using downloadable phone apps. Having knowledge of the city's history and built environment creates capacity for historic preservation efforts. Goal 2 is to enable community-driven historic preservation through improving our website, a standardized outreach process, using a preservation partnership, including areas in the city that are underrepresented, and utilizing themes to link resources. Strategy 6 is to improve the city's historic preservation website. We recently added 2 interactive maps detailing our designated local, state, and national landmarks, and another map of over 2,000 historic sites that have been surveyed since the 1990s to our website, which is www.cctexas.com/landmark. And we want to continue to improve the website to add a landing page and links to different topics. Strategy 7 is to improve community outreach and standardize the public engagement process for all new or updated preservation programs to reach all segments of the community. As we introduce new programs, we should continue to utilize public outreach techniques to ensure all stakeholders are represented and have input. Strategy 8 is to help launch a preservation nonprofit organization. Most cities of our size have a nonprofit organization dedicated solely to promoting historic preservation. Examples are Preservation Austin, or the San Antonio Conservation Society, or in Laredo, it's the Webb County Heritage Foundation. These are typically grassroots organizations from the community that undertake fundraising for preservation projects or help publicize preservation efforts, and they complement the activities of the local government. Strategy 9 is to include underrepresented areas. The first step would be to document historic resources in areas where they have not been well documented. For example, some areas in need of surveying are Saxett Heights, Upriver Road, Oak Park, and some West Side areas. Likewise, the Morningside neighborhood has not been documented. So there are many areas that haven't been documented or designated. With the resources documented, areas could be considered for historic districts. Strategy 10 is to develop thematic approaches to historic markers. The Nueces County Historical Commission is responsible for submitting historic marker applications to the Texas Historical Commission for approval. And this would provide an opportunity for the Landmark Commission and the Nueces County Historical Commission to partner in the development of these state designations and local historic markers. And finally, Goal 3 is to support historic preservation as an economic development tool. Strategy 11 is promoting economic development through historic preservation. Rehabilitation of historic buildings has multiplier impacts. It not only creates construction jobs, but also attracts tourists, provides space for new businesses, and serves as a backdrop for community festivals. Incentives for historic rehabilitation, such as our TERS 3 incentives, can assist with economic development. Strategy 12 is to update the vacant building ordinance. Currently, we have an ordinance in place that requires a standard of maintenance for our downtown vacant buildings. Also, proposed demolition of vacant downtown buildings older than 50 years are reviewed by the Landmark Commission. The Landmark Commission ordinance needs to be amended to make commission decisions binding. Currently, it's only a stay of demolition. The ordinance could be expanded beyond the downtown, or council could also consider an annual registration of vacant downtown building owners to provide a means of communication and a path towards rehabilitation. Strategy 13 is investing in historic resource surveys and multi-property listings or historic districts to the National Register of Historic Places. For example, there are 39 buildings surveyed in our downtown historic resource survey that are 50 years old or older. The age would help qualify the buildings in the National Register, which provides federal income tax credits for rehabilitation projects. Strategy 14 is to develop local tax incentive programs to support historic rehabilitation. For properties outside of TERS districts, a local ad valorem tax incentive could support substantial rehabilitation efforts for historic designated residential and commercial properties and could be leveraged with state and national incentives. Today, 33 Texas cities offer local tax incentives. Strategy 15 is to develop facade improvement programs outside of the TERS 3. This could be utilized to revitalize our older corridors such as Leopard, Staples, Alameda, and Laredo, among other corridors. Strategy 16 suggests investing in catalytic projects to demonstrate how well federal, state, and local incentives or support can work. Examples are local governments assisting with public infrastructure around a building or funding a structural assessment. This slide shows our potential related to designations and tax incentives. The first table shows the remaining building stock in Corpus Christi by period and compares it with other cities. We only have 0.2% of our pre-1920 building stock and 3.5% of our 1921 through 1945 building stock remaining. In contrast, we have 33.4% of our 1945 through 1971 building stock. This illustrates that we have a good many post-World War II buildings that could qualify for listing on the National Register and tapping into tax credits for rehabilitation. The second table shows our designation percentages and tax credit projects compared to a 50-city average. The Sherman Building, now Nueces Lofts, which is pictured, is our only successful national tax credit project to date, while a 50-city average shows 27 projects. So we are missing out on a big opportunity. The 600 building, the Galvan Ballroom, buildings like these are listed on the National Register, and we have many more buildings that could qualify for National Register eligibility. Listing on the National Register makes an income-producing eligible income-producing building eligible for federal income tax and state franchise tax incentives that can return up to 20% and 25% respectively for historic rehabilitation. Also, at the state level, a national register listing also exempts the property owner from paying sales tax on construction labor. This is an example of the action items that are provided throughout the plan for each strategy. This example pertains to community outreach and improving our historic website. Case studies and best practices are also provided throughout the document, and this is an example of an audio walking tour from El Paso. On July 22nd, the Landmark Commission recommended approval with an amendment to the plan, and on August 4th, Planning Commission recommended approval of the draft Historic Preservation Plan. With input from briefings with City Council members, some edits were made to the plan, and this is the plan that's presented for approval today. The summary of the markups were provided in the agenda documents. Staff recommends approval, and I stand by for questions.
Great, thank you for the presentation, Nina. Councilman Hunter?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nina. I really want to tell you how much I appreciate this. I've been a lucky individual to have the opportunity to work with a lot of these people since I was a child, and they are all very pleased with this. I haven't heard any no's, so thank you very much for all your hard work. And I have one other question. Whose brilliant idea was it to give walking tour or download, what do you call it, with your phone when you take a picture of it and you can download the history
The
of it?
apps.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, whoever that person was is very, very smart and listens to some of their council members.
Very good. Nina, this is really, I think you've been working on this for how long?
A year.
A year?
Yes.
Well, thank you, and I know we have public comment here, and a lot of people, as you mentioned, that are very, very supportive of this. Of course, I am. I think this is a win-win. It preserves historic parts of Corpus Christi that are not, preserved, and of course, it sets and expands the future of our infrastructure that should be. So thank you for all the hard work that you've put into it. Councilman Pusley.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I want to start off by using a line that one of my council members uses quite often. I'm for historic preservation. I want everybody to understand that.
But I'm going to vote against it.
Don't get me wrong.
Don't get me wrong.
But if and you don't have to take my word for that. You just have to go back and look. I spent several years of my life, time that I'll never get back, trying to save the old county courthouse. And I've, as one of the young ladies who testified today in open forum said, I read the whole document, and I made notes and highlights. And there's a lot of stuff in here I like, but there's some things in here I have some concerns about. And we have to be really careful about how we approach this, because some of this language in here seems to me like it's going to do some things like take away, it's almost like we're eliminating the Landmark Commission if we follow this in some respects. And we have to be really careful that we don't give people the opportunity to hide behind a preservation plan with a dilapidated building that is not worth restoring and never would be worth restoring and has no historical value. And that happens. And we've got a serious issue in this town already with those kinds of buildings that we're trying to get something done about. So I just think that we have to be really careful, and we're also talking about creating another level of bureaucracy here in the city. we're going to hire a preservation person, and that person's going to need an assistant, and the assistant's going to need clerical help, and then, you know, the next thing you know, you've got 15 people working in this department. So I just want us to be very cautious about this, and there's some real things in here we really, something that every one of us at this table and staff needs to be cognizant of when they make a remark that many stakeholders commented a need for the city to be more proactive in encouraging downtown revitalization. Well, that means we haven't done a very good job of advertising what we've been doing.
I agree.
Because there's all kinds of revitalization going on in downtown Corpus Christi, more so than any time in the history of this city. And the fact that people think that there's nothing going on down there means we're not doing our job marketing what we're doing.
Yeah.
So that's part of historic preservation, is having a marketing plan that lets people know what you're doing. The other concern I have, and this goes back to before this plan was developed, is the fact that over the history of Corpus Christi, we've taken a shotgun approach to revitalization. I mean, we do a little here and a little there and a little here, and it's the old 80% rule. We get 80% of it completed, but we never really get to, home plate. And I'd like to see this city pick a spot. Say, I think one of our biggest successes with respect to historic preservation is the Heritage Center Park. But there's some things that are left undone there as well. And we need to pick an area like that and say, okay, let's put some money into that. Let's put some muscle into it. Let's see if we can't do something there that we can show the community that we not only can complete a historic preservation project, but that we can also utilize that historic preservation project to bring economy back to Corpus Christi in the term of businesses or, I visited a place in Florida where they took an area just like our historic center, and now many of those older buildings have businesses located in them, and they're bringing economy into their city with respect to that. So, like I said, I'm all for historic preservation, but I just think that we have to be really careful. I would like to see us take your edits, which I read, and I think the edits were good. They took out some very concerning language in there that I had. I especially had a real problem where they talked about old white guys. And, that I thought that was totally inappropriate for this report. And so I'd like to see us put the plan back together now with the new edits that you put in and present that to the council. Is this going to be a dual reading process? Does this take two readings?
No. The plan that was on the agenda has included those edits in it.
Yeah.
I know, but I read this before you gave us
I
those
see.
edits.
I see.
And I'd like to have an opportunity to go back and read the completed one
Right.
now, so that I can make comments on that. But anyway, that's about as confusing as I can make this. I think again, Peter, I'm just going to say this is something we really need to be cautious about. And be sure we understand exactly what we're doing when we do these projects. Because in the case of the old courthouse, we didn't succeed. We were able to get people who were going to put up tax credits. We had an historical architect involved in that project who drew up all the plans that were necessary to revitalize the old courthouse. We did all of that. We got everything lined up. But the thing about it is, to get those tax credits, you have to be able to show the people that are investing those tax credits that you're going to do something with that property. And what we were trying to do is create a boutique hotel. And at the end of the day, the hotel owners came back and said, well, we can't do that because for what it's going to cost to revitalize that building, we can't charge the rates we'd have to charge for the rooms would make us non-competitive with everybody between here and San Antonio.
Right.
So those are the kind of things you have to be cognizant of. it's really good and fun to say, here's what we can do, and these are great ideals. But when you get down and put those down and start doing the business of revitalization, it gets a little more complex.
And I agree with you. I think what the plan does is lay the framework.
Okay. Okay, well, I'd like to see before our second reading, this put back together with your edits so that the council has an opportunity to look at it in total. Okay?
So, yes, sir, but
They do
the plan that we have presented today includes those edits.
Yeah. She took.
No, I want a hard copy version of it. This is the one time I will request.
That's the wrong one?
I never got a copy of it.
No, but what you guys handed out, is that?
You
That's
included
the
edits
final.
in here.
That's the final, yes.
No, that's it.
No, the one I have has the old edits in it. I never got a copy of the new one.
Well, I don't think there was a copy. That is the only copy.
Yes,
Yeah, we distributed a copy with a cover memo about, what, 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago.
And there's a copy in the agenda booklet as well, or online.
Right.
So that one, the one we distributed 2 weeks ago, Nina, had all the edits in?
Yes.
Yeah. Councilman Pusley, we'll get you another copy just to make sure you have the right one.
I never got that one. I don't know what they did. But
Okay.
your attachment today in the agenda item has
the edits.
has the edits.
Yes, sir.
I don't have that version.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it's-
We'll straighten that
Okay,
out,
we'll make sure you have it. We send it, but we'll check again.
Because I double checked again last night and I don't have
It
it.
was sent in paper format, so, did we send it paper, right? Did we send?
Yes.
Yeah, we sent a paper copy with a paper transmittal memo about 2 weeks ago, before Thanksgiving.
No.
We'll
make
work
sure.
with you. We have, if we need to delay it till January,
Oh,
we
it's a
can.
set- there's
Need
a
time to
second.
read it, but-
The second reading,
Yeah, the second reading's next week,
right.
but if the council needs more time to review it, we can.
I'd like to have a little more time than that, if possible. Because I'd like to be able to review it, and I'd like to come meet with Nina and Al and discuss any other issues that I think are important.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry
Okay.
for taking up all the time.
No, don't be sorry. That's what we're here for.
No, if anybody read the whole document, Councilman, we'll work with them. Right?
Peter,
You said you read the whole thing, right?
we all read the whole thing.
There's one thing that's both a positive and a negative for me. If you give me something, I'm going to read it. So, so beware of that.
For the record, we all read the whole thing. Councilman Smith.
Thank you, and thank you, Nina, for all the time and effort put into here. As particularly going through your presentation here, two things to note. You mentioned strategy 2 and strategy 12. The decisions will be binding, and it's a concern to me. Particularly, you're going into a neighborhood, you have somebody buys that house in the neighborhood, and we have a unelected commission making binding decisions on property owners with there. That I'm all for historical preservation. I have the Dan Kilgore Award for local history with it on there, but binding on this on private property by an unelected body is a concern.
I could clarify, Councilman, that it would be binding but appealable. In other words, it would be appealed.
Binding is a concern on there. That with it, how many times does this body end up with something like that? And say you're in the Morningside neighborhood, which you use as an example, a great neighborhood on there that's got a lot of character, but people in that neighborhood on there that they're a little bit eclectic and things, and suddenly they try to do something on the exterior of the house, and they can go, hey, maybe we want to change color, put new windows in, storm windows or something like that, and suddenly they find an unelected body saying, yeah, can't do that. You gotta go do that, and this, we're granting a lot of power, and in power we haven't granted to other committees and those things. So my concern is the binding portion of it on there. So I hope as we're going down the line, I'd like to hear from the other council members on their thought on that with it. So,
And I think the proposal behind that is that you have 2 tiers. So you would leave the 1 tier of landmarks that we currently have, where it's more of a consultation process, but then you have a 2nd tier. So say if a neighborhood wants to come in and desires to have a strengthened ordinance, then they could come in under that.
well, and I understand that, but if the neighborhood is at 50%, is it 60% on there? How about the outliers on there that really like their house and they want to have control of their house? That's what I'm referring to.
Yes, understood.
And I personally, I'm in that 0.2%. I have a 1917 structure on it, which I want to retain, but I don't want somebody telling me I have to.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. And I share some of the things that Councilman Smith had brought up. In the Landmark Commission, you identify things that currently includes appropriateness, owners required to wait 90 days before proceeding. Certificate of appropriateness demolition is denied. The owner may simply wait the 360 days. And then you go to strategy number 2, where it talks about updating the ordinance, and I'll read the actual language about the binding. Create new designation options that strengthen protections for historic properties. This includes a protected landmark and protected historical district for these properties. The Landmark Commission's denial of certificates of appropriateness for alterations or demolitions would be binding, although it could be appealed. Appealed to who?
It could be appealed to council.
Okay, it says although it could be, not that
Right.
it will be.
But again, this is a guiding document, Councilman. It's not proposing the ordinance language. It's just
Well, but if
sort
this
of a
is, if this is
guide.
the guiding document,
Right.
But
I mean, that language could be worked out.
okay, and then it says removal language that treats city council inaction after 6 months as a denial of the designation. Why would you want to remove that?
I'm sorry, read that
It
one
says
again.
remove, the second bullet says remove language in the ordinance.
Okay, got it.
Okay, that treats city council's inaction after 6 months as a denial of designation.
Okay. Well, I think right now that, so if it goes to planning commission now, and then city council, and so if city council just tables it or doesn't take action, I think the idea is that we would like to see city council take action one way or the other, as opposed to just not
Well,
taking action.
taking no action is an action, right? Okay, right, okay, so the other thing that is not in here is, and that concerned me, was the percentage of a building's condition in which it can be designated as a landmark or where it's too far gone, right? There's no, I mean, I don't know how many times I've heard complaints about the county courthouse. And, you know, the engineering reviews after engineering reviews, and the cost that it would just cost too much to get it to a condition where it can be reusable. Okay, so in looking at it from a smaller aspect, if we designate something that is just too far gone, there's nothing that says in here what that percentage would be to give us some guidelines as to say that, okay, we can't restore it to its historical aspect. So would that be part of the ordinance? Would we include that in there?
Yeah, we certainly could include that, and ultimately, as far as designation, it's a council decision,
Right,
right?
ultimately,
to
or
designate.
no decision.
Or no decision.
Right.
And-
Okay, so in looking at this, I want to make sure that we go into this with eyes wide open, right? We don't, a lot of this is aspirational, and I think there's a lot of great things in here that, you know, to do, you know, all these great all these great things, right? And it's very aspirational, but you know, we got to be practical. We can't force homeowners or building owners to do something that is not economically viable, because what happens is they just let it sit there and deteriorate worse. And if there's no action whatsoever, we end up with an eyesore for the better part of how many years with the courthouse? 30, 40 years? And it just gets worse and worse. So, you know, what comes to mind is the Hector P. Garcia office there that the roof caved in, right?
Right.
You know, and was that the part of the city council? Was that code enforcement? Was that, who was supposed to monitor that?
I think that's a very good point, Councilman. Most preservation ordinances have a pretty strong demolition by neglect provision. So the idea is that you could come in and, you know, try to work with the property owner before it gets to that point.
Okay, so what
And
is
so
that? What does
that's
that look like? I
something-
mean, that wasn't discussed
Well,
here.
that's something that a lot of cities have in their ordinance, and we have, I think, one sentence dedicated to that in our current ordinance. So that's something that we could really flesh out and bring forward and let y'all take a look at.
Okay, it goes back to my thing, but you know, once you get to that point, you know, we're looking at it, and you know, who makes the determination? Is that development services? Al, I'm going to put work on you, right? To determine whether something's, you know, or is that code enforcement? To say it's just too far gone, regardless of the historical nature of the building.
Well, certainly there's a building standards board that plays a role in that.
Not in here.
So, I know, but the city has one, so.
Okay, but
It's a building standards board
you
that
could
could
see
play a
where
role in
you could
that.
have two different competing authorities
Yes,
saying one keep it, one demolish it. Okay, so that ultimately, I guess, comes to city council, but there's got to be a process. And, you know, I'm just looking at it from practicality
Sure.
of, you know, what would it take to save some of these buildings and make it useful that, you know, somebody could actually do. Will there be, are we looking at grants from the city? Are we, you know, there's got to be some process delineated, whether in the ordinance or what you have here. This is very nice and aspirational. It just doesn't give the practical side of things.
Right, I understand.
Because as she said, it's just a guiding document, right? The ordinance will come when everyone gets in the room and works out the nuts and bolts of this. What you just described is what this council just recently passed was the emergency demolition ordinance, which requires code enforcement and development services to go to a structure and say, can this live or can it not live? And we've done that a couple of times over the last several weeks, right? Because Peter is really interested in getting rid of eyesores when you know people are not going to restore or save or keep buildings going. So we've done that. And if it needs to be
Okay,
part
but
of this.
but if it's designated as a landmark, who has the authority?
Well, ultimately, the building official
Right,
has the authority.
So that should be delineated.
correct.
In whatever ordinance we do, that there's some final saying if it's beyond if it's not salvageable, whatever the designation is, it's not, you know, be practical about this. We don't want to tie the hands of a property owner because we can't agree on our own side. So we've got to have some definitive situations here to where it doesn't fester or, you know, which I think is what we want to avoid.
Right.
I see it as a guideline. There's some things I don't necessarily agree with. There's a lot of the great things that are in here. But, you know, I do share some of the concerns Councilman Smith has. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Real quick, I meant to mention this earlier, that a young lady came in here earlier, said she went to Savannah College of Art and Design. Savannah, Georgia is used as, you know, the model plan on how to redevelop a downtown. So my cousin went there is the reason why I know this. And if there are any more other SCAD students here, I will send them all your way. And please take what they say in consideration, because they have seen it with their own eyes. But thank you. I'm sure you have too, but it's always good with another perspective.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. So I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Veronica? I know you've been here all day. What's that?
I said, so have you.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yes. All right. Hello, everyone, council members, Madam Mayor. My name is Veronica Wilson. I live at 19 Great Lakes Drive. I've lived here in Corpus all my life. Grew up on the west side, 19th Street. My family's been here since before the incorporation. and I am here to comment on our historic preservation plan. Full disclosure, I'm on the Landmark Commission as well. I only wanted to make comment on Strategy 8, but I will say I agree. Great stuff in the plan. We have lots of things to be concerned about. We need to protect, property owners' rights, and absolutely, yes, maybe we need to table it and send it back to the commission. But my concern was Strategy 8 specifically, the creation of the nonprofit. I don't believe that we really need to be in the business of creating another nonprofit, especially if there's any chance that it could be controlled eventually by forces outside of our city. We don't need such forces using our funds, telling us what's important for us to preserve, how we should do that, what that looks like. And that's really all I have to say. You said a whole lot here. And I just wanted to urge you to take that into consideration. Strategy 8, no bueno for me. And I thank you so much for your time on this very long day, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Veronica. And thank you for your input. Okay, we'll close public hearing. And do we have any suggestion on what we want to see here or do here moving forward on this plan based on all the comments?
Oh, I was going to suggest,
I'm sorry, go ahead. Who wants to speak first? His light's on. But
oh, go ahead.
What I'd like to say, Madam Mayor, is that my colleagues have brought up real good,
Thanks.
points. Each one of them has. And I think Development Services and the historical preservation part of it, they're listening. I feel that what I would like to recommend is for us to table this to another time, to where either ourselves can get back together with this department and discuss this in better detail individually or as a group. It matters nothing to me, whichever way you want to do it. I've sat down with them and talked to them, and I brought my concerns to their attention, but apparently some of my colleagues have not been able to do that. And I think it's important that everybody gets heard and their concerns are made aware of. I just hate to pass a document that not everyone's comfortable on. And that's what I'm seeing from my council that's here. They don't seem to be real comfortable. Everybody's got great points, but everybody's going in a different direction. And I just feel that it'd be more comfortable if we just table this, and whether we table it for next month or February, whatever, and then bring it back to where we work out all the details that we want. I mean, I don't know how the rest of them feel. I mean, okay. I'm willing to listen to anyone else, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
I understand this is a guiding document, and this is not necessarily a binding document, but it kind of gives us direction on where we want to go. The key thing is on their strategy number 2 on redoing the ordinance regarding the historical preservation. That's where really the rubber hits the road, and that's what we have to. If we're going to do that, then we have to address our concerns with what the Landmark Commission actually does, what this historic preservation officer actually does, and what authorities they have, so we don't run into a situation where we can't do something or address something because of some designation. I want to make sure that whatever we come up with, it really is the ordinance that we have to, make sure it's tightened up and not addressed. This, I think, will, whether we pass it or not, I think it's not the main issue. It's the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. So, I don't think there's any rush. We have time to work on this. So Would someone like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we table this to a later date, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Well, I just feel that I probably have 70 to 80% of the historical sites in my district.
But
Thank you, Veronica. Oh. Okay, all right, we're moving on. Gentlemen, we're moving on. All right, item section N, individual consideration items 25 through 26. Item number 25 is an ordinance amending the Corpus Christi Code to remove Chapter 3, Article 1, and amend Chapter 49, Article 1, to consolidate the city's requirements for installations on, across, or over public right-of-way, and to amend petitions to close streets, establishing a penalty.
Madam Mayor, Council, I'm Roland Mata, Public Works Director. The ordinance in front of you is, we wanted to look at the background and we wanted to do some cleanup of our ordinances and policies. This ordinance the Public Works manages the right-of-way section. We maintain the operations, and we also do the insurance of permits, licensings, and agreements with different parties when it comes to the street right-of-ways or public right-of-ways. We wanted to make sure, we've been having a lot of requests or an increased request having to do with artwork installations, street closure petitions. The street closure petition was ultimately in the Development Services, and now it's going to be under the Public Works. So our findings on Chapter 3, Article 1, provides the requirements for the display of artwork in the right-of-way. It currently prohibits the artwork. It contains requirements for overhead banners. And what we mean by overhead banners, it doesn't allow for support. If you were going to put a banner and you had support from a local business, it doesn't allow you to put anything to that effect. Chapter 49 provides the general requirements for the management of right-of-ways under obstructions, procedures for temporary partial closures of right-of-way, declarations across the right-of-ways, petitions to permanently close right-of-ways. Staff is recommending that we remove Chapter 3, Article 1, and consolidate the applicable section into Chapter 49, Section 1. Basically, it amends the sections of Chapter 49. It creates a process and requirements to allow artwork in our public right-of-way, creates a community artwork program, updates the process for permanent right-of-way closures, updates the process and requirements for overhead banners and decorations, and updates the section to our manual uniformity for installations of in the right-of-way. Basically means is it's all going to be directed into Public Works. We wanted to have everything aligned with the right-of-way into Public Works. Is there any other questions? This concludes my presentation.
Okay. I don't see any lights on.
We had, just to let you know, on the ordinances, we had some last-minute changes that we needed to do to the ordinance itself. It basically has 2 points in here, has several points. Article 49, Section 2, infrastructure, where it says to be placed and any objections objects or obstructions, infrastructure, and events. We wanted to make sure that we had events in there. We deleted some of the wording on where it says, so that the obstructions or free passages used therefore or to endanger the life or limb of other properties using such passage. We deleted that. On sections 4917, we put under the artistic crosswalks will only be permitted in historical areas or at artwork districts. 11, we made some last minute changes. It basically says the city sponsors artwork crosswalks would be limited to 1 per bond. Those were the last minute changes that we had to do as part of this ordinance, edits and amendments.
Okay. Councilman Pesley.
Rolando, I'm a little confused. This handout they just gave us is different than what's in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you said you want to strike out the parts section where it says it shall be unlawful for any person to install temporary permanent.
Yes, sir, on section 49-2.
So which one do you want us to approve? This?
This one, sir.
Okay.
These changes.
Not the one in the.
Not the ones in the ordinance. We had to make some last minute changes because it reflected some of the cleanup that we needed to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let me clarify. You would be passing what is in the Legistar packet, subject to the grayed out changes that you see in the pages that were handed out. The grayed out changes delete the phrase event because that makes it grammatically kind of nonsensical. That's just it.
Okay.
And would delete the phrase so as to obstruct the free passage use thereof or endanger the life or limb because that creates a condition that previously didn't exist on your what is an obstruction.
Okay. Okay, well, once again, this gets confusing. I now have 2 documents and I don't know quite where the intersection of the 2 are, but I'll go with what you say. Thank you.
Councilman Molina.
Thank you. I just wanted some clarification here on the second page. It's section 49-17, number 4. Artistic crosswalks will only be permitted in historic areas or art districts.
Yes, sir.
That is throughout the entire city, or which areas of the city is that?
When we talk about historic areas, we were hoping that the historical ordinance would pass, and they were going to provide guidance to us to say which are the areas that are historical within the city of Corpus Christi. So we wanted to make sure that those areas could be allowed to have a public artwork in their facilities.
How does tabling that previous item affect this language?
That is something that we would need to consider as to maybe amending or changing, because that part has not passed yet.
Can I add to that? I don't think it changes it. It's just we know what areas are historic in the city. There would be some judgment by the Public Works Director or the engineering, the city engineer, Jeff Edmonds. But historic areas like the 6 Points, that dates back to 1900. Some of the older inner city areas are historic, right? So it doesn't have to be on a list per se. There'd probably be some staff discretion working with the council ultimately. But it's those areas that have some historical significance from time or from community events that take place or community embracing of the area.
Okay, thank you.
Right, yes, sir.
I agree, and I think that would address these, well, for example, the crosswalk to not be just in the middle of a street and better sense, you know, on like the 6 Points area. So, who had a question? No other questions? Okay, I don't see any other lights on. Can't see.
Can y'all send me a copy of the final version, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on item number 25? Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 25.
So moved.
there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 26 is a resolution authorizing and approving the design selection and the installation of 4 artistic pedestrian crosswalks at the 6 Points intersection in the city of Corpus Christi.
As part of the presentation, we wanted to just let you know that the roadway project for the 6 Points is almost in completion phase right now. To celebrate its history, we wanted to install an artistic crosswalk that is planned for that intersection. Community outreach was conducted via survey to help select the artwork for the crosswalk. On the artwork program guidelines, we wanted to regulate the installations of decorated elements by permit, licensings, or agreements in the city right-of-way to include crosswalks, streets, traffic signal cabinets, and bridge columns. There is a preference, as you guys may know, right now on Ennis Jocelyn, there will be some wrappings of some of the traffic signal boxes that we're allowing the university to wrap up. The artwork installed shall be artistic purpose only. It is not intended to serve as a form of political speech or commercialization. Hand painting is prohibited. Crosswalks are required thermoplastics as part of their initiatives. Applications must perform community outreach and require letter of support proposed for this artwork. In other words, we need a councilman championing the artwork that is being proposed. The community artwork location eligibility, it must be in good conditions. It must have a PCI over 85. Again, the historical areas or art districts are eligible for the installation, and that could be waived as part of our decision and go from that point on. The director has that ability. The installation shall be location with adequate ADA traffic infrastructure. One of the things that we were looking at is making sure that we did not have any mid-block crossings that did not have the ADA components to that. This is also city-sponsored, shall be limited to 1 per bond program, excuse me. The 6 Points, you have a location exactly where 6 Point is at. I think everybody's familiar with that. The project, right now, the vicinity, if you noticed everything on Staples, Alameda, Ayers, South Staples, and on the other side is all being worked on or is being performed, is being proposed to be worked on. But all of these projects have new payments, so it is in good shape for us to do this artwork crossing. The artwork, again, we provided a survey, an online survey for the community to make a selection. And staff right now, and through the Councilman Medina, who championed this, we've made a recommendation as to the artwork that you see here in front of you. Just to give you a little bit of insight, the artistic and standard crosswalks, a standard crosswalk, a thermal crosswalk, their lifespan is anywhere between 5 to 7 years. The thermal artistic crosswalk is in the same range, 5 to 7 years. For this reason, we don't want to have spray painting or someone hand painting because of the lifespan. The maintenance to both of these items, either the standard crosswalk, sometimes it gets damages, we'll replace it before its end of its life. With the artistic crosswalk, we're gonna have to hose it down, pressure wash it, make sure that we scrub it, and so that we can keep it maintained. The cost comparison between the standard and the artistic crosswalks, the standard is anywhere between 25 to 30. And the artistic, although it says 80,000 to 100, We've already received formal bids. It's right around maybe anywhere between 40 to 60, 65,000. So we do have a company that is going to do the artistic crosswalk for 6 Points already.
So all of that project is, 40 to 60?
Yes, ma'am, somewhere around that area to do all four corners, to do all four thermoplastic.
Okay.
Is there any questions?
Mr. Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. I was a lot more excited about this earlier today, but it's been a long day. I'm really excited about this project. We've invested a lot into the 6 Points area. There's a lot of revitalization going on. There's new parking for the area, and with the addition of these artistic style crosswalks, which I've been bugging Peter about for a while now, so I'm glad we're finally to this point. But it's going to add character and vibrancy and breathe new life into that area, and which I think is going to attract more business and just make the area more viable. And so I hope that I can get the support of my colleagues here, and I think that this opens the door for us to do these in other areas of the city, like I was telling my colleague here, downtown or along the seawall. I could see many uses for this type of application. So with that, of course, I am in favor of this, and I hope that my colleagues support this also.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. The cost difference is 3 times as much, from 25 to 30,000 to 80 to 100,000.
Yes, sir. That was a cost estimate before we went out to different vendors, tried to get prices from them.
It's in your presentation.
Yes, sir. We just did a cost estimate for it. We did not know the pricing. We needed to get that pricing, establish that pricing, and that's where what I mentioned to you, that it's anywhere between 40 to 60,000 by the time it's all said and done, sir.
So these numbers are incorrect.
These numbers
So
were
instead of being-
placed in there before we had the
Okay.
cost estimates.
So instead of being 3 times as much, it's twice as much.
It could be, sir.
Okay. I'm not, you coined a phrase, right? I'm not against this. I'm just.
But
I'd be nice. I like how the university does their thing, but they're paying for it, right? It just considering all the needs we have throughout the city and in, my colleague's district, that does it make sense to be spending additional money on artistic type stuff if we have all these other needs?
In a way it does, because it promotes the city and nationwide. It promotes that, hey, we're looking at artwork within our community. And we surely want to identify different parts of the community as to what they want to have in their community. There's a lot of similarities, but there's a lot of different cultures, differences between different groups. And they may want to have some artwork that represents them. So in this case, this is why we selected this one for that area, as a way of showing the public that we are interested in artwork within our community.
Okay, like I said, I don't have a problem with that, but I got shortchanged on the IMP. I didn't get as much money as everybody else did.
Bill,
I'm going to continue to bring it up.
Stop.
So just get used to it.
We are used to it.
Okay, so I would prefer the additional streets to be done than to have this. But this is going to be a decision of the council. I'm not against it. I just I think we have a lot of priorities to fix streets.
Yes, sir.
And it's the calls I get every week. Why aren't you fixing my street? Okay, I just I want to make sure we have a straight face on this and say because I could see it's like, why are we doing this if my street looks like a bomb had just gone off.
Yes, sir.
My preference is to fix residential streets.
We understand that.
Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Roland, could you go back, could we bring the presentation up again? I had, so
Which part,
I
sir?
want to be sure I understand where you go to the cost sheet. Okay, it says the standard life of this plastic overlay that you're going to put, so what's it put on there, by a heat process or something?
Yes, sir. They basically come in 3x3 sheets.
Okay, and it just lays down over the top of the asphalt?
You just heat it up. Basically, it's just glued on there, sir.
Okay.
Similar to the thermoplastics or the stripe beams.
Okay.
Or the double bars, if you want to call them.
And so you're figuring it's going to cost 50,000 in that neighborhood, 40 to 50,000?
Yes, sir.
To put it down. So is there a yearly maintenance associated with this? So at the end of 5 to 7 years, it's going to be in some form of deteriorated state, and at that point, do you replace it, or what do you?
At that point, we will decide whether or not if we should replace it or whether or not if we just remove it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for a little color in the city. That doesn't hurt anything at all. And you know, I may support this on this particular project, but in the future, maybe we can look at something that's more permanent. Like I see a lot of cities where they use, and we even have some downtown here on Shoreline where we use some brick pavers, things of that nature to add color into the
Yes, sir.
streets. Excuse me, and that seems to be a more permanent solution that requires a lot less maintenance. So maybe in the future, we can look at something like that.
We can certainly look at something to that effect. As
Thank
long
you.
as it's artwork, we'll consider that.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. So am I understanding right, Roland, this is just curb to curb?
It is between the two stop bars. If you have a crosswalk, you have one identifying where the cars need to stop and where the cars are leaving that crosswalk. In between those two stop bars, if you want to look
Yeah.
at them that way, that's where the artwork will happen.
And
The
so-
start bars still need to be there.
Okay, and in that span, it's $60,000?
Yes, sir, all four corners.
All four corners.
Okay.
So four strips.
Oh, okay, so I got, it's $15,000 per
Yes,
street
sir.
crossing.
If you noticed on the picture, you'll have that white lining marks.
Yeah.
You have to have that as a regulation. But the inside of it, you can do the artwork.
Okay, so.
Yeah, to
So-
help explain, it's about $16 a square foot to buy the material and about $4 a square foot to install it. And one of the differences is, one, the material costs you more because it's a custom order with color
Right.
and everything. The other thing is you don't alternate. You've got the entire area that's covered with thermoplastic when you go with the artistic.
Okay, so you spent 8 hours today waiting for this. I was wondering what you were there in the back for.
That was it.
Jeff Edmonds, artist. Is there going to be a bicycle graphic on one?
I didn't get a vote, but we can do that on the next one.
Okay, I kind of share some of the other council members' issues with this. I think for a test is worth 1,000 expert opinions, but moving ahead, we need to be cautious on it. We don't want to litter the city with $20 a square foot wear out in 5 to 7 years. We need another $60,000 at that point in time. So thank you, Mr. Mata. Thank you, Mr. Edmonds.
Roland, is this I mean, when we see these in other cities, this is the process they use?
This is the same process.
So what Councilman Pusley was talking about, is that a completely different look or
Yeah.
project? Is it?
I think so. You're not
Well,
going to
we
get.
can't compare them both then.
Right. I think it's two different. You're not going to get the color, and you won't get the pattern. Unless it's high end, some type of.
Well, but that's important to note here.
Yeah.
Because he just mentioned, and that's why I was curious, well, if there's another option, why didn't we look at both? But you're saying it is not the same thing.
It's two different applications,
Okay.
two different looks. I don't think you can get what you see on the slide here
Right.
with pavers.
Yeah, you won't get,
Well, that's
you'll get a
important.
color, but
Yeah.
it won't be like vibrant colors.
Okay, well, I didn't know if you knew that, because I love this, but if there was another, where the cost is lower.
I don't think you can buy blue brick pavers. I've never seen
And
one.
I think it
The
would cost you
cost would
more.
be much higher if we
Yeah, the
did
cost
it
would be
with the
much
stamped
higher.
concrete
Yeah.
and pavers.
And I think,
What, blue ones?
Yeah.
They fade. Well, the same problem.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get the artistic look that individuals want with the brick pavers. With this thermoplastic application, they custom make it at the factory.
Yes, sir.
To show better patterns, better color vibrancy. It doesn't have the long-term lifespan like a brick would, but this offers more color, more vibrancy, and it has a better statement because it's more dynamic.
right.
Yeah.
No, I agree. And I think at the end of the day, I understand. One of the first things that I saw was that price tag and went, wait, what? How much is this? But I think what we need to decide as a council is, are we willing to invest artwork into a street that isn't just going to be artwork? It is going to truly revitalize, especially an area like 6 Points. That is, it's all connected. And, well, that's what I'm saying. And right. And so this is an area it's in the process of being revitalized. But that said, it's about an investment into artwork, into our streets, which is something new. It's never, we've never seen it.
Right.
When we all go, I'm sure, or maybe not, I don't know, I speak for myself, but when we all go to other cities and we see these wonderful ideas, we see little fencing around the flowers, we see these sidewalks, we see all these wonderful ideas, artwork, literally artwork in the middle of downtown San Antonio. We have to, if we want to bring those ideas back, which I commend you, Councilman Molina, we have to be willing to know what it brings for the dollar we're investing, not spending. We're investing into something that is going to make that area. And once this corridor is done, it is just going to be amazing. So I'm in support. I absolutely, believe me, I almost had a heart attack when I saw that the pricing, and Peter knows, but I think the measures that we're taking in terms of every bond project, and not just them going all around town, being laid through a street that would it has to make sense. So
Yes, sir.
I do absolutely support this project, and I think it's going to be an amazing investment once we see everything, even before we see the corridor done. It's going to be an amazing investment.
Mayor, I'd make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Oh, that's a great idea. Peter, we're gonna put one from Stripes to the City Hall. I'm gonna walk on it first, across. Yeah. That's a great idea, Michael. Okay, so, where are we? Okay. Item number 33 is an ordinance approving the calendar year 2022.
We did that one, Mayor.
Did we do that?
Yeah, that's a group. Remember, we did a first reading ordinances
Oh, I'm
27
sorry.
through
Yes,
33.
it just starts on the next page.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. So section P, briefings, items 34 and 35. Item 34 is a briefing on the Harbor del Sol Marina update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I'm Neiman Young, Assistant City Manager, and as the council is aware, both many individuals on council and the City Manager's office has received a lot of correspondence specifically from residents in the Marina del Sol condominiums and even slip owners in the Harbor del Sol Marina that had questions of correspondence regarding the Harbor del Sol Marina. So we felt that it would be fitting to address council and give you all some more background on the facility, number one, and number two, our way forward with addressing, some of the needs at that facility. So just as a reminder, I'm sure as everybody's aware, if you refer to the screen, this is the location of Harbor del Sol, where it's halfway, south in between Emerald Beach and Cole Park Pier. I just want to take this opportunity to zoom in a little bit, just so you all can see the facility that's in reference. In 1962, the city had granted an easement along a site that is now known as the Harbor del Sol. The easement ran with the land and I believe into perpetuity. The subsequent owner then assigned those easement rights in the marina area to the Harbor del Sol Association. The association, in turn, divided the easement into 78 slips that were purchased by individual owners. So subsequently, and prior to Hurricane Hannah, the city was in possession of a beautiful marina next to a high-end condominium complex in the center of our downtown area. However, the facility did fall victim to Hurricane Hannah. During that hurricane, many boats were sunk and infrastructure was destroyed. It was then that the city discovered that the Harbor del Sol Marina Association lacked insurance coverage to clean up the property it controlled. In addition, the association was not in a financial position to rebuild the marina. In response to this situation, the city stepped in and expended more than $80,000 of tax dollars to clean up the Harbor del Sol Marina. Even with city intervention, the conditions of the marina continued to gradually deteriorate, becoming a home to vagrants, sunken boats, floating debris, and other unsightly blight that reduced property values for neighboring properties and negatively impacted the city's flagship park, Cole Park. In addition, the 33 slips failed to pay their property taxes, resulting in foreclosure. The foreclosed slips went to the county trust for a sheriff's sale in May 2021. However, no bidders appeared at the sale to purchase the slips, which are now unserved by walkways, electricity, lighting, and other issues at the marina that you would think would be addressed and would be utilized to service the customers in the facility. So in response to the environmental catastrophe that was taking place at the marina and the deterioration, the city used the Code Enforcement Division to persuade many owners to voluntarily remove the debris and sunken boats from the marina. Unfortunately, though the code enforcement was successful in convincing some of those slip owners to address the sunken boats and debris in the waters, they weren't able to convince 100% of the slip owners. And here we have a graphic depiction of a map detailing the known sunken vessels in the marina. To date, we understand that there are at least 28 sunken boats in the facility. On October 18th, Mr. John Murray purchased 12 slips from owners and 33 slips from back taxes at the county trust. This now makes Mr. John Murray a majority owner of the marina. On November 15th, less than a month later, the city manager's office met with Mr. Murray to determine his plans forward. According to Mr. Murray, he plans to address the environmental hazard in the marina by working with the city and other agencies to remove the boats and pollutants from the waterways. Once clean, Mr. Murray intends to pursue new commercial development on the site. Understanding his intent, city staff asked Mr. Murray how the city could help and support his effort to clean up the site. To date, Mr. Murray has requested access to Cole Park to collate the debris. In addition, Mr. Murray has requested roll-off containers support as boats are removed. The city is accommodating this request. We will continue to work with the marina owner to help clean up this area and address the environmental catastrophe. In addition, code enforcement will continue its exciting activities to address the property owners that still fail to address the sunken boats to their slips. So we just want to make it abundantly clear to individuals that send correspondence to council and to the city manager's office that we are not being a hindrance or obstacle to the new property owners of Harbor del Sol. Rather, we're looking and we are employing a partnership with the new property owner because the city does care, like we did with the $80,000 investment that the city put into the facility to address the initial environmental catastrophe. Now in 2021, we still are continuing our investment and partnerships to address the Harbor del Sol Marina. And we'll stand by for any questions or concerns.
Mr. Hernandez.
On the ones that still have the boats in the water and the slips, and are these property owners that you found and are just not doing anything? Or, I mean, why aren't, I mean, what happened?
And I'll let Miles go into a little bit more detail on the legal side of the entity of the house. But the reality is, a lot of these owners of the slips are absentee owners. The slips fell into deterioration, and individuals either were outside of the state of Texas, some even outside of the United States, and they just really didn't find the facility worth the investment of rebuilding their slips. However, code enforcement has done a good job in identifying the majority of those slip owners, and they have maintained correspondence, and they have continued their citing actions.
Yeah, Miles is going to talk about, Councilman, so the boats that are sunken may not even belong to the owner of the slip. Those are some of the cases that exist. The issue is that the city doesn't have jurisdiction of the water. We do on land or the below the water, the sea bottom or the bay bottom, and so we did get the state involved to say, you got sunken boats here, state of Texas. Are you going to clean them up? They didn't offer to clean them up, either from a financial standpoint or from a wherewithal standpoint. So that's something that's why we like working with John Murray, because he's willing to invest the money to clean the boats up. He's the one that actually clearly identified the number of sunken vessels with that map. So we don't. The 80,000 was a big stretch for us to clean the debris off the seawall and stuff. So we don't have the money to invest in bringing up the sunken vessels.
Let me understand this. These boats are sitting on the bottom.
Right.
Okay, so they're on Corpus Christi property because we.
No, it's not our property. It's been leased to the entity.
It's subject to a permanent easement.
Yeah.
Okay, so but if you're saying that we have authority over the bottom, just not the water, right?
But we don't.
But if it's
own
sitting
the
on the
boats.
bottom, okay. Well, I understand we don't own the boats, and I'm thinking about it in terms of code enforcement on a property, whether the property owner put the debris on the property or not, he's responsible for it. Am I not? Am I incorrect in that assessment?
We argue when I say we're using code enforcement to persuade people to leave, we use code enforcement to persuade people to leave with citations and threats of arrest. It's not. They're.
Okay, bear with me.
So it's not like we're just not doing anything out there. Code enforcement's going out there
if you go out
and giving citations.
If you give out citations where I'm assuming there are citations being placed on these slips where they have sunken boats, is that correct?
Well, there is a challenge in identifying the slips because there's no longer walkways. You just have wooden posts sticking out of the water. And there is a challenge in identifying the boat owners because...
Let's let him finish so we can hear what he's saying.
The boats are sunken, in part, and the ones that are at the surface are not registered or have not been registered recently. So some are identifiable, some are being taken care of, but the sunken ones are difficult to identify. The slips are difficult to identify the numbering of. There are many challenges from a code enforcement standpoint, but I hate to say that the code enforcement they're doing quite a bit, and they have given out dozens of citations in those locations that are being prosecuted as we speak.
Okay, and I understand we're backed up on the on municipal court, so I know some of these things have to get processed and over time, but I'm thinking you could probably use some sort of layover from previous pictures to current pictures and kind of do an overlay to kind of determine where things are. That might be something somebody can put together.
Councilman, I think as we stated, the owner that's going to try to take over the entire marina is going to be pulling up all the boats.
Right.
We're going to grant him access to Cole Park parking lot area so he can put dumpsters. So his plan is to clean up the sunken vessels.
Right.
So
okay. I just hate for the guy to clean up something then not own it.
He has a team to include a legal team, so I'm sure he's thought that through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just, if there's anything we can help him with in terms of foreclosure or anything like that,
we're helping him.
Yeah.
I personally met with him. Neiman and I met with him for 2 hours.
I don't know if you can do that until you get municipal court,
Right.
hearing these
That's
cases.
out of our purview, though.
Yeah.
Councilman, we don't, I mean,
No,
respectfully,
I'm making a reference to it. I'm not saying he
mean,
needs to do, that's not
yeah.
his thing. I'm
Okay.
just making a reference to it.
Actually, we have a good working relationship with Mr. Carroll's attorney.
Great.
So, yeah, we are working with him.
And you guys have been meeting with him for,
Yeah,
I mean, a
Neiman's
while.
been meeting with him a lot, and I
Yeah.
personally met with him upstairs on the 5th floor
Right.
recently with Mr. Murray.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have a good working relationship. One of the things Neiman did say is the city was going to try to obtain the slips because of the blight that was there. But Mr. Murray, a private sector individual, came forward with a pretty decent business plan. And we said, okay, great, we'll help you out. That way we don't have to get engaged and use taxpayer dollars. So we're helping them out with resources and temporary use of Cole Park parking lot.
Okay.
No, we don't own
Yeah.
any boat slips.
Okay. All right.
But I thought a few of them were in foreclosure. I mean, or tax sale.
Yeah, he bought those already.
He already bought those?
Yeah, we were going to try to buy them, but he bought them first because the county commissioners didn't put it on the, well, it was on the agenda, but they pulled it off, so.
Okay.
We lost out that opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's important to note.
Yeah.
We lost that opportunity.
Right, it was
we
on the
would've bought
commissioners'
those.
court agenda, but it was taken off, and then
Right.
Mr. Murray came in.
Right.
So.
But
Right.
I think we ought to point out, Mr. Murray actually acquired, before the 33 slips went up, he acquired another
Yeah.
dozen slips, and he's acquired some since. So he now has a majority of the slips under his control, so he should have a working control of the HOA,
Right.
which will assist us in working with him.
Yeah. Okay. Councilman Hernandez, oh,
I just wanted to be clear that, so he has control of the entire marina.
No, he doesn't.
So then, if that's the case, then there still has to be some assistance that's provided.
No, he's going to try to get every slip bought out over time. So his goal is to have access to the entire property. One way of doing that is overtaking the management authority or the, whatever you call it, the boat association.
Yeah, the association that runs the marina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so one thing that I might recommend is that have we enlisted the support, since I'm assuming that since it's the water, that it's the GLO.
We brought all state agencies in, Councilman, months ago to say, state, you got a problem in your waters. They walked away. They said, good luck.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
but did you talk to Senator Inosa?
No, we didn't talk to any elected
Did you
officials.
talk to Chairman Hunter?
Like I said, we just talked to professional
Okay,
officials,
okay.
no
So,
elected officials.
Once
Yeah.
again, my recommendation, just like anybody calls a policymaker on this board, is that I would call our state senator, and I think it's going to be a new one. Well, that won't be till next year. But anyway, I'll wait.
Let me double check that. I think we may have talked to one of the local representatives, but I'm not for certain, but we'll get back with you.
Well, the thing is that with all due respect, or what was it we were saying earlier? Yeah, I think they said with all due respect.
Respectfully.
Respectfully, I think, one of the individuals on this body, particularly the district councilman and the son of Chairman Hunter, would probably have more influence on with a lawmaker than a city staff. Just my 2 cents.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tell them we have a boat we want to show them.
Yeah. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing Roland did. If the state is responsible for being involved in that, then, and they're not helping us, we need to get in touch with our legislators. And I'll tell you a real quick short story. We were trying to get the Parks and Wildlife to do something one time when I was on the Commissioner's Court, and we were not having any success, and I told Mr. Hunter about it, and the next day I got a call from Todd, and he said, I have the director of the Texas Parks and Wildlife sitting here across from me in my desk. He wants to talk to you. And the next week, we got our problem solved.
Okay. I think that's everything. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And our last item is item number 35. Is it our last? No, it's not our last item. God. Okay. Braving on game rooms in Corpus Christi. Thank you for being so patient, gentlemen.
Mayor Wahardo, council members, Todd Green, Assistant Chief of the Investigations Bureau, Corpus Christi Police Department. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity this evening to talk to you briefly about game rooms, which has been a topic of a lot of discussion lately. It's my intention that through this presentation we can clear up some of the confusion surrounding game rooms, the issue of game rooms, and answer any questions you may have regarding enforcement and regulation of these rooms, these establishments. So this is just a photo of a typical game room or of many, and they vary depending on the types of games they have within their establishments. This is a map that we put together mapping known game room locations throughout the city. The estimate is between 80 and 90 game rooms throughout from the city, and as you can see from the map, they run from all the way from the northwest all the way even out onto Padre Island. This is a heat map of those same locations to kind of show you the areas where they're concentrated. The yellow would be the areas where the highest concentration of game rooms are. So that would be on the south side, right off of 358, and then there's another hot spot there in Flower Bluff. And I would caution you, these places open up almost on a weekly basis and close down. So, you know, we didn't use exact locations because, like I said, they're constantly opening, and for whatever reason, they're closing almost as quickly, some of them. During the little background, during the August City Council meeting, there were many citizens that came to speak during the public comment section about game rooms through the city. And as a result, the city manager put together a working group to look at the issue, and that included representatives from the city manager's office, the legal department, and the police department, and I was one of those team members on that group. We met several times and gathered as much information as we could on game rooms here in Corpus Christi. And the focus of this briefing will be on primarily on the legality of these game rooms, kind of clear up some of those misconceptions, and the difference between regulation and enforcement, which I think sometimes gets a little fuzzy. So to start off, the Texas Penal Code, Chapter 47, is the gambling statute that governs gambling in the state of Texas. And it prohibits gambling devices. And that could include lottery, video poker, bingo, different types of devices. And it specifically describes or defines what a gambling device is. And that is really basically any machine that, for a consideration, a payment that you put into the machine, will pay out any type of reward based, and it could be based on totally on chance, or it could be partially chance and partial skill. So if the machine pays out anything of value or is used to pay out anything of value, that is considered a gambling device. Well, in 1993-95, the legislature decided that they needed to revise the statute. Well, actually, this is a section in the local government code also, but it's in the gambling statute. And they wanted to make an exception for places like Chuck E. Cheese, Dave & Buster's, arcades, places like that, where it would allow you to have machines, amusement machines, that would pay out small tokens, toys, prizes within a certain amount. So they carved this exception out of the gambling statute, which basically says that an amusement machine is a machine that pays out no more than an item of value. It can't pay out cash. No more, an item of value, no more than $5 or 10 times the cost of a single play. So if you put 50 cents into the machine, the most you could win in one play would be something of value up to $5 and no more. So that's what allows, like I said, those places to operate within the gambling statute. As long as they're not, through chance, they're not paying out large amounts, and they're not paying out cash. So are game rooms illegal? On face value, no, they're not. It's not illegal to own a game room or gaming equipment. It's how it's operated and how the awards are paid out. That's what makes it illegal, or could make it illegal. Our game room, can we still operate? Can a game room stay in operation after we have conducted an investigation and made arrests? Yes, potentially they could. Just the fact that we go in there and make an arrest doesn't necessarily shut them down. Potentially they could open up the next day if they still had all their equipment and their staff decided they wanted to come back after potentially being arrested. Potentially they could keep working. They could keep in operation. So therefore the goal isn't to shut down the game rooms necessarily. It's to stop the game room illegal activities that are going on associated with these game rooms. And if they're operating illegally, of course, to put a stop to that. We have been conducting enforcement of these game rooms. I think there's a misconception in the public that we're totally ignoring them and not doing any investigation of them. That's not exactly accurate. Since 2015, we've conducted 96 investigations, and as a result of those 96 investigations, we've filed 20 cases of gambling or gambling-related charges with either the district attorney's office or the federal prosecutors. The investigation of these rooms and prosecution, it requires substantial police resources, and it's very time-intensive. And without going into details of how we conduct these operations, which are generally undercover operations, it's not as simple as just walking in, sitting down, and looking around and making a case. It's a little more complicated than that, and we understand why the public may not understand that when they walk in and they see it, and they automatically think there's a lot of illegal activity going on. If we do make a case, if we're able to prove a crime, the three most common charges that we would charge the operators with are gambling promotion, keeping a gambling place, or possession of a gambling device. Under state law, those three charges are a Class A misdemeanor, which means at most you could be sentenced to 1 year in jail and up to a $4,000 fine or both. So that would depend, on the prosecution and what happened. The city, on the other hand, the most that we can fine somebody or charge somebody with under a city ordinance is a Class C misdemeanor, and it's punishable by fine only. So that if we were to create a separate ordinance strictly for game rooms, that's the most we could do. So another one.
Chief, can I just repeat that again? So if the city, if we had our codes or laws, we can only issue a Class C misdemeanor, right?
That's correct.
So all we can do with the laws we have on our books is a Class C misdemeanor, which is punishable by fine.
Correct.
Another entity, like a county, they can do the Class A misdemeanor, which is enforceable of jail for a year.
Yes, that's
Is that
correct.
Okay, because that's an important distinction.
And I have to interject here. So everyone who's come here and said, please shut down the game rooms, are completely misinformed. Because what you just said is saying our hands are tied. It's the county who can do more than we can. Have they done what they can do? And what is it they can do?
I'm going to get to that in the presentation.
Okay.
I think
It's
as
extremely
we move
important.
along, and if I don't cover it,
No, please
make
do.
it
And
clear.
I shouldn't have interrupted you, but I
No,
just had to because you interjected that, which is extremely important.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So like I said, the three most common charges are Class A misdemeanors. up to a year in jail. But keep in mind, they're considered nonviolent crimes, and they're not given a real high priority, and frankly, law enforcement and prosecutors are we look at violent crimes first, obviously, and then we look at crimes where there's a victim. Property crimes involving victims are our priority, and gambling. I know some people are making an argument that they're victimized by losing revenue, but we don't take that into consideration. We're looking at victims who have lost property, who have property stolen, things like that, or have been assaulted. Now, there are potential felony charges when we do these investigations arising out of the money that they make. Potentially, there's money laundering, bank fraud. There's more serious crimes that could be connected to it, felony crimes. But there again, that takes much more investigation, more time on our part, more resources. It's not as simple, like I said, as just walking in and saying they're gambling and arresting everybody. The Texas, so to answer your question, Mayor, in 2019, the Texas legislature passed an amendment to the local government code giving counties the authority to regulate game rooms. So it passed that. In the past, I think that was handled by the comptroller's office primarily, but I think they passed that over to the counties. So the counties have the ability to pass an ordinance that can restrict and regulate these game rooms. And a game room under the code is considered any for-profit business that has 6 or more of these amusement machines in there. So that would be considered a game room under the county, under that statute. And under that statute, any violation of that ordinance is punishable by Class A misdemeanor, which, as I said before, is punishable up to a year in jail and a $4,000 fine. So the county, if they were to pass an ordinance, it would have a lot more teeth, so to speak, than anything the city could pass, any local ordinance. And under that potential ordinance, the things that they're allowed to restrict include the location of game rooms in the county, where they're allowed, where they're not allowed. They could prohibit game rooms within a specific distance to schools, churches, residential neighborhoods, so they could mandate you're not allowed to be within so many feet, generally 1,500 feet of any of those locations. They could restrict the number of game rooms within a specified area of the county. So perhaps a commissioner's district, they could put a limit on how many game rooms you'd be allowed to have within that commissioner's district. And then lastly, what they can do as well is they can file a civil injunction against any operator that is violating that ordinance. So that's a civil process, but the civil process has a pretty strong fine behind it. They can be fined up to $10,000 per day per violation. So that's a pretty strict if you're running a place and you're getting fined $10,000 a day for being non-compliant with the ordinance. That's pretty strong reason not to violate it, or to go find another place to do business, or to come within compliance of the ordinance. The city's been the primary enforcement for gambling and game rooms, obviously within the city limits. We have had some discussions with the county. We could administer parts of their regulatory, if we entered into an interlocal agreement with them, we could participate in the regulatory process. But quite frankly, our resources are very limited as well. And there would probably need to be some compensation from the county to us if we were going to help them with the regulation process, the permitting process, because it is pretty looking at sample ordinances, there's a lot to it. There's a lot for that permitting process. It's not as simple as somebody just walking in and paying a fee one day and walking out the same day with a permit. There's a lot of detail and investigation that would go into it. So we haven't been, we've had discussions and we haven't been offered anything like that. There's been no discussion of that for any compensation to help them to regulate. Now, we would we would be able to enforce the ordinance if they passed it, regardless of whether we were, we entered into an agreement with them. We would be able to use that as another tool to deal with these game rooms. Hope that makes sense. So the last slide here is just this comes from the budget office. It's just a 10-year revenue history of the tax receipts that the city has gotten from the bingo operators here from 2012 to present. And I think, without commenting any further, I think they speak for themselves. So at this point, the city staff does not recommend making any changes to the city code regarding game rooms. We're constantly monitoring them. We are investigating them. And we're going to continue to do that. We'll continue to do that regardless of whether there's this county ordinance was passed or not. We'll still be going in there to see if they're conducting illegal gambling or not. That wouldn't change necessarily. We do recommend the city defer to the stronger Class A county legislative authority. The county ordinance would have a lot more teeth to it. Like I said, it would give a lot more enforcement power to regulate these game rooms. And ultimately, it's always going to be a challenge. Just in the short time that I've been dealing with them, which has been about the last 4 years, 5 years, they change their business plan or business operations pretty quickly. When they see what law enforcement is doing, they're pretty flexible to change their business practices to try to stay one step ahead of us, or at least think that they're one step ahead of us. I'll say that. So
Chief Markle, I have to ask, why is it, if the county has, a stronger tool?
That we can use if they pass it, as we said.
But two things. Why do so many people that we've seen think it's us? And number two, why haven't they done anything?
I'll refrain from speaking for the county. I know it was presented in 2019 when it was passed to the county. I don't know why they haven't moved forward.
Has there ever been any talk of it or any discussion that you know of since 2019?
Correct. And I did speak with, is it Mr. Baker?
For everybody to think it's us.
Well, today, we spoke, and so did Councilman Smith. So I sat here today, and I sat here on August 31st when they showed up, the group showed up the first time, and I appreciate you letting me speak. And the impetus of that is I felt bad. I know you did for the group, one, and for all of you getting beat up proverbially, right? For something that's really not in your control, and I think the group understands that now. We've had more conversation. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, sir. We're gonna have to go back to the county.
Yeah. So I think.
The county's not gonna get on board.
Well, I think they understand that the primary ordinance has to be passed by the county. We can use it if they pass it, and I think I've said that clearly in August 31st. We have some avenues here where our primary role is criminal enforcement. And we've been doing that for years. We file big cases. We file many cases, federally, state. There's punishment involved in that. We've paid for storage for hundreds of machines over the years. We've confiscated. We've done our part here in the city. We've done our part here as far as law enforcement goes. But I think the group was directed over here. I think it was a misdirection. I think they misunderstood
where the ball has to start, or if they want to have a stronger process, maybe they misunderstood where that has to begin at. It has to begin on the county side.
Okay, okay. Councilman Smith?
Thank you. So right now in 21, you mentioned we've done 20 investigations, or 20 convictions, 96 investigations, I believe. Since 2015, how many are currently, or how many have we done this year without?
We're working on several.
Okay.
They're in the pipeline. How's that?
Well, I'm not talking about the ones in pipeline.
We haven't filed any this year that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And that number was from, since 2015. So we conducted 96 investigations, and when I say an investigation, that may be we get a complaint, we get a tip, you know, and then we go out and we go in and see if there's actually illegal gambling going on. And if we see there is, we do our best to try to make a case that we can take to the, either the district attorney's office or over to the federal prosecutors, which we've been working with them pretty closely for about the last 3 years on this. And it just depends, and sometimes we're not able to make a case, and sometimes it turns out it just isn't happening.
So if the county, you know, it's a revenue source, they're getting as equal or more money than us, they're operating them outside of the city, so the numbers you gave us, the county side is that or more with it. And if they were convinced that they're leaving money, they pass the ordinance with it. Is it then just a matter of going in there and counting the right now you've got a real investigation type to go in there, but if the county passes the ordinance, then is it just going in, oh, you've got 7 machines, you're in violation? Does it simplify your investigative process?
No, not for the criminal side, but it does simplify the regulatory side. So if they pass, if their regulations say, well, the state law is no more six machines, but if their regulations say you can't be within so many feet of a school, you can't operate after these hours, you can't have more than X amount in a certain area, those are easy checkbox inspections we can do as it pertains to regulation. The UC work that has to go on for filing criminal charges for gambling, that's not going to change, Councilman.
Okay, and am I hearing if they pass that regulation and they don't have their permit, they can't operate, then it's an illegal operation, you go in there and have 1 machine and boom, where's your permit? No permit, you're operating illegally?
There's no permitting at this time.
No, I'm saying if it's passed.
If they did pass it, and the minimum number of machines to be considered a game room is 6, so they'd have to have more than 1.
Okay.
But if they had 6 or more and they didn't have a permit, yes, that would be an instant violation. If we were able to walk in, and it's a regulatory violation of that ordinance, yes.
So subject to a $10,000 a day fine and whatever the fines are.
Well, that would be the county's decision if they wanted to file an injunction, and I think that language is in there for those operators that have a big operation and they're willing to take a Class A misdemeanor arrest in lieu for making a lot of money. That $10,000, that's where that $10,000 fine would come in to say, well, okay, we're gonna fine you $10,000 a day per violation.
Well, earlier today, we had a $2 billion company come in here worried about a $2,000 a day fine. So I think a game room operation, that's a lots of quarters on it. Well, I hope that the county's kind of, it really seems like this is very much so in the county's court, that your job is much easier if they pass that ordinance, just particularly on the permitting, and if the county says we'll have no game rooms in District 5, then, yeah. And
Well, it's extra tools in the tool chest, as Chief Green said.
And then we could get back to probably where we ought to be with it. And just running through the numbers, it's looking like the bingo side, it's about a $30 million a year plus operation here. So if we have this proliferation of game rooms, that it's material. I think I hope we pursue this, encourage the county to do what other counties are doing and help their revenues. So thanks for the presentation.
Councilman Hunter.
You know, Mayor, I don't think I can actually make the statements I want to make because they're a little bit off topic. It's more about bingo, so I
Okay.
probably can't say it.
Okay, Councilman Pusley?
Chief, is the district attorney here in Nueces County accepting prosecution of these cases?
He's been favorable, right, working with us. He says he'll accept cases.
Okay.
Yes, he has. The last case we filed with him, I think, was in 2017, I believe.
Yeah, so really, and the last time we all were here and the bingo people were here, it's the same subject came up. It's the county's purview to put the teeth in this. And I know they had a meeting and discussed it, and then it just died on the vine. I don't think they've brought it back since. I don't think they have any intention to unless somebody puts some pressure on them. So we'll see. Maybe the bingo people can go to a couple of their meetings.
And the Wednesday after that. And the Wednesday after that. And the one after that. All right. Yeah, okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Now, earlier today, some of the folks that were speaking referred to I guess, an ordinance passed by the Victoria County Commissioners Court in conjunction with the city of Victoria. Have you worked with Sheriff Hooper in terms of formulating something that could be presented to the Commissioners Court as an ordinance for this?
Yes, he actually gave us a sample policy, I think from Tarrant County was one of the ones that we looked at where they have that county ordinance. I would just say, you know, the ordinance itself may not completely alleviate the problem. Victoria, initially they started out with a city ordinance that seemed to be fairly effective in moving the game rooms, I guess, at least outside the city limits. But when the state law was passed for the counties, it became the county regulatory process. Then they had a county ordinance, and I guess on face value it seemed effective. But here, just this spring, I think it was, they had a multi-jurisdictional operation up there, including Victoria County. There were several counties, DPS, Victoria PD, and they busted, I think, 20 plus game rooms, made multiple arrests, and some of those game rooms were within Victoria city limits. Some of them were outside. Some of them were other counties. I'm not sure. I can't remember the adjoining counties. The point I made earlier is these game rooms owners and operators, they're going to try to adjust their business plan depending on what law enforcement does and what the.
So you're thinking you're doing a whack-a-mole?
I'm just saying that it's not going to be something where they flip a switch and they're all gone, because they're going to do whatever they can to try to keep making money.
Okay.
I'm just cautioning to say that it's not a silver bullet, I guess.
Well,
but
let
we'll
me
continue
ask,
to do our job.
Has our city attorney, have you talked to the county attorney about this and what that would look like, a formulation where there is some input from us as to what we can and cannot do or what we recommend? I mean, I'm wondering if there's, any kind of communication right now. I know there's some other issues, but.
I have regular communications with the county attorney on a variety of issues. So yeah, we've talked.
But on this specific issue?
We have talked about this issue, but I wouldn't be writing her ordinance for her. That would be.
No, I wouldn't expect you to.
I'd have to look back and, I'd have to do some research.
Probably been, he has, but it's probably been infrequent and a while ago. Just nothing recent.
Okay, do you, maybe I should step back here, Les, a little bit. Do you see the game rooms as a problem?
If they're being operated.
From your perspective, do you see the game rooms as a problem?
If they're being operated illegally, if there's illegal gambling going on, they're violating the law. But like I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, I mean, as law enforcement, as prosecutors, we have to prioritize where we put our resources and how much time we spend in relation to, are we talking about violent crime? Are we talking about victims of crimes? where we're dealing with victims and we're trying to at least make them as whole as possible or get justice for them. So
Okay, so in relations to other crimes around a game room that, you know, some people have alleged, do you see that as a continuing problem as to not only what the game rooms are doing, but anything that's going on around them?
we've seen, there's been a handful of game rooms where there was probably more than their share of other types of crimes going around them or in them. Several of those have been shut down either through our enforcement of gambling or other enforcement efforts, other crimes. We've been able to shut them down. But overall, to make a blanket statement like that, no, that's part of the what our team did is we looked at the crimes, the amount of crimes in all the known game rooms. We did an evaluation, calls for service. We looked into all those things to see if they were disproportionate to every other business, and we really didn't see that.
No. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Barrera. Turn your, Councilman, can you turn your microphone?
My apologies.
I got it. Within the city limits, we estimate between 80 and 90, and like I said, that number changes almost daily. We don't, in the division that I'm responsible for, narcotics vice investigations that manages that area, we don't keep a running total because the owners and operators aren't required to register with us. That would be one benefit of the county if the county were to pass that ordinance, because it would become a requirement that they have to file a permit. So it would be much easier to keep track of the permitted game rooms. It would be much easier. We could give you a very accurate number of how many permits there were if the county shared that with us. But that's our estimate. And like I said, if I was to try to give you a solid number today, that would probably be a different number by the end of the week.
And then with regard to the permit, you know, I remember, gosh, I guess it might have been 20 years ago when, again, they were popping up all over the place. And I know that they were permitted. I don't know if they were permitted by the city. I know in the business that I've done with the outlying communities, you know, I know Gregory, I think at one time was getting $250,000 of revenue just from permits because they were charging like $5,000 a permit. I know B County also at one time or another. So I know at one time there were several in Sanpete County, and then we had several here. And so, and I know at that time also there was a rash. I think I believe it was the Attorney General's office that really put all the resources available, and I know they used you guys as well. Is that what happened then? And what's the difference now?
A couple of things. I think it was the comptroller's office. At one time, you had to have a sticker, a permit for a machine.
Mm-hmm.
And they no longer do that. They're no longer required. I don't know at what point that changed, but it's in the past few years. And the Attorney General's office as well. I've worked with them in the past on gambling investigations, but they have stepped away too. They don't. That's not one of their. I think their bigger priority is human trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where they devote most of their resources, their enforcement resources. So they've kind of stepped away from that.
Okay.
And as far as the permitting, just real quickly, so the statute is very specific. That tells the county, and this, I don't want to speculate. It tells whatever county that you can only charge the amount of the permit that it costs you to run the process, to run the permit process. So you
Gotcha.
can't, you wouldn't be able to charge $100,000 a permit or something outrageous like that to try to bring in revenue. You're basically not allowed to make revenue off the permitting process.
Yeah, that's a City of Houston versus Harris County Sign Company. It's a case where Houston paid out several $100,000 for charging excessive permit fees that were considered to be an unconstitutional tax.
Okay. The other thing is along the lines that, and Chief Markle, I had talked to you about it, I guess last week. is because there's a whole bunch in my district. In fact, I know of other properties that are being approached to be able to expand even more. And, I guess that's the thing I worry about as Councilman Hernandez is that do they attract crime? Because if they're open at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning and, their patrons obviously are utilizing cash, well then does that allow them to attract, to become victims, to be robbed? And I just wonder if there's anything that we could do, let's say, for example, just like the hookah lounges, that we can't keep them open past midnight or past 2 or something like that. I'm just, and would it even offer any, because I haven't heard of any complaints of it being a nuisance. I've just only known that, I think one time a security guard was shot. And,
Correct, earlier this year, I believe. It was this year, right? The security guard? Or was that last year? Was that last year? Man, time flies.
But so,
Yeah.
I'm just asking for ideas so that way we could at least mitigate that. We don't,
But statistically, so we looked at crimes, we pulled all these numbers and we pulled all their addresses for the locations we have now. And we pulled all the crime numbers associated with those. And they don't outperform, if you will, in crime any more than a bank,
Gotcha.
drop-off point or Stripes or somewhere else that, can fall victim to a crime. Jugging happens, the blue bag robberies happen,
Yeah.
in the mornings and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And so if we go by the numbers and we go by the crime data, we could close it for nuisance, but will it stop the crime?
yeah, I got you.
It's not spiking outside of norms. Not just small, just like a gang house mine or a dope house mine. We've been successful in shutting those down.
Yeah.
So in the singulars, but as a group now.
Okay.
And like I mentioned earlier, they evolve as their business evolves. So they realized, because they handle basically cash money for the most part, they did, I guess, realize they're good targets for robberies. And a lot of them have adapted by hiring security, implementing security within the facility, metal detectors and whatnot, anybody coming in, things like that. Some of them have adapted to it to make it more difficult for them to target for robberies.
Yeah. I know a network of several octogenarians that like to frequent those places. And, I guess that's the whole thing. I worry about their safety as well as those, because there's a lot of elderly people that go.
We also, Councilman, that's a great point, and we worry too. That's why we're in there and we're investigating further illegal activity. We use the tools that we have now.
Okay. All right. Hey, thank you very much. Keep up the good work, gentlemen.
Thank you,
And by the
Councilman.
way, since I brought up hookah, thank you so much for all the work that your team did on that particular property, that particular business.
Yes, sir, I appreciate that.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Hernandez, do you have a, no? Okay. Chief Green, thank you. Chief Markle, thank you. Assistant, no. Did I get it
Assistant
right?
Chief Green, yep.
Assistant Chief, yes.
Still a chief, yeah.
Yes, still a chief, still a chief. Thank y'all very much, and we appreciate you waiting. This is obviously very important and enlightening. I really wish that we could get this information out, because there are a lot of people who think we may not be doing our job. So I'm not sure how we can do that, because that really bothers me. That and I feel bad that people, they think coming here is addressing it. And it is educational for us, but it's important that we get out the right information.
We can work with the team and our communications team, either with
Yeah.
video or some graphics or some media statements.
Right.
That's good, just to help educate the community, because they invest a lot of time. This council
Yeah.
chambers was packed, both
And I'll be
events.
reaching out to,
Yeah.
I know, it is. I'll also be
Oh.
reaching out to Sheriff Hooper.
Yeah, and I know several council members asked me, Councilman Pusley, can we regulate them by a school? Because there was an incident up there in Cal Island one time. We can't, but the county can, so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Well,
Mayor,
thank
we'll
you.
work towards that. I did want to just say two things real quick. One, thanks to the team. Michael Rodriguez was involved as well. Chief Green did a lot of work to pull this together.
Yeah.
And this is a good example of following through on a request from the council. You all asked for this a
Absolutely.
few months ago, and we put it on our work plan. In the past, it may never even have made it here. So they did some thorough analysis, thorough research. We'll take it one more step now and help educate the community. You all are better educated now, especially given the hour, and we thank
Yeah.
you for listening.
I would say
wanna
let's
thank
take
the team
it
as
that
well.
one step
Yep.
more.
We'll do that.
Thank you. Michael, thank you too for your work on this. Thank you. Chief Green.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Absolutely. Thank you for waiting. Thank you. Okay. So that leaves us with one last item. Well, we're going to go to section R. Written.
Oh, my gosh.
Written presentment of citizen initiative for future city council action if requested by city council. This is item number 36. And who is presenting here?
Just said, item 36, as you stated, Mayor, is a written presentment of a citizen initiative. So as background, Article 1, Section 4 of the city charter outlines the process for citizens to propose an ordinance to the city council through initiative proceedings. If the council fails to adopt the ordinance, then citizens can force an election to adopt or reject the ordinance by submitting a valid petition signed by at least 5% of registered voters in the city. So on November 8th of 2021, I did receive a statement of intent to circulate an initiative petition. It was signed by more than 50 registered voters. The city attorney has drafted an ordinance in legal form containing the substance of the proposed ordinance and consistent with the laws of the state and the United States. So I'm presenting the initiative today per the charter to the council at a regular meeting, and this is a written presentment. The agenda does not permit council consideration on this date. Instead, the council can, one, take no action, in which case the city secretary will provide the proponent with a petition page after 45 days per the charter. Or two, if the council votes to place the attached ordinance on a future agenda, then the council can vote on the ordinance when it's on a future agenda for consideration. So those are the two alternatives for the council today.
Okay. So we discuss. What do we?
It's,
Right.
you don't have to discuss it. You can take no action
Right.
today. Or if you want to discuss this in depth, we can move it to, we can put it on a future
Mr.
agenda.
Hunter. Okay, Mr. Hunter.
So you're saying that we had 50 people sign this?
This is so the charter, the first step in the initiative process is submitting what's called that statement of intent. And the statement of
Okay, thank you.
intent to
Yeah,
circulate
sorry.
it's not the actual petition itself. The petition itself requires at least 5% of registered voters to sign it. So that's further down the line in the process. At this point, what we're asking is, do you want to take no action at this point? Are you interested in moving it forward for in-depth discussion?
I can speak for myself.
Okay. I don't know.
But-
Can I
Did
just
you want to add something?
Yes.
I was just going to add, the no action step does have an action, which is Rebecca in 45 days would provide a petition to the.
Yes, a
drafting.
page.
Right, yes.
That's correct.
For
Yeah,
it.
so it would just forward it, so then the proponent would we would start that petition process. It's not, so within the issuance date on the petition page, that starts the clock. It's 90 days from that point that the petitioner has to obtain the signatures. 5% is approximately 9,200 signatures. We have 184,000 registered voters in the city.
And the petition would be to put it on the ballot.
Yes, sir. The
in
ordinance.
November, right?
Mhm. That's correct.
Councilman Barrera.
Rebecca, so if we were to take action to put it on the agenda, and then the council votes against it, so then they still start the petitioners would have the right to be able to put it still, to get 5% of the registered voters to put it on the ballot.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Same thing. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, can we have kind of a presentation from Miles as to his, what he wrote here in terms of this, based on what was asked for and how he came up with this ordinance language?
The memo's in the, in Legistar. The memo's available. It's public. But that would be discussing the item. So you want to, if you decide to move forward and discuss the item, you can.
So you're telling me
otherwise, it's a written presentment, and the memo is available publicly and available to y'all.
Okay, I guess since you don't want to present it, I was going to ask a question here. It says the city of Corpus Christi, but realistically, you're asking the health district to put it on their website, because realistically, it's having to deal with them. But considering we're in flux right now with going from a health district to a health department, I think this would be more appropriate to say, instead of said that the city of Corpus Christi will promote and inform, it should say the city of Corpus Christi Health Department versus that, to be more appropriately said. In terms of what this is, he's asking for, or I guess the person putting in the request, and I think it's Mr. Fry over there in the audience, information on the alternative protocols involving medications of ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and budesonide as part of a treatment, pre-treatment or prophylactic treatment for COVID SARS-2. I'm not a doctor, don't pretend to be one. If there is some aspect of this, I mean, and my guess is that I think we'd prefer as a council, I'm not sure what we prefer on this, but I'm not sure this covers the way it's intended to. If it's just alternative information to be placed on the health department's website or the health district's website, does that really need an ordinance? Or would that be something that could be done as an action separately, as other doctors recommend such and such?
Yeah, I think you're asking to discuss the actual provision, and the next step would be for the city council to decide to discuss that item, to really discuss it publicly.
I'm not asking to discuss the item. I'm asking is this necessary to be an ordinance, or if this could be something else?
The request was for an ordinance.
Again, I'm asking you for your opinion whether it could be done in another fashion besides an ordinance.
Yes, it could be done in another fashion than an ordinance, but the request was for an ordinance. We only look at under the process, we only look at the petition and what is requested by the petition.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Miles.
Okay, is there a motion? Okay,
No action.
no action. Do you need to say anything else in regards to this item?
So in 45 days, we will be presenting the proponent with his petition page. So that's January the 22nd. That's when that period ends. So
Okay.
that's what will happen next.
Okay, thank you. So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.